natin guys.
I think a decent solution is maybe going like some center with Crimson Guard and try to negate the damage, but I don't even know if that's enough.
They go back for it. I mean, at least if they're gonna do this, I think I would prefer to see the DK go mid.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't like that. Like, this to me is a carry hero right now.
Okay, strategically, you don't pick this as a carry counter to NP, in my opinion. You pick this to exploit one.
Teka lang guys, ano tayo ng maganda. Wala, ito muna tayo manood. Hello! Mic test. Hello! Test. Hello! Jenny, many, penny, many, many, many. Jenny, many, penny, many, many, many. Chiri, very chiri. Chiri, very chiri. Practice tayo guys ng casting. Naka-live tayo sa ano ha? Sa saan ba to? YouTube, Agent Orange, sa kick.com. Orange Dota, tapos sa Facebook, Agent Orange guys. Wala akong makakuha magandang ano eh. Makaka-copyright kasi tayo pag yung kaya dito lang tayo manood.
Intros is it gives them the buff, regardless of Tusk is next to them.
Yeah, but you don't need that text.
Dragon Knight at Enchantress para sa Talon, pick nila. Ang ban nila ay Doom, Naga Siren, Sun King, Lina, Morphling. At para naman sa Tundra, ang pick nila ay Sniper, Tuskar at Nature's Prophet. Ang ban naman nila ay Pangolier, Marcy, Omni Knight, Beastmaster at Timbersaw. Ganda, magandang ban yan ah.
I did notice looking at this hero on Dota 2 Pro Tracker is a lot of players are spamming the Sniper Pos 4 and considering this to be S tier. They have a 20% win rate with it. Like, a lot of people are losing with
Yeah, but most of the games you watch, you notice they're winning the
Pailay day pala ang coach ng Talon.
And later in the game, I feel like it goes well with the current team of the meta where you need your support to do damage. And Sniper as a position 4, after you secure the lane, yeah, you don't have any catch for your team, but you farm, you skill, and you help with the damage department.
This goes back to our conversation about maybe it's winning.
Bad in pubs, but really good for competitive.
Well,
that's exactly what I was going to say too.
All of this is very fruitful, and I enjoy the conversation. But Sox is one of the only people that actually has a positive win rate with it.
Right, that's what you were going to say.
He is actually good at this sniper pause 4.
This man has been cooking for sniper for many months, by the way.
Really wants people to play sniper.
Yes, because I remember
Third pick ng Talon, pinag-iisipan nila.
at the Dubai LAN, he was talking to one of the teams playing in it and was like, mid sniper. That's the.
Winminder pala ang coach ng ano.
I think it was Liquid, wasn't it?
Tundra.
Pretty sure it was Liquid. I wasn't gonna name the team, but
Dating
I'm pretty
OG.
sure it was
I
Liquid.
think it was because there was a lot of like coddle mid,
Yes.
which was just like kind of pushing the lane, so you could get away with the carry mids. There was like less track mid with sniper counters.
I also feel like it kind of enables your support because back then maybe it was the meta is shifting towards more emphasis in fighting in the runes. And
Yeah.
sniper, I feel like when you put this style here where you have some AoEs to fight around the ramps, it's very difficult for the enemy team to contest the rune. Like a Razor mid, you just cast the plasma field and you kind of secure the rune.
Yeah.
And sniper does that for your supports.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Thompson is one of the sniper mid players that will actually take it mid. So
You
whenever
think there's a slight flex?
there's
for
a
that team?
there's a
This
slight
team
flex.
specifically.
Yeah, like I think when you see this, you're going to assume it's a sniper 4 because this is the meta. But with Tundra, you always have to look out. Thompson's going to look for any excuse to trick you and play a sniper mid.
I think it's actually hilarious. Most people said this, what is the facet called on Sniper? The scatter shot or something? Most people are like, this is the most useless facet in the game. Then all
I mean,
of
you
a sudden,
think about the position 4 heroes, right? A lot of the heroes that have a good facet now, like Lash and Sniper, they kind of change their spells from long duration to short duration, but you get more damage.
Yeah.
And that works really well in the lane. So I felt like a lot of these facets just made certain heroes have a very, very strong laning phase. And
it's
you can just
funny,
pick it.
it's still facets are still being discovered this late
I,
after they've been
I think the item meta changing helps a lot as well. Like sniper with drums and solar feels really good just
Yeah.
in general. Like you do really well in the early game, you get these early items and you start snowballing with the early items. When Scattershot was first added and it was the facets patch, it was not a group up as 5 like Pipe Greaves sort of auras meta. It was a like how well can you do in the mid game type meta. And when you're talking about the facet that falls off the fastest but has incredible early game didn't even matter back then. It was all about mid game.
Yeah, it was like the Jin Q Marcy's rushing BKB.
Yeah,
becoming a
exactly.
core, yeah.
You're just becoming a core. Yeah.
The thing about Sniper that's always really annoying is he likes to sit on that back line. You know,
Likes
there's
peeping.
normally exactly. There's normally other heroes that are willing to go in for yourself. Obviously, Tusk being one of the ones they've already picked up for themselves. You go, that man wants to initiate, wants to go in. But then on the side of Talon, you then think, okay, how do we get into that back line? How do we just take out this support that's going to be able to deal a lot of damage? And I guess they thought their answers were the Mars Phoenix. Do you guys vibe with it, or? I mean, it's a good combo. You arena and you egg on top. People have done this.
It's a classic
many
combo,
times.
and I think more than anything,
Wow!
taking
Mars
away
Phoenix!
a lot of the heroes that they feel like
At sa
were a
boss,
problem that Tundra had. They
Boss
took away
1
the
naman
bench,
ng
they took
Tundra
away
ay
the
Luna
Mars,
Moon
They
Pang.
brought their own team fight to the equation.
Binana
with the
nila yung
Phoenix here.
Morphling.
It's a well-rounded
Kanina
lineup
kailangan sila
here,
ng Morphling.
whereas Tundra, they're kind of going for the same
Disrespect,
type of
huling-huli na
style
nag-BKB.
strategy.
Yeah, I feel like the Phoenix
Grabe.
also provides you with the support matchup because you like to play Phoenix into
Ilang mommy ko to.
So that is also a small little addition for your draft.
Do you like it a little bit more than for game 1? Like you see a clearer vision.
Yeah, it's much easier.
This is
obviously,
way easier to execute.
Broadcast na,
I
guys.
agree. I think for Tundra, what they're lacking right now is it's some sort of AoE disable. Like Centaur would be good if it wasn't for the fact that they're playing against Mars and Mars Arena counters a Centaur. You drop it down, you can't. You're running hasted speed within a tiny confined space. Really doesn't help that much. But some hero like that that's able to team fight. Some AoE circle.
Yeah, they
I was
need a
thinking
mid shield. They need a
Slaughter.
mid shield in front. They need
Slaughter's good, yeah. A meat shield that also has some sort of stun.
And if you want
in
someone to
team
make
fight.
circles and auras, Underlord could work.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds
Underlord.
pretty
and a lot
good.
with Luna is
Hunker.
very very strong combo.
Yeah.
together.
Ban
Team
ay
fight.
Raijin.
You stand in front, you
Storm
protect her
Spirit
because Luna
para
really
sa
needs someone to
Tundra.
protect her in the team fights
Yeah.
and a distraction. You can't. He's tanky, but you can't ignore him.
Pagkakataon naman magban ng Talon,
She's
meron
not
silang
tanky
5
enough
seconds,
to
4,
survive by herself.
3,
No.
She needs like
1,
someone else to
kung
keep
kang
They
the
actually
kanilang
banned the
pinili.
Kunkka.
Yeah, Kunkka's
Ikaw,
actually a
para
good
iban.
choice.
I thought
Kasi
Kunkka was
bigla
going
lang
to
ang
be
kulang
really
nitong
busted
Tundra
when they
eh.
added the built-in rum innate.
Mm-hmm.
But
Sabi nung
once again,
caster
this is
ay
another one of those ones where you look
offlane,
at all of these top
ano
players
daw?
spamming it.
Offlane
They try it for 8 games. They
Underlord?
lose 7 of them, and then they stop spamming it.
Or
I saw
Underlord
Collapse.
para
on the bench.
sa
Yeah,
ating
Collapse
Dota
couldn't
1.
make it work. So it's like if
Ganun
Collapse is
gagamit
spamming
ito.
something, this guy's like climbing an
Kapag walang
MMR, and this is the one hero he's losing with. I figured it's
I mean, the water park just isn't the same anymore.
it's not the same, dude. You get cannons
Nanay
now,
ko tong Talon.
which are awesome but terrible.
They're not terrible. It's just definitely worse than the old one.
Yeah.
Torrent Storm resting.
But I like the idea. Like this would
Plus one
fit.
ba?
This would fit
DK plus
the
one ba
type
to?
of hero they need perfectly.
DK mid.
Something that has a little bit of team fight, a little bit of disable, and a meat shield to go in front.
Tundra Esports turn to
Oh, they even banned the Centaur despite having the Mars. I mean, I think it's great. Other than Into the Mars.
I feel like the Underlord is a pretty good option here.
I think so.
It'll make the DK.
It's very good with sniper, like your spells with the scatter shot.
You have like double teleportation as well with the gate plus
10
MP,
seconds
and that's kind of what their lineup's all about. Getting around the map here.
Oh, they're gonna pick
Centaur,
Underlord for sure. I was gonna say the only issue is you're
Ban
getting
para sa
counterpicked.
Talon at Monkey King naman sa
But
Tundra.
that's why they ban out the monkey. Never mind.
Alchemist?
What on earth?
Offlane Elk.
Could be mid elk too.
I mean, still, that hero, if they do run it off, gets countered by monkey. Like this carry
Who played
demolishes
Alchemist?
any melee
yeah.
hero.
I mean,
I feel like that's the lane though. Elk plus sniper.
Ano yung sniper?
It doesn't have to be, but it could.
It's a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, I mean,
I like the shot.
I think for sure, the more I think about it, this NP has to go mid because no one in the right mind is going to play
Fuck.
NP offlane into
Back
Enchantress.
mid.
You're just going to give him a free treat.
Yeah,
and
you
he's
just don't
gonna-
skill
mid.
tree or what. Like, what's
And then it's just not good, right?
No.
So it's offlane Alchemist for sure here. I don't think offlane Luna is a thing. I mean, she did
So-
get improved. I'm actually a big Luna fan ever since they made the
You
changes.
are,
to her.
sorry?
Yeah,
Okay, yep.
this hero, like I was not a fan where you would just max your W and E
Yup.
and just go AFK for 20 minutes.
Ranger.
But they changed it so now you can max beam if you want to, get your ulti at 6, and you can participate in the fight, which
Yep.
makes this hero a lot faster. But yeah, they're gonna do
Kaya
the
lang may
offlane Alchemist
panintas yung
here
Tuskar eh.
because I don't think you can do NP offlane.
May
I'm not sure how
panintas din
good
yung
this lane
NP.
is, but you can stack a sniper like crazy if you want to. Alk can get farmed. I don't know if there's a particularly good Ags here to give away, so I'm very
Tusk.
curious to see. I don't think he's gonna go that route. I think he's just gonna build for the team and just get auras even potentially. Maybe he'll go Radiance and be another carry, but that seems a little greedy.
How do you guys feel about the last pick, Akashi Windrunner?
I mean, it's a good lane
It's
into
like
the Elk.
against Alk.
Elk sniper. I think it's
Sniper.
a pretty strong. You need a pretty strong like position 1 carry when you have Phoenix pos. Oh no, it's actually Enchantress pos 5.
I'm also curious what facet he's gonna go. I feel like this is one of the most
He's gonna get
contentious
the
facets out there in the game right now.
everyone
That
is
both,
getting one. No.
both have pros
What's
and
your?
cons.
I want to hear his prediction. What facet do you mean on Windrunner, right?
The whirlwind. I already looked it up. Everyone's getting whirlwind.
They are, yeah.
Every
He's getting whirlwind.
person.
I can see.
But what if
You're not
there's?
supposed to look, Winter.
But what if there's a? Okay, well you already looked, so that's cheating. But he
Shout
could
out
change
sa
it
mga
last time.
viewers natin,
To
guys.
be fair.
Tapusin lang natin
True
para sa
look, true way.
Because
Maganda yung
because
laban.
Focus Fire, I feel like against Luna is pretty
May
good.
zero nga pala,
Okay,
kanina
so then
panalo
what's
na
the
yung
benefit to
Tundra.
going Whirlwind, which I believe...
I guess
is
to
lovely.
me, like with Mars, it gives you team fight.
Yeah, drop arena.
Yeah,
win.
Run
you
in
just
there and
drop
you just-
arena
That
and you
sounds
just
pretty
get a
good.
bunch of AoE damage here. Because that's the downside of going for focus fire is if you don't kill that hero, you're kind of useless.
Yeah,
Right?
if you go on the wrong target, you're
And a
done.
lot of people, sometimes you're forced to just use it on a support because they're there. 'Cause you just have to get it out there.
Pero yung
And
nagsasalita,
now you don't
guys,
feel as bad if you use it on a
dating
support because it
PA
does
champion
spread damage.
And whirlwind
ng
farms.
Inji.
And yeah,
Inji
I
Yeah,
think-
I have, yeah.
I think more than anything, Wind Ranger right now is never a bad pick.
Most
just because
boring player na
Gleipnir really
nag-champion,
strong.
guys.
Universal hero.
Universal, yeah.
Like,
I mean, you can
It's
shift it to
good.
a couple of roles too.
Yeah.
But look, I'm interested to see how the team fights are going to be executed. You got the Egg, you got the Mars
Ngayon,
Arena, now you
nag-champion
have
si
the Whirlwind.
sila
It feels like a
Spear.
lot of AoE
Ayaw
coming
niya
out from
magpa-interview
Talon.
kasi
Is that
sobrang
enough to
stress
push
niya
them
daw.
over the edge? We'll see exactly. As it is game number 2 with our casters, MLP and John.
We are getting into game
Jan
2 here
Expert
between
pa-
Talon
Ito
and
si
of course
Jan
Tundra
Expert
Esports.
Filipino
Jonathan,
yan.
two brand new
Open
drafts.
first.
What are you thinking? Do you feel like Talon has enough here to force game number 2 win, or do you feel like Tundra are walking away with a 2-0 victory?
I mean, I like what Tundra's cooked up. I think I did agree with a lot of the ideas her panel had. I think the Underlord pickup might have worked out a little bit better here, especially if you're playing into the Wind Ranger, or it would have taken away this Wind Ranger option for sure for Talon to even consider, considering the atrophy with the Focus Fire, or the Whirlwind damage reduction makes it pretty awful to play into. But I like what they're cooking on Tundra again. You know, they pick up the Scattershot Sniper. You and I were having conversations about Scattershot before. You told me, John, it's trash. John, please don't stop suggesting that, John. Here it comes. You know?
Support yung sniper pala
Are
to,
you
guys.
happy?
I am happy.
You happy you got that out, Jonathan?
Saksa
You're
gagamit
satisfied?
eh.
I am very
It
sad.
only took you like a year for this to be. It only took about.
Hey, 6 months or so.
Tamang
Okay?
smoke po
Give me
yung
some
Tundra
credit.
sa
6
baba.
months. 6 months.
You're a fortune teller, Jonathan. You're a good man. I can see it. You got that psychic ability.
Break
Here we
ni
go.
Enchantress.
First blood maybe to happen here, as we could have a fight.
Nako,
Smoke around
apat.
from Whitemon. He
Huli
might just
yata
find
si
Ponyo
ano,
here with his
Enchantress,
pants down.
guys.
Ponyo gets sharded up, and it looks like he is just as good as dead. He'll try for the run, but very far out. The
Galing,
slowdown is there
nakapaglagay siyang
from the
heal
blood
kaya
grenade.
lang.
They are still
Yun,
trying for Ponyo,
nakakuha ni
and they
Pure
do
pa.
find him.
Si Pure pa
He'll
nakakuha.
be the one to
First
secure
blood, parang
first blood
Tundra,
on the
guys.
Luna. Probably the best start you could have asked for here for
Akashi.
Tundra.
Na-stun pa.
Akashi?
Taksa.
Also caught Ramses with another unstable concoction. They'll remove half the HP of Akashi to start off this laning stage, and oh boy, Tundra with the aggression
Thompson
already.
mid sa NP, laban kay
That's what we
Mikoto
need
na
to see coming out
DK.
here for Tundra. All their lanes are set up for nice, easy aggression. Maybe except the mid. You've got Mikoto on the DK up against Thompson on the NP once more.
Parang
This
lamang
is,
dito ang
again, a very
DK.
relatively stable lane. You're going to be farming here on Mikoto. You're going to be farming Thompson. Neither side's really going to care too much. You at least have that extra piece of play for
Pero syempre,
Thompson.
DA
If he
champion
does manage
si
to get
Thompson,
the
DA
teleportation
pa-
out
ano,
early on, so
DA
that is something
papalamang.
to look out for. A good voice line out from Pure. I was wondering where those voice lines were. It's been very quiet in
Dito
game
naman sa
one.
bottom ay
Let's
si
see their stay
Ramses.
popping out.
Off lane.
Don't get confident, Jonathan. No one's playing your voice lines. No one, right? Don't. I know what you want. I know you're trying to sell,
Off
Jonathan.
lane
It's not
Alchemist.
hard.
Laban
We're TI,
sa
goddammit.
Force 1
Get it together.
Windbreaker at Enchantress.
I talked to Whitemon, he says we're not friends. I talked to Akashi, they say
Tapos
that we're
naman
not
Jokam
friends.
para
You
sa
know, what can
Mars.
you do?
Sa
What can you do?
Phoenix. Mars.
I'm not friends with them. Yeah. Still, we're
Pure
friends
at
with this game.
Whitemon.
As we're taking a look
Tuskar
at
at
the top lane now
Luna naman.
with
sa top.
Pure on that Luna. Guess we are. It's a love-hate relationship sometimes.
Sino kayo lalamang dito?
Whitemon on the... What was I even saying? Whitemon and Tusk. You've got WS on the Mars
Tingin
and
ko lamang
Joe
dito
Cam
yung
on
ano
Phoenix.
eh.
This is also
Itong
relatively
Talon sa
stable.
top.
I mean, you have some decent play potential.
Visit kasi
Luna's
galing
not
yan si
the
ano?
furthest range hero, so the more
Si
scans
Phoenix.
when we play this is a
Second
WS
skill
special,
niya.
which is rather interesting they allow it through this time around. We've seen WS, even when Mars looked pretty atrocious in some patches, even from his time in Boom, WS makes the hero look damn good, almost like what FBZ used to do in Boom as well, except it has felt
Cast the curse. Well, Shard was there, but the follow-up was not. No curse, Jonathan. Well done. You've done it. Because bottom lane, Akashi and Ponyo, they'll be up against Sarks and Ramses. It seems like already a very good laning stage for Ramses, as he has secured 10 CS. Because Ponyo will try to force him out of the Ench, but he had to go level 1 Nature's Attendance. Now he has the
Grabe mga
enchant up, so he can do a
sniper,
little
guys,
bit
so-
more. But this laning stage
Was
down
for
this bottom lane for
sniper.
Tundra does seem very strong. Like, maybe now the Harpy Stormcrafter could be a little bit annoying for Tundra, but with Saksa and Ramses on an Alk Sniper, it could be a very hard lane here for
Wala, di
Talon.
natin ma-question kung
Yeah,
bakit
it's not going to be
sniper
nice and
yan eh.
simple. I mean, Akashi can always try to win
Ayun,
run away
si
when they do
champion
fully
yun eh,
commit with
sakta.
stun, but you're not dodging out the shrapnel damage. This scatter shot facet is just, it's a lot of damage, you know? And I love seeing it come into play here at TI, the road to the International, finally seeing this in play. It just allows you to really zone out these heroes quite hard. It's giving this melee matchup up against dual range a lot of play for Ramses, no care in the world. He knows the sniper can
mabibigyan si
always
Joe
cover
Cam.
up top, getting a little bit aggressive here.
Jokam almost goes down, but they didn't quite have enough
Shoutout pala
damage.
kay Manok. Si isang
Laban
platong
dropping
tinga.
quite low
Favorite
himself.
hero niya to eh.
Meanwhile, bottom lane looks like there was a bit of a chase onto Ponyo, but they won't quite be able to
Sniper,
secure us.
mukhang
Now
mabibigyan.
Saksa in
Nabigyan
danger, and
niya ni
Saksa,
Akashi.
he'll be the one to go down as Akashi picks up his first kill on the win range. There's a classic Ench bait,
sinasabi
right?
ko,
You
mahirap
chase the
yan.
Enchantress expecting an easy
Post
kill,
for
and
sniper.
you end up giving one away instead.
That's a nice little boon for Akashi. Again, in not really a slower lane, but a lane where he's not really finding as much, say, aggressive play. The Ench can't really zone
Uy,
him out too
nabigyan
hard.
naman si Phoenix
You isolate that
dito.
sniper, it can still be easy pickings. They will take care of Jokam up top. So what if the safe lane's having a pretty decent time here and finding these pickoffs on the supports?
Nagkabigayan na,
Not as
guys.
much as you'd want to get out here from Ramses and WS, but Pure and Akashi off to a decent enough start, at very least, to set that tempo here. Really curious to see how much more Thompson can get done. This lane on mid has been a lot slower for him in comparison to last game. 13 to 5 on the NP compared to
Naku,
23
patay
to
ata
8.
si Thompson.
Ponyo?
Does go down. They will get a bit of revenge here onto Ponyo. Akashi unable to help out as he was stunned up by Ramses. You were saying though that the mid lane does certainly seem a hell of a lot slower here for Thompson this time
Babawi,
around. But
mabibigyan
in
niya ata si
fairness,
Pure yun.
he's up against Deke,
Nahuhuna ko pa
which is
ako.
kind of the king of just
Naku,
slowing down your CS. His
babaliktad
top
pa
lane.
yata. Yun nga,
WS
nabigyan-
in danger.
WS
Chases
pa
on him.
nabigyan,
Pure
guys.
does secure. Now they'll go for Joe Cam as well. Joe Cam
Nako, wala siyang
We'll have to
panakas.
walk the old-fashioned way, but
20
Pure and White One
seconds.
both just slowly
Kaya,
chasing him
iskilan mo na
down.
lang.
Eventually we'll
Yan,
find him.
kaya mo
Pure
yan.
has to be a little
Nice
bit
one.
careful though, and
Not
he does
bad.
actually die, but he secures the double kill before he does. So I suppose you could probably just call that worth for the loop.
Okay lang, okay
It's
lang.
not too bad. You don't give the EXP away to Jokam. As a Phoenix, you really want to rush into that 6 or even just
Dobson,
level
iniwan
5.
yung mid.
And you don't get that free EXP. Taking that tick last, unfortunately, there. Getting a bit of a free chase onto Ponyo as well when he's trying to scout out these camps, but not going to be able to get that full committal onto the Ench. Still, 2 to 5 star Tundra this time coming out of the laning phase in pretty strong fashion.
Para mabilis makapag-radiance.
I was oohing there, John, because Ponyo did accidentally throw a blood grenade
Tingin ka
instead
fast-paced
of
ang game
dropping
itong
off.
ano?
I do believe.
Itong Tundra.
Will be
It
just
happens.
fine though. It does happen. We all misclick once in a while. Ponyo being chased down for a little bit by Sarks and Ramses. In fact, the unstable concoction is going to be channeled. Can they get within range? Ramses? Oh, he was almost there. He was like a centimeter away, just not quite. But now Sarks are being chased down here by Ponyo. He'll try for the TP play out, and he will not make it. Ponyo is able to secure, but now Akashi even chasing down Ramses, but
Ito, gitna
Thompson
naman ang
doesn't really
hinahabol
have the
nila. Si
damage.
Thompson,
Meanwhile, mid lane,
takbo lang.
chase for Thompson, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah. Did force out Whitemon to make that way
Sakto
onto
yung save ni
mid as well
Whitemon.
to secure the rune. And he is forced to take the
Hindi
amp
dumating
damage
si
for
Whitemon,
himself.
patay si Thompson.
So Thompson not going to be able to get too much out. We'll at least get the TP reset with the teleportation back in. We haven't seen that much side lane movement this time around. Probably not to be expected until we get a little bit more. Doesn't feel like the side lanes have opened up. I was expecting maybe some movements down bot. Play with a shrapnel there. Still focusing onto that mid, but you've got Ponyo to help support this push. And Mikado is getting a steady shove in onto the tier 2 here. And at the very least, not contested by Tundra all too hard on that front.
Apologies about that, John. Mid lane. Looks like there is a fight breaking out right now. Ponyo could be in a bit of danger. Snowball will land, and Ponyo still alive for now. The Sprout will be
Ponyo,
there, but walking
makakatakas
down a
nga
little
ba?
bit longer as
DK,
Whitemon.
sinusubukang iligtas.
Going for a run, keeping the vision up.
Ayan
The
na nga,
heals
kaya
are
lang
too
dumating
much,
si
though.
Pure si Luna, nag-clips.
Pure, gonna move in
Uy!
with clips
Uy!
now.
Sayang.
Lost vision? No, he hasn't. He'll find him. It's alright, he'll secure the
Hindi niya
kill.
napag.
Oh,
Very worthwhile. I mean, you're probably not looking for a wider team fight here for Pure early on, so you might as well get the pick off. When that
Akashi,
flips,
mabibigyan
get back to
yata.
farm. They isolate Akashi out here as well.
they certainly
Nako.
have Akashi. He's a big target, and they've got him. Ramses and Sarks are able to get the job done. The wind run was on cooldown, and that's just going to make life even easier for Ramses now, who has a completely
si
free lane.
Marimar.
Already top the net worth.
3
for
to
the
7,
Alchemist,
1k net worth lamang
It
ng
does certainly
Tundra.
start to feel like this is going to be a pretty strong
Number 1 sa
offlane
network,
Alchemist game.
siyempre si Ramses.
And it is.
GB
Getting
naman
that
dahil
ramp up
Alchemist
into
yan.
more than likely just a
Mapakalawa si
standard
Luna.
Radiance build up. The miss chance is going to hurt the Wind Ranger even more. I'm a little bit surprised Akashi even tried to move a little bit forward with a Whirlwind.
Team pa yaman tong ano, guys.
Didn't have his
Tong
javelin
Tundra.
up at that point. There's no real output
Sobrang
here for the
greedy
Wind
ng
Ranger
hero
to
nila.
threaten until at least the javelin timing. And a little bit optimistic to try to look for the cleanup
Nature's
while all of that
Prophet,
attention
Luna,
is dragged
Alchemist.
onto mid, even
Yung
in
mga
1v1.
hero mang greedy
Have
sa
to see
pera.
if they can maybe get some movement across the gate. They will get Akashi and Ponyo for the same movement up top once more. This time around, though, Tundra is not camping around to be jumped. They are playing it safer, understanding what Talon's done in the last game.
Mikoto, yan na nga
You
po,
say safe,
apat.
you're looking at that mid-tier one
Nahabol
tower
si
instead,
Mikoto.
here Pure.
Nawala pa
Getting
yung dragon
vision
form
on
niya,
Kodo.
napakamalas
Sharp
pero
will block the
makakaligtas.
staircase,
Dumating
but
si
Whitemon
Mars.
can't quite lock him
Nagtakbuhan,
down long
maipit
enough.
si Whitemon,
But WS is here now,
nakapag-rolling.
looking for the tusk. They've still got help around here from Tundra, but
Uli,
they may just allow
alay na nga
Whitemon to
si, ano, dito,
die,
Whitemon,
as they
guys.
are unwilling to risk the rest of their lives. So Whitemon will be the
Kaya lang,
sacrifice, but
pabasag
in the
ng
meantime,
top.
they've got the mid-tier one tower. The
Pero
double
nahuli pa siya,
graded-
guys.
the double graded
Si
treants,
Pure
it's
nahuli
just
pa,
so
nabigyan pa
much
si Pure,
damage.
walang ulti yan. 3
Top lane,
seconds.
Pure.
Sayang.
He will end up dying though. Akashi able to secure a kill from
Ganda,
himself, so a
ganda.
pretty nice one there, along with the tier 1 tower.
Below 1k na lang
Again,
yung lead
Tundra,
na
they did
network
find
ng
the
Tundra,
tier 1
guys.
mid.
5-7.
They can start to, again, play around at
Lamang
lane
ng dalawa sa
pressure we saw
kills.
in the last game.
Kaya lang lamang sa Torre itong
Still
ano,
needing that full
Talon.
maelstrom into the Gleipnir to have a little bit more presence, but can already just start to spam these treants around, keep every lane shoved in, maybe even threaten down bot at some
Ibibigay
point.
ba?
Mid is
Didepensa.
looking chipped away by
Didepensahan
Mikado.
nila.
TPs are
Kaya
in
lang
stock.
mababasag.
The Ench army is here. That'll get the job done.
Ponyo naipit,
Shots on Ponyo.
nakapag-kill
That'll
ng
lock him
third
down.
skill
Here
niya,
come the
kaya lang
drinking
hindi
buddies as
sapat
well, so
para siya
Thompson get
mabuhay.
right to work, and of course Ponyo will just drop very quickly. Nice pick up here from Tundra. Probably not so happy that they lost their mid-tier 1 tower, but there's not really much they could have done about it, in fairness. They will at least secure something for their trouble, as they are also going to pop a smoke here with Whitemon and Saksa. Heading down towards the south, they'll see if they can find Akashi down at that bottom lane. And Akashi is still hanging around. Power shot going right through Ramses. The raindrops actually saves the life of Ramses on top.
Pinanghuli nila. Subukan nilang huliin si Akashi, kaya lang nakaramdam.
Akashi, wind running at the right moment, will be able to survive though. Here comes Thompson looking for some vision.
Ang ganda nung
Unable to
takas
find
niya.
them.
Nice little readout from Akashi. Full commitment out from Tundra. We'll at least find that tier 1 bot in exchange. They're pushing power again. With a Luna on hand, with an NP is pretty damn strong. Just a lot of just right-click damage to each of these early objectives. Get that done with no contest. Instantly TPing back into their mid and top to get that farm flowing. Talon, not at the point where we feel the comfiest in team fights. They do have Arena ready. Egg not quite there yet from Jokam. But you don't have easy initiation angles yet. You still need that blink up on WS. You've got an initial item coming out here for Mikato. That is his blink ready to go. So you could maybe play off of this DK. See if they will want to play more aggressive. I mean, you rush blink on DK, you're not going to be farming around, even with Fire Dragon form. So you will want to get a kill. And there's that smoke. A kill onto Pure would be massive. This Luna has not had the best of time post-laning phase. Even the laning phase was a little bit slower for Pure in terms of net worth here.
Subukan nilang huliin si Luna, guys.
They're still running towards the north. Dragon form popped.
Huli yata si Pure. Huli nga, nakadagger na yung DK. Binigyan. Hindi na nakapindot ng ulti si Luna, guys. Hindi niya napipindutin.
And Pure, well, he's trying to fight through it, but there's just no helping
Tinanggap
coming.
niya lang kanyang kamatayan.
He's actually a pretty tanky carry, but it is not going to be enough. Talon able to secure a very important kill.
Again, this Luna has been sacrificed a little bit. Laning phase,
Pang-anim sa net worth si
maybe
Luna,
find
sa
that kill
mababa.
on Jokam. Overall, WS still gets control on the Mars. Not the furthest range matchup for the Mars to feel uncomfy in. He is sacrificing a lot of his farm for Ramses and Thompson to scale up as well. So this Luna's impact's not going to be felt for a little bit longer, and Talon's just poking at that wound. This is still giving that space they're looking for in Tundra, though. Again, Ramses just lacking the Sacred Relic, already has the gold for that full Radiance. Already up and running. Farming pace is going to kick in. The mischance could save him from these two physical cores they have here. As they jump Jokam
Up again.
Nakatakas, guys.
Finding Jokam underneath.
Jokam yun, naipit.
Shards are going to land, of
Nakapag-ulti
course,
pa.
from
Grabe
Laban.
naman si
They'll force out
Jokam
the egg,
doon.
Do they have enough?
Grabe si Thompson pa
He
napahamak.
gets caught out. The power shot, it's going to get the job done. In fact, Ponyo, who also follow.
Grabe
They'll
yung
try
ginawa
for a
ni
run, but now
Ponyo doon.
Whitemon's also been caught. Whitemon will drop. They
Galing
turn
ni
a shackle
Jokam
on
dun, guys.
Saksa. That'll be a fourth target.
Nakapag-itlog
Can
pa.
they find the fifth?
Tatlo kapalit
It is
ni Enchantress,
Pure,
guys.
and they know he's there. They just
Grabe,
need
mga
the blink up and they've got it.
Mga 1-1
Ricardo will
ah.
land the stun. Pure trying to just
Ayan,
run
nag-alchemist,
underneath
kaya lang
that
walang
T2
buhay
tower.
to eh.
Here comes Ramses to help out.
Naku,
But
patay
Pure
ka pa,
is
Alchemist.
certainly going to fall as
Napahama ka
Ramses
pa,
now.
boy.
Feeling
Ginagawa
charitable.
mo,
We'll
wipe
have
out.
one more over here to Talon. My
3K
goodness,
lead,
what a
11-9.
team fight to come out. And that should have been a really easy pick-off onto
Grabe talaga
Jokam,
nagagawa ng
but that
Phoenix.
egg last
Visit talaga.
second. And the decision from Thompson to turn around to try and burst it down.
Thompson, mukhang
it just
mababurst na
cost
naman
them
siya.
so much.
Nahuhuli
Now
si Thompson
Akashi,
ito, guys.
bottom lane, focus fire popped. Thompson, he's gonna go for the fight. Akashi pretty confident with the power
Nako,
shot out. The
talo
wind run
pa
not
siya.
lasting long enough. And Thompson,
Akashi, ginagawa
wants
mo.
man up and secured the
Babawi
kill,
na
but now
naman ni Goto.
Makoto's here. Makoto will trade, but it's
Pangit
still a
kasi nung
very good trade
pacet
for
ni
Thompson.
Akashi.
Yeah, not too bad.
Pasabog.
Get that big kill on the Wind Ranger, slow down that tempo as it's coming through, stall out that timing for the Gleipnir here. I think we're also starting to see some of these shortcomings here for Tundra in the sniper pickup. Saksa, yes, his damage is great with shrapnel in the laning phase, and the panel touched on this. The damage is insane. It doesn't feel like they managed to get as much as they want from that lane with Ramses in terms of slowing down Akashi. And now when the sniper's caught out, it's just dead. He has the Pavista to try to save himself. No shard just yet. That could be another tool, maybe a 4-staff rush. But the damage output's not feeling amazing with a shrapnel. I mean, we saw Mikado just stand under a full shrapnel, no issues. So he's starting to lose a little bit of that luster here.
Ponyo trying to get the D wards off, but does end up sacrificing his life. Not really expecting Whitemon and Pure to be right around the corner. And they still have the vision there. It has not been dewarded or denied by Tundra, so I suppose you can always go back for it. Pure's going to run into WS here top lane. WS actually trying to go for the fight. Does have the
walang
heal set
ulti yan
up,
si
but drops
Luna.
the arena first.
Kaya lang, hindi
Pure
sapat ang damage
happily just
sa
standing his
WS.
ground for now. WS will eventually throw a spear out, but it doesn't really stun him up. So they have the DK. Now the egg dropped on top still. The Luna is perfectly fine as Whitemon is just trying to giga chat it up. Pure though in danger once again, does finally go down. There's now Whitemon trying to back up, but here comes the cavalry. Saxa though and Whitemon both burning to Jokam. They're both down. Now Thompson dropping low. Thompson is gone. Ramsey's on top, trying to run away, but it's gonna be another team wipe for Talon.
Grabe naman yan.
Oh my! I'll tell you what, John. Game 2, the boys woke up.
Position yung
They're
Tundra.
here now.
That they are.
Easy.
I mean, we saw this kind of pacing from Talon in game 1 as well. They're mid-game, they're finding some openings, they're finding some isolation play. This time around for Tundra, I think a big issue with this kind of draft is their team fight is not there. Right, like they last picked this Ramses offlane alchemist. They don't
Filipino
really have a
represent
way
guys si
of
Akashi yung
controlling people
Windranger.
beyond like the
Isa
blatant
Pinoy
pick up on
nakapasok.
Thompson, which he does have.
PI.
Beyond that, I mean, it doesn't even boil down to like team fight control there, but they just lack control in general. You're reliant on Sprout, you're reliant on isolation with shards and Snowball, and that's really it for your control. You have really good damage if you can hold people in shrapnel, but you don't have a stable way of getting that done. You don't have a great egg clearer either, because the Luna is very close range. Again, even with the Dragonlance, doesn't stand the furthest way back to be safe. And it just puts you at massive risk. Talon, 17-12, 4K up, looking good at 16 minutes into the game. Starting to hit that tempo spike early on.
Warded. Ito si Thompson na
This
pupusuan
Warp's doing a
nila.
lot of work here,
Nako,
John
nabigyan
Thompson.
naman ni
Being spotted
Thompson.
out by WS. Will go for the fight. He's stuck in the arena anyway, so he's got really no choice in the matter. And Thompson, he will drop once again. And that
Sa bottom na lang kayo
observable just
mag-farm
towards the
siguro,
north of that
Tundra.
tier 2 top tower. It's doing some great
Ganda
work
ng
here for
ward, no?
Talon.
And it is not the most obvious spot either. And they've not been able to send their supports over after that fight up top earlier. We saw how fast the backline mounts as well, and how much poke damage the side of Talon has. And they're going to be able to find this tier 2. First tier 2 of the game, going their way. Up against an NP, that's a pretty big loss for Tundra. You'd expect a little bit more from Thompson to try to, again, just split push, but he's been looking for these fights. He's been angling in, as we've seen in game 1. This time around, not panning out the same way. I think Talon's done a great job in correcting their draft. This draft, it does feel a lot more playable as well. You hit some spikes now. Akashi does have the Gleipnir.
He's going to land on Ramses, but he'll be able to just kind of dispel that off and run. And Whitemon was there with the drinking buddies just in case anyway. It seems like Talon, they still want to try and force a fight once again. They are heading towards the side of Tundra, down to that bottom right corner of the map. Ponyo trying to scout out with this Hellbear Smasher. We'll see Thompson very soon. Ponyo happy to just tank for the team. It seems as though Talon have made the decision to just retreat.
Itong mahirap sa
Tundra in a very
jungler
defensive
din.
position, not giving it away any openings here to Talon. And they're going to go for a smoke up. Saxa and Whitemon, they'll be the ones to try and rotate into that Radiant jungle once again. Invis picked up by Whitemon will make that a little bit easier, but Joe Camp will just Icarus dive away. Looks like they have found out Ramses. Arena and Spear will land onto the Alchemist, and Ramses, he does not have his ulti available for another 2 seconds. Still waiting it out. He'll land a very nice stun, and now the turnaround. Ramses, he'll survive. It's now WS in trouble. Joe Camp running to boot. Meanwhile, Akashi.
Grabe si Jokam, guys. Hindi nila kaya. Dapat pineverse nila yung ano.
Ramses, it's him against the world, and he just ends up just destroying himself. It was looking so good for Tundra, but Akashi comes in. And just, the arrows were everywhere, John. Everyone copped it.
A Whirlwind, man. That damage is just insane, especially with the Gleipnir fully up. The procs
Akashi
everywhere, you've got the
pinupuri,
isolation.
dapat
You get a really good front line as well here for Talon to play with WS just taking these aggressive plays that he loves to do on the Mars. A big
Tingnan mo,
factor here
nakatakas
as
pa
well
siya
is that
dito.
Jokam doesn't die. Right, like they're playing under vision. They managed to get the jump first on that smoke play onto Ramses, nail the arena combination, have again these two tanky frontliners cop a lot of the spells, and Jokam somehow manages to slip away while Ponyo provides the distraction on the side, giving Akashi the room to just whirlwind in. It's just ruinous for the side of Tundra. They need these auras to be up on Ramses.
That is a stupid amount of damage being pumped out from Akashi. It was just looking like such a lost team fight for Talon, but boy oh boy, just one hero shows up and everything changes immediately. As
9k lead para sa
now
Talon.
Tundra, not to be outdone, they'll start to try and reclaim their side of the map. WS and Ponyo, they'll happily retreat. Thing is now the net worth sitting at 9k the way of Talon. Makes it very hard for Tundra, especially with a draft like this where you want to be playing from in front.
Hirap kasi ng tatlong
They'll TP
greedy.
everyone down towards the bottom side of the map,
Tormentor,
but they'll
nagawa
try
na
for the
nila.
Tormentor here on the Dire's side, and they will secure
kay
here for
Sniper.
Saksa. But in the meantime, of course, Talon, they'll just take the bottom tier 1 tower for free. There's just so much catching up to do now for the side of Tundra. Like, they're just going to sit back and relax for quite a while. Especially for Pure's sake, because that man is quite behind when it comes to the net worth department.
And then
But
Laban.
he is. But again, you're playing with an NP and an Alchemist. Both of these heroes will just soak up that farm a lot faster than this Luna does. And I don't know if that investment's really paying off. I do appreciate that Ramses is going for the aura coverage that they are lacking on Tundra. He's got the pipe, he's going Crimson Guard. That's going to really stall out Akashi's damage output here at the very least. But it still doesn't fix their fundamental control issue. Even if you survive the initial onslaught, I'm not sure how you deal with Arena Egg overall. I'm not sure if you have enough to burst Makoto.
Oh, I think Makoto's baiting here. His team is right behind with a big smoke out on Thompson. He was caught in the front lines. In fact, now a big arena from WS catching 3. Snowball will save for now, but the egg just going, and now the whirlwind out from Akashi, destroying everyone. Thompson's been caught. He'll try for the Sprout TP play out, but there's just no chance in hell.
I don't think so.
Talon finding another 3 targets.
Don't be mad.
And they're feeling confident now as they'll go through the bottom tier 2 tower. Hell, they might even go to the tier 3 tower. Why the hell not?
And they've got that pushing pace with Makoto around. Not much Ramses and Pure can really do to stop this. And they've got Eclipse up, but again, how do you take these team fights, Ramses?
They've even found another Akashi. Had the Spidey senses tingling. Ramsey's still trying to fight this one out. He was kind of just left alone there for Akashi. He'll hand the tip over now. A bit of sweet, sweet revenge as Ramses just would not back off. And now the bottom racks is certainly set to go down. Back top lane, they found Pure. They have found Pure. Though here comes Thompson, but you've got WS to help out. So Pure annihilated. Thompson, what can you do? The answer is nothing. Double kill for Akashi. Meanwhile, in the tire base, Saksa in huge trouble. Drinking Buddy's gonna help a little bit, but not too much, as now Whitemon also set to fall. Does go down, a full team wipe. More tips coming up from Akashi. That's the Filipino coming out at him, John. There it is.
That it is, the boy from Butuan giving the tips out. Yeah, very quiet here from our young play WS. Side of Tundra, again, they don't have a lot of play. Like, with an off-lane Alk that didn't really pop off, going for the aura build, even with that survivability, how do you expect to fight into this? Like, 2 durable front lines, no real burst damage to speak of. Even the Ench is going to take a while to melt through as well. And you've got this Wind Ranger with so much movement and so much damage that you really don't have stable catch for. The answers are hard to find right now for the side of Tundra.
Bit of a chase. This looks like a very desperate chase here, as they are going to try on the Ench, but there's just no chance of killing Ponyo. Makoto, he's a tanky boy. I don't think Makoto's dying that easily. And props to Tundra for trying to find at least a bit of a straggler, but Talon will not allow it. In fact, Talon are looking like they're setting up for a bit of a bait play. Ooh. Hoping someone farms the mid lane, and Ramses, he'll be the man to show up. They'll make the immediate jump in. Drinking Buddy's out, but the arena gonna lock both of them down. Whitemon with the snowball, he'll buy a little bit of time, and meanwhile Akashi right in the tier 4 towers. He could not give a crap, this man. The Wind Ranger just shredding everyone apart. There goes Thompson. There goes Ramses by the looks of it. He is gone, and GG is called. Talon will tie this series up 1-1.
That they do after a spectacular game 1 from Tundra, especially past, around 20 minutes. Talon come back in game number 2. They correct their draft really well. They see the NP opener. They go with the DK mid this time instead of messing around with something like the Ricky mid. And all their lanes look pretty damn good. You were trading blows a little bit. You did lose first blood, but lane control was all set up. Akashi wasn't pressured at all. He hits his timings. You had Mikado being really active, that quick blink coming out from him. And this time it was the side of Tundra that was kind of coming in with forced movement, especially in that mid-rune fight when they were trying to chase down Jokam. It just fell apart from that moment on.
Absolutely, a 1-to-1 series here between Tundra and Talon. And with that, Jonathan, we can head back to our panel and see what they thought about this game too.
It was a great display from Talon, is all I really kind of had to say here. Not just in gameplay, but also in the way that they were able to adjust their draft. I think that's one of the toughest things, because you come into this, you have your ideas. When I say come into this, like into not only your matchup against Tundra for them, but also just this event of, okay, what's going to work for us? What do we think is really in that S tier? And to be able to adjust it just slightly. They didn't do a full 180 winter, but just enough of a change that team fights easier to execute, significantly more impact from their supports as well, it felt.
Yeah, the draft is like way more balanced. It's easier to play. We mentioned this in the previous panel. And I felt like overall, picking WS Hero early and just sticking to it probably might be the way to go for them, instead of waiting until the end and being indecisive about what you want to put him on in the draft.
I think my standout for this is, everyone knows when Ranger does well, she puts out that damage, especially with the Whirlwind facet there. But the Phoenix, I think, is the hero that hasn't been on a radar competitively for very long. So to see it come out here, and just the amount of damage it's able to do on the back line towards the 4 and the 5s on the side of Tundra, it just made them a non-factor. You no longer had that damage coming out from the sniper. You no longer had those saves in the Drinking Buddies or in the Snowball as well for you.
Yeah, I mean, Joachim played an amazing game on the Phoenix here. They definitely got a lot of kills, and they didn't have a way to mitigate anything as well on the side of Tundra. You're picking a lot of heroes that want to get kills, but if you are behind, you're in a situation where team fighting is very difficult. And just to go back to Talon and sing their praises about how they adjusted so well in the drafting stage. Yep. They picked the DK, it went to the mid lane like we wanted. They block picked, which I think was the bigger part of this game, the Ench and the Mars, and they picked the Phoenix on top of it to give it to like the good team fight damage. And once you get behind a little bit, this Alchemist who's going Radiant, your mid NP who doesn't buy any auras either, your supports aren't buying many auras as well, you have a Luna who wants to farm. Once you get behind with the draft that Tundra has, you have no chance against Talon's draft. They just have too much overwhelming team fight.
I mean, this is why I felt like the Radiance was kind of bad. I know you mentioned that you felt like it could be okay, but I felt like when the Wind Ranger TP'd top, okay, he gated top to take the top tower. If the Elk had like face boot solo, because he had that kind of net worth, but he was just saving for his Radiance. If he had like the early game items and he went and fight, I feel like the game would have been more comfortable for Luna, because the Luna kind of got kicked out of the lane, and I think she died as well because she stayed too long and she got killed, and her game wasn't as good as it could be, you know. Yeah. And you talk about the Phoenix doing a lot of damage in the team fights. That was also partly because, like, I think the early fights, the Elk went Radiant, so he got a pipe later, but it was late, you know. They already lost like one too many team fights, and I felt like the whole game kind of fell on them, and they couldn't really farm on the Luna anymore.
I would love to see a game 3 of this series, just because I feel like the way that the draft went from game 1 to game 2, like Fear mentioned, there was the block picks. I feel like Mars would be a really high value pick between these two teams, because both WS and Ramses, they honestly carried both games with the Mars. Yeah. Like the fact that this hero not only gives the team fight that is needed for, at the very least within the meta of this series, two teams that want to fight constantly, but also he's a good pick-off hero as well. You can just throw out like a casual spear and hit somebody with a stun and kill somebody.
He's very good against all the range carries now. The Lina, Mirana, Wind Ranger.
It's a good hero. It's a high win rate as well.
Unfortunately, Jenkins, we're going to have to stick to the best of twos. You're not going to get a third game. But we can look at this series. We've just been talking about game number 2, but someone that has a little bit more information, something they want to bring up from game number 1, is Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, there's a lot of really big moments that happen at TI every year, and I want to look at some of those detailed moments, at least for the first game that we caught. Ramses was playing Mars. He was very instrumental. He was the initiator guy. He's the one that's catching some big moments. So let's take a look at this Roche fight. It was around 32 minutes here. What Ramses did first was he fed his life mercilessly to the enemy team. He got very little value out of this other than saying, hey, the team is here, they're going to kill me, and now you can finish Roche. But what he did afterwards was really cool. The team basically prepares to fight if they need to, and when it looks like the commitment has happened, he does buy back. He TPs to the top outpost. He's going to go take the gate to go show up to the fight and see how much impact he has in this fight. Now, if you look at the start, Thompson's half HP, has already used BKB. He is going to die. But Mars up here is going to jump in and change this fight outcome in a huge way. And what the arena does basically is it makes all ranged attacks just not go through this. So that means Thompson can just skirt his little butt to the left. That protects him from the Mirana and other heroes inside the ring. And then he also gets a great double nuke on all of the heroes that are in the ring as well. And then Thompson being very, very low. Check this out. 6 seconds ago, actually, was when he pulled out the little Lotuses here, which allows him to keep Thompson alive. Thompson had 2 HP there before using the Lotus. Completely changed the outcome of the fight. So not only did they get Roche, they also turned that into a great team fight, which allows them to pressure the game. So one big moment from the first game. We'll be bringing you guys a lot more of those as the tournament progresses.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Purge. It's great to see that breakdown because Roche fights are always important in every game. We know that. But how you're able to still make it work for yourselves even when you're one hero down, when someone's already dead, how quickly and impactful a buyback and a twin gate can be for you right there. And also leads into what you were saying, that Mars is going to be really highly contested. Does that continue on throughout a lot of different aspects in different games, different teams, even into different stages, all the way up to playoffs and maybe even main stage of Mars being looked at? Or is there going to be more?
I think so. Yeah. I think part of the reason for that is because his big issue was not that he wasn't a strong hero. He was still considered like an A-tier offlaner, even when everybody was building like the Pipes and the Greaves of the world. But Mars does not want to build Pipe and Greaves. He wants Blink BKB. That's what you've done on Mars in every single meta that he's existed. And now that those items are...
Not true. Sometimes you build Yules.
Sometimes Yules, and then into the Blink. And then into the
so
Blink.
Good for you.
Now, people are already not going to be building those items anyway because they've fallen off a little bit. People are trying to figure out new things that they can get away with. So I think that really helps Mars that the offlane meta is switching, and he was already A tier.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting because both these teams are going to go into their next series like, oh, and Mars, this is great. And we'll see if it continues to work. If there was a game 3, the meta would be evolved between these two teams in the third game, but not now.
Yeah, well, look, you don't get a game 3. It's best of 2. We're still in groups, but we do get a second series. It's Nouns up against BB Team, and we've talked about what the offlane meta could potentially be. So let's actually talk to one of the offlaners. Gunnar is standing by. We're going to have a quick interview with him.
Hello, we are joined by Gunnar, the offlaner of Nouns. And Gunnar, obviously, welcome to the International. You've defeated Shopify at last to get here. How does it feel, and what's the burden of the NA region like on your shoulders?
It feels really nice, because last year we were the 3rd team from NA to get to TI, and now we're the only team. So it feels good to be like representing the whole region.
Absolutely. So, you know, these qualifiers obviously were... you know, a big moment for you guys. You were able to qualify for both the big events this summer. What was it that enabled you to sort of overcome those difficulties and get these qualifications?
I think individually all of us tried really, really hard and played a lot before those qualifiers to prepare. I remember there was a day at Milwaukee, I woke up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. and I played till pretty much I went to sleep, and I wanted to practice my Doom. I played like 15 Doom games in a row. Specifically for those qualifiers, we hit like a really good peak for the team at the time. And it was really nice to see that we felt really confident going into them.
You obviously believe that this team can do it. You know, you have a lot of trust in your teammates and yourself as well. But there's also like a lot of underdogs at this DI. You know, there's a lot of first timers. There's a lot of question marks. What do you believe makes you different from the rest of the teams coming in?
I think recently we've gotten a lot better than we were pretty much the whole year. After Riyadh, it was pretty disappointing for us. I think we could have done better. But then in the last 2 tournaments, we got top 6 in both of them. And I think we're kind of hitting the point in the patch where we all feel really comfortable playing our heroes. I think Copy's really, really good, and I think he's going to show it at this TI. And also Yuma has worked on kind of presenting himself to carry the games in the game and the way he talks, and I think he's improved a lot, and I think he'll carry us.
That's what you want to hear. All right, so obviously you switched from mid to offlane a while ago. You know, it feels like you're very well settled into that role. Now that you've kind of gotten to see all that, you know, the offlane has to offer and the meta shifts and everything, you know, how do you feel in this role compared to how you felt at mid?
I think at the start of the year, I didn't really know offlane that well, and I was kind of just writing off the game is pretty much the same from TI, just I'll do everything. And then as the year went on, I think I started to struggle more because the role kind of changed a little. There's patches, learning new heroes. And so probably in the middle of the year was the hardest for me to really have to learn the offlane and play it. And then I think now it's getting back to the point where I feel really confident. I'm playing my heroes. And I would say the last 2 or 3 months I've improved a lot, I would say.
Yeah, I think that comes across as well. Do you ever feel like you're kind of in a good position to constantly be adapting because, you know, you have swapped roles, you know, you've been kind of more flexible than players who have just been doing the same thing since day one? Do you feel like that sometimes you can use that to your advantage when there's meta changes?
There's been some heroes that randomly pop up in offlane, and it's heroes I played before, which are really nice. Like I played Mars mid a lot and Pango mid, and both those heroes, different parts of the year, were really popular.
Yeah.
Right now, I think it's mostly pretty standard offlaners. So right now, it's not per se what I'm like the old heroes I used to play.
Yeah.
But in terms of kind of being aggressive on the map, I think last TI, the mid role was kind of similar to what the offlane is now. There was a bunch of tanky strength heroes that would just go in and fight the enemy constantly.
Heartblade Mill.
Yeah, Heartblade Mill. And so this time it's kind of replaced with auras to some extent, but the playstyle is still the same. So knowing your limits, going in and living with 100, 200 health is pretty much what I was doing before. So to some extent, yeah,
So the meta's
it's similar.
followed you.
Yeah.
Well, as for yourself, you know, I know your parents are, you know, huge supporters of you. You know, like we've talked about that in the past. They came to Seattle last year. You know, are they going to be watching or attending this year?
I think as of now, my mom and my sister are coming.
Oh wow!
So they'll both be here for the main event. Last year at TI, when we made top 8 and like played in the big arena in front of my family, it was probably one of the best moments of my life, if not the best moment of my life. Not just because of the family, but just knowing how special TI is.
Yeah.
And so I think this year, I don't think it'll be any different. Even though it's a second TI and you could say it's not as special as your first, I think it will feel the same.
How would it feel to win with your family audience and, you know, everything you've done to get to this point?
This team does have has what we need to win. I think it'd be amazing for Copy and Yuma. It's their first TI. I think we can do it. I honestly feel pretty confident going into this TI.
Oh, beautiful piece between Nomad and Gunner there. I love that he talked about last TI. It was a slightly different roster, of course, for Nouns there, but just how far they made it and now how good this team is looking coming into this TI. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted because Jenkins has had a little bit of an outfit change for the Nouns series. Is that what this is for your NA friends and brothers?
No, I changed shirts. I had a different shirt on, so... But yeah, I'm really excited to see the series. I think Nouns versus BB Team will be great. I've really enjoyed watching BB Team at previous tournaments. I think they've kind of dispelled the myth that they're this like tilting team. They've looked really good. They haven't won a tournament yet, but they've always consistently done extremely well. They're a power roster.
What's extremely well? Like what's...
They got 4th in Fissure, they got 5th through 6th in Riyadh, and they got 3rd in Dream League. I mean, these are nothing to scoff at.
Would you have a favorite in this series though, or like?
My favorite, yeah, I'd probably say BB Team is definitely.
Really?
They're gonna come out on top with this one.
Not Nouns.
Why would I? I'm not a.
No, I was just curious, but no. Okay. Well, maybe you can give me some more about Nouns and what you want to talk about for that roster change, or how
yeah, I mean, I guess that leads into what Gunnar is talking about and their last year run in 2023 and the roster that they did have there. It's different this year. They still have the same core of the members here, but you'll see last year they had like a shadow over them, EG or Shopify, TSM, they were in that 3rd slot, and you can see when they played against Shopify Rebellion, 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, all the way. They got to TI though, however, and then all of a sudden they're the best NA team there. They placed highest of all the 3 NA teams. They go into the 2024 season shortly after. You look at the results here. They're now taking games off Shopify. They're taking games off TSM. And now at the very end of the season here, they're just straight 3-0ing the Shopify Rebellions, and they're solidifying. They're the best team in North America now. And that is very scary to see as well for a lot of teams. Like, this team is really good right now. They're putting in good results.
Yeah. Well, this is the head-to-head, you know, we talked about now and how they're performing in their region, North America, but this is the head-to-head of results between Nouns and BB Team throughout this competitive year. A lot of good results. One that wasn't on the bottom because we mostly just included like those tier 1 events that were happening either online or LAN, but there was an online event just before this one, and Nouns did really well. In fact, they ended up beating Gaimin Gladiators in that one. So they've had phenomenal performances against teams you wouldn't necessarily expect them to have it. And I think that just shows even more what you're trying to say here of this growth within the roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like 3 years of them like trying to get to that #1 spot in NA. And not only have they done that, they've exceeded it. They're actually making waves in international competition. How much will that translate into this tournament? We'll have to see. But last year, they also surprised a lot of teams at TI, got 7th, 8th. So, you know, maybe they can make another run like that. A long road ahead of them, of course, but they're looking better than they've ever looked so far.
Yeah. Would you agree with that one, Winter? Are you still thinking that there's a slight edge towards BB Team because of the experience a lot of these players have?
I mean, for sure, BB Team, they have the edge because of the result itself, you know. But like what Fia mentioned, they are kind of like, now since they are on rise, they are learning more about their team, they're evolving, and I feel like the current meta kind of fits their playstyle more than BBT, because BBT tend to be more greedy. They have like more greedy calls, you know.
Yep.
Like Nightfall likes to do his thing a lot more, and he puts his team around the map on their own. You guys gonna defend the towers. I'm gonna come later, and I think Nouns are more keen to fight, you know. And I kind of favor their playstyle in the current meta more. Than BBT.
Can I kindly disagree with you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I think that BB Team they have consistently forced Miro offlane Lycan in every single patch, even when it's complete dog water. And finally, with the Alpha Wolves facet, we are going to see a patch where I think offlane Lycan is extremely dominant. I don't know if you guys have played
extremely dominant, not
just
viable. So. You think extremely dominant?
I think the players that have been looking for a reason to play any excuse to play Lycan will now take this to the next level, because a lot of the aura items have been nerfed, right? The pipes and the greaves of the world, not Crimson, not that that's a Lycan thing, but Vlad's also, drums also, not nerfed. Like the non-pipe greaves aura items are still very good. Solar got nerfed as well. So I think because of that, and then also the facet being added to Lycan, I think you got to look out for BB Team's last pick Lycan here.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, last pick Lycan could be very good. There's a lot of bad carry matchups for Lycan, but if you can either see the carry or you have a good purpose in the game, maybe the supports are really bad against it, it could definitely be a hero that you can pick for sure.
Yeah, but I feel like if you are thinking about the Lycan and you're the opponents, I could always just pick like a position 5 hero that's really good against it already, like Trian.
Don't tunnel vision it, I think. I think that's the wrong thing.
Yeah, but it kind of those heroes are okay if there's no Lycan in the game, but if there is a Lycan in the game, I'll be more useful against that particular.
I think summons are back. I think we're going to see summons first few days of group stage.
But wouldn't you agree that the first rule of ever picking Lycan is it has to be good versus both supports? It has to be like some shadow demon in the game, right?
Some backliner.
Rule number 1 has to be Lycan has to have some purpose, and the minimum that it is, you're good versus supports. You can kill them, these Oracle, shadow demons, backliners. So if you see that, it's already an argument for Lycan.
Okay.
But seeing more is always better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're the opponent. You know they play Lycan. You have to try to avoid putting yourself in that position where Lycan could be a really, really strong pick.
Name a support that's good against Lycan that's not Enchantress.
Winter Wyvern. Earthshaker.
Name a 4th support that's good against Lycan that's not
They literally just gave you so many.
What else did
Earthshaker's good against Lycan?
I think so.
Well, look, let's try not theorycraft a little bit too much. We don't even know what's going to come out. We know it's a pocket pick for them. We know it's a potential. I'm sure Nouns are thinking about that as well. But maybe let's talk about what we think are some pocket picks for Nouns. What could potentially come out that hasn't already seen the light of day throughout the competitive? Like, it just feels like we are seeing more heroes right now, or heroes that haven't seen competitive Dota in the last few months. Are there any for Nouns?
I think so. I mean, you guys just mentioned one. Wyvern offlane. If there's any team...
Is that still...
I think it's less viable. Well,
I feel like everything's viable at some point.
Because they use that in
depending where you play.
I mean, it's viable, but I don't think it's easy to win with an offlane.
It's not.
It's difficult.
Because they nerfed Mage
it's not really a
Slayer
proper
and
deck.
Orchid, but then also the offlane meta switched to Greaves and Pipe, but now it's switching away from that. So maybe we go back to the Winter Wyvern. And you guys just mentioned it's good against the summons. Gunnar likes playing the offlane Wyvern. Opposing team likes to pick summons for their offlaner, even in patches when it's not good. So maybe
That's how you know Dota's in a really good spot right now. It feels
For
like
sure.
everything is like has a merit.
the facets really help with that.
Yeah, like everything is like somewhat viable, and sometimes you don't think it's viable, and then as you said, Jenkins, a facet can make it viable. Because in the past, Ricky would always counter Tusk because you can't blink and snowball. Now you have this facet where drinking buddies, you can pull them out of like the smoke screen. It changes the matchup, and there's so many things in Dota now that's very difficult. Of course, these guys are pro players; they research as much as they can, but it feels like any strategy can be viable if you just have the execution.
I mean, there's so many iterations. Like when you scrim or when you play pubs in the past, it's like, okay, you pretty much know how a matchup is going to go out. With the facets, it adds just so many more. So I think even pro players, right? We always look to them for kind of this guidance on how to play and what is in the meta, but I still think they're discovering new things over and over again. We've lent word to a lot of pro players climbing the ranks or looking really good because they've been able to innovate a lot. I think Gunnar is one of the offlaners is kind of doing that. I think everyone's trying to figure out how do we play not aura meta? How do we try and beat a team that is doing aura meta?
Or finding a balance between it.
Or finding a balance as well. And I think that leans towards having an innovative offlaner.
I think that comes from Gunnar switching from mid.
Yeah.
Because anytime you have a player switch from one role to another that's very different, there's like one of two things that can happen. It's either they just go in that role and they play mid from offlane, which is bad.
Yeah.
And then they switch back to mid eventually when they get kicked off their team. Or they actually learn the role and then they integrate their mid ability to the offlane. Like, for example, Gunnar is exceptional at laning because I think mid requires a lot more laning prowess than offlane. And then also he's much more capable than a lot of other offlaners at scaling and using the farm and being active early. Like, these are things that you have to really learn to play mid as an offlaner. You know, you can kind of sit in a lane with auras and just be the tanky frontliner guy. And that might help you also if you're transitioning to mid, depending on the patch. But some people can't integrate that. Gunnar has. Like, he's really impressed me with him actually becoming a real offlaner. It took him a while. Like, he was a mid and offlane at first. He was bad at offlane. He was just a mid playing offlane. But that's just because it takes time. Now he's an offlaner that has integrated the mid skills, and it looks really good on him.
Yeah, I'm sure he had options, too, to go back mid if he wanted to. And I think what's really important in Dota in general is enjoying what you're doing and enjoying the process and having fun with it. And I think Gunnar just enjoys playing offlane. So
I mean, also the constant switching. If you have the mindset of, I want to learn something, I want to improve, I want to be really good at it, constantly jumping around, switching, changing your mind.
yeah, I mean, with the mindset, it's either like, I have to play this, but you don't really want to, and to be like, I want to do this. It's like completely different. And I think Gunnar just really wants
Yeah, but
to
don't
be
you
an
think
offlaner.
the situation also could affect it? Sometimes you can't find an offlane player. And even though you might want to go back to mid, but because there's no available players that can play offlane in your region, and then you have to do it even though you don't want to.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you do have that mentality, you're probably going to be bad in the offlane, right? Like, you have to fully want to do something. You have to get in a pub, like, I really want to try this offlane.
Yeah, but I want to do it because my team needs me to do it.
I don't think that type of mentality is good, though, because you just have to
Winter,
do it, right?
you have to understand, that's not an American mentality. We don't give a shit about what our team wants. It's
That's
about
true.
It's about
That's-
the individual.
I
It's
have
about
seen
what you
Jenkins
want. That's
play Dota.
American.
That's very true.
I have seen these two people play Dota. That's
Yeah.
What's the playstyle for Nouns then? Though we've talked about how successful this snowball, this group up run at U5 has been. It's not always the best way because you can sometimes fall a little short. You might not be getting the experience. Are you still able to farm and make space for yourselves? What if you extend a little bit too much? Do Nouns fall into any of those sort of categories?
I don't think Nouns has like a very unique playstyle from any other team. They play pretty much
right.
standard Dota. Like, they pick the normal carries, they'll pick the normal supports. They play pretty much the meta stuff. They'll be where they need to be on the map. They're always just trying to like not really be creative and innovative with their picks, but just really refining and polishing what they're good at. And I think that's always been like a Fly staple that every team he's been on. Like, he just wants to play consistent Dota, and he just wants to play better than you. So they just work on the fundamentals as much as they can. Sure, they do have some like cheese picks, you can say, where Yuma, he does play Meepo. It's probably the best Meepo in the world, but that's just like a player specialty. He can still play a lot of different picks, but they're just going to play what they think is best in the meta right now and probably follow that.
Okay. Want to let everyone know, small delay right now. We're just waiting on Nouns. I'm going to out them on stream. So we're waiting for them. And in the meantime, there are a lot of other games going on. We've got 2 other streams, so 3 in total, including this one. And they've also concluded their first series. So we can have a look. Gaimin Gladiators were able to get the 2-0 over 1W. Extreme Gaming also getting a 2-0. So right now, only one series had tied. That is the one that we got to watch, the Talon Tundra being 1-1 each. If you guys are too impatient to wait for this game to start, then there are that Stream B and that Stream C happening right now. So 4 brand new teams also going to be playing their first series here at the Road to the International Group Stages, while hopefully... Oh, here we go. It does come up. So Falcons and Team Zero playing up right now with each other on Stream C. Then later in the day, you can see what we'll be playing there. And then Stream B, it is G2, IG, and C9. Maybe a team that a lot of people don't know. Cloud9, if at least an org in Dota, I should say, sorry. People might tune in only for TI, and they're like, wow, Cloud9 into the scene. I wonder what players are on that team.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of players. Like, they're back in Dota.
on the team.
Yeah, I mean, the last time Cloud9 was in the scene was 2020, I believe, right? And do you want to know some of the players that...
That feels recent, but also so
that's
far
almost
away.
5 years ago.
2 years ago.
Those
5?
4. You're wrong, and you're also wrong. It was 4 years ago.
Well, they got in the scene early 2020.
Okay, all right.
And we're getting towards the end of 2024.
Okay, sure, 5.
Okay, so
I'll concede.
more than 4 years. Let's put it that way. But either way, like, they've had some pretty good players, and I just want to say C9 has been an organization that has a knack for scouting talent. Some players that have been on that organization have been AUI 2000, TI winner, Ace. He
Both
was
as a
also
player and a coach, by the way.
a player and a coach. Ace,
Eternal
was in the
Envy.
2020. Well, I'm not going to mention him. And Snaking. Those are like 3 players that have been incredibly successful that have been under the C9 organization. So they're no stranger to being into Dota as an organization, and they finish in any tier 1 or tier 2 tournament for like 2 years, right? They bring in this new squad, and they've won like 2 tier 2
also the new
tournaments already.
coach, Astini.
Yeah, and they brought a new coach as well, Ostini. A lot of changes there. So it feels like this is a team that just made all the right changes. And for me, they're my dark horse for this tournament. They're looking really good as a team. No one expects them to win it, but if they get all the pieces together, they have a chance.
You're at least hoping to see them on main stage at minimum.
Oh, for sure,
You think
yeah.
that team is very capable of
They're
making
definitely
it to top
capable.
I think for entertainment value, we need to see them on main stage at the very least, because
8. What do you mean by that?
because I do think that
cryptic.
at C9 has the also knack for picking up rosters that have the most like wonky late game back and forth.
So who's the envy
games.
of this new C9 team?
I don't know
That's
who-
where he's getting at.
I don't know who exactly.
I
who
was
the
trying to bait him
envy is.
into it.
I'm not sure who the envy is, but I know that like Entity or Old Entity, which is now C9, had the longest game of all time at the very least TI
Yes.
playoff stage.
It was an hour and 47 minutes at TI 11 in Singapore.
Right, and I
against
just-
RNG.
And I just remember Katomi with Tiny and Rapiers and the Aghanim Scepter 1v5ing and then everybody realized like, oh wow, you can play position 4 to scale, and everybody like started copying that. So I don't know if it's him that you want to call the envy, or him or you want to blame for going always to the late game, but they do win. They do, you know, when they were that version of Entity, they did fairly well, better than expected at that TI. So I think I agree with the dark horse sentiment. These guys can absolutely power on when it comes to main stage. And
I mean,
do well.
all I'm saying is no one can compare to that old C9 roster that had AUI, who masterminded the boring Dota of Tundra. And then you had Envy as well on that team. Like,
Pilot Eye.
50-50.
Pilot Eye.
Sing Sing? Was this
like,
Sing Sing?
I mean, that was the 2014.
There's a Sing Sing roster.
Yeah, but either way, those guys, no one can play slower than that squad. It's impossible.
I mean, I remember
I was like
Pilot Eye
expecting that to
killing
come out of
careers
his mouth.
with Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
His team is like farming, everybody's farming, so as a support, he had nothing to do, so he went and killed careers.
He's like, this is my version of farming right now. I'll just kill them all. Do you have a different, because both of these guys, Jenkins and Fear, on the same page of C9 being their dark horse or underdog. Do you have a different one?
Wait, I didn't pick C9 as my dark
But
horse.
you
I
agreed
just said I
with
agree with his sentiment. If I get to pick any team, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the sentiment as well. I think they
Okay.
have a very, very good understanding about the draft. They have a good grasp on the meta. I like the way they play. and the scaling part as well on the support. I think it is very, very important to have supports that understand you need to scale. It's not like back in the old day where I'm support 20 minutes past the game. I've done my job. Bye-bye. Yeah, position 6. Now you have to...
Another courier.
Yeah, you have to figure out where do I get the farm. You need to find the rubbish farm on the map to collect it and farm and collect. Your cores don't want those farm. You have to go there. You have to collect it, even if you die, whatever. And you have to make sure that you're going to be doing damage in a team if the game goes long later.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain just immediately went to Boxer. I think he's like one of the best supports that does that, right? Like pushing
rubbish farmer.
Yeah, like
garbage collector.
He'll take the garbage. Yeah,
you know,
he'll take the
it's just like
garbage for sure.
pushing out a lane that no one wants to be in. That it's way too risky. He'll do it, and most of the time he'll survive. Like he.
That's why
scrounges
Naga
the
and
map.
Tinker are so popular right now because
True.
they do it incredibly well.
Yeah.
And NP as well.
Okay. All right. So Jenkins, because apparently you.
Well, would you actually
Don't
pick
pick
would you pick
Cloud9
C9 as your number 1, like dark horse? Or are you just agreeing with him?
Oh, him. I can't tell where you're looking with those glasses.
Everywhere, at everything.
I feel like, yeah,
All at
I think it's fair to say C9. Like right now, I wasn't really particularly thinking about that, but on top of the list right now, I'm thinking of the teams. I think C9 feels like the team that could upset or could do really well in the tournament, and people don't really expect it.
Yeah. Before you jump into yours, I do want to remind everyone at home that we are just having a slight delay at the moment. The game hopefully will be starting very soon. It's just one of the teams that we were waiting for here, so a little bit more time to fill, and that's where Jenkins is just going to go on his grand old monologue of who he thinks is the dark horse of this tournament.
I
He doesn't
haven't picked
agree
yet.
with Winter and
I haven't
Fear.
picked it. I haven't picked yet.
So you're
Trying
looking
to-
at the team list.
I'm trying to think. No, I'm just kind of like touching things.
All right, I'll give you some options, okay?
Okay.
Team 0.
All right, so
I actually think that team is pretty strong.
You are a Ponlo
you have to pick a dark horse.
I'm a Ponlo enjoyer. I think Ponlo is my dark horse player.
Oh, okay. You think he's going to really stand
dark
out?
horse player, is that a
Don't know if
thing?
that
Bro,
works.
I'm telling you, I watched
think
them.
that works.
I watched them
Fine.
qualify for this tournament, not
Congratulations.
expecting him to carry, because I know Ponlo was like the guy from Twitter. I'm just gonna be honest. I was just lay all the cards on the
Twitter
table.
guy.
That I know him as the Twitter guy, and I was like, "Holy shit! This kid is actually really good at Dota. He's getting ultra kills as a Guardian Greaves Rubik. You know,
Didn't you work NA DBC when he was playing in NA?
yeah, and he was.
And you know
fine.
him as the guy from Twitter.
He was fine. Like that's the thing. Is like he was on that team. He was just okay. He was just generic pause 4. On this team, he's carrying a bunch of like 14K, 13K MMR players as a pause 4. He looks incredible. But will the whole team be a dark horse? Probably not. I think they'll do okay. My team, I mean, I would say Talon. It's kind of cheating because we just saw them go 1-1 with Tundra. But I am a huge WS fan. I think that kid is incredible. He's 19 and he's the second highest rated player on the planet. He was just the highest rated player on the planet as an offlaner. Doing a lot of innovative stuff. And then you look at the other players on his team, and it's like, well, shit, they're really good too. Like Makoto, for a while there, was considered top 3 mids in the world.
Yeah.
So this guy has like a bunch of dark horse players.
No. Talon is my pick because I'm saying that I look at the whole team, and I'm like, oh.
You're like, wow, there's this one standout player.
He's
And then
really
on top
good.
of that, they
He's
have
really
Makoto,
good.
who's
He's
another
really good.
standout player.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they get Makoto. This is at one point top 3 mid. All the mids talk about him as a guy to look at.
That's not fair. You told me Talon's my team. Just before we came.
I told you Talon is your team because I knew it was a good pick.
I mean,
was
wouldn't
trying to
you
give
argue that all these teams have really good players? Like, if I were to defend C9, like you
I
have
mean, they made
Not
it
like
to
this though. Not
Watson
like
was like rank 1 for like
you picked
a year
the
and a
one
half.
guy. You picked the one guy.
Oh, I can't have my dark horse
Who's
player.
C9's mid?
No one.
No one versus Makoto. Come on.
No one's great. Like he has stepped up so
He's
much.
consistent.
This is what I'm getting at. Like no one. If you looked at him at Riyadh, for example, like he wasn't so good like the year before because he was a carry and he went back to mid. He was dumpstering people in the mid.
It was
lane.
fantastic.
I
to
feel
watch
like
play.
no one is just back, and that's why like I think this team is so good. Like,
But is he top 3?
Why
in
not?
what,
I mean, I've been
MMR?
watching his streams like recently. I feel like he's back to when VP were dominating.
Yeah,
I
he
feel like
is.
he's back to that point.
Okay, well that's interesting.
We'll have to see. Right?
I'm excited to see that.
I mean, that's why we get 3 analysts on the panel. You know, you all have different opinions and viewpoints of where could this dark horse come from? Why? What role?
I mean, we could be
in what way?
biased from our own
I will
position
say,
we play in the game.
I've not been watching no
I
one's
don't
stream. Like
play
if
mid.
if you're more up to date with how he's playing, I'm
yeah. Okay.
more
So
than
I'll,
willing to accept
I'll put
that.
it this way, right?
Okay.
Like very few players have I seen that go from being the best to, you know, falling off, let's call it as it is, right?
Yeah,
then coming back and being the best again. And I feel like no one has made a feat so far by doing that. And that's very high praise, because like I can't think of another player who's been able to do that. And we'll see if he can continue to do that. Sure, it was only like 1, maybe 2 tournaments he was able to do that, but he's been very impressive on his comeback.
Yeah, and I think that's in 2 regards, not just like how you're playing like this personal development of playing Dota, but also like still being able to stay in a competitive scene, right? There's always new talent coming up. There's always like new blood coming in. I mean, we looked at our TI rookie attendees. There were 22 people coming to TI for the very first time for themselves. And then you have someone like No One who was able to stay there pretty consistently and then also come back in great form. So look, either way, Cloud9, they are playing at the moment. Not on this stream, though. So if you guys want to see everything that Fear's trying to hype up, I believe that was over on B-Stream, so you can tune into their game there. But right here, we have BB Team up against Nouns. Issue has been resolved, so the game will be starting very soon, which is great to hear. We've already talked about a little bit of, at least from your point of view, Jenkins, what you think is some pocket picks for BB Team. But I want to know, like, this belief that you think they've dispelled of a team that tilts. Do you not believe that anymore? Have they proven that to you and to viewers that they're not that team anymore?
I just remember in Riyadh, they were directly asked this in an interview. It might have even been me.
I remember this.
I don't remember. But they basically were like, no, we're actually pretty good at like talking
You
about.
think players don't lie?
Maybe
Everybody
Wait, I heard a
lies.
different
maybe
interview.
they're not lying. Maybe it's lying to themselves.
Wait,
sort
which
of thing.
player?
I think it was Nightfall.
Because I heard a different Nightfall interview where he said the opposite.
What did he say?
Well, there's definitely a Nightfall interview where it was Purge who asked Nightfall, do you think your team is good at coming back when you're from behind? He's like, he just basically said, no, we're not so good.
They're 2 different things. Yours is in-game. He doesn't think they're a good team playing from behind. And
No.
Jenkins is talking about
No, I'm talking
in
about
a
both.
tournament.
No, he just said, like, are they good at coming back from being in a slump, like a losing streak, right? And he's like, no, we're not so good at that.
Luckily for them, it's day number 1. It's a brand new tournament. They're not in a slump right now, and they have a lot to prove for themselves. There's a lot of great results they've had, but a lot of varying results, Winter. They've fluctuated a lot. They've been able to make top 3. They've been able to get 2nd place, and then all of a sudden, we're looking at like 8th, 6th.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the season when they had Pure, I felt like they had an identity crisis where they had 2 carries on the team. The drafts, they didn't really know who to draft around. Whereas with Miro, I felt like things started to
They
get...
needed Miro, big time.
Yeah, they needed Miro because he kind of provided the backbone for the team. So their draft is mainly around the carry, and it's easy for them to draft and create a strategy. Whereas with Pure, it felt like they had too many players to play around, and it can be very difficult to draft. So the drafts have been inconsistent. And after Miro, I think their results kind of speak for itself.
Yeah,
they
they
got a lot more consistent.
I remember what it was now, by the way. It was in Riyadh, they did extremely mediocre in group stage. I think they tie broke to get through. So they barely made it. And then they went on to get 5 through 6, which obviously in one of the most major tournaments of the year is an incredible feat. So they went from like, oh man, BB Team might get eliminated in group stage to this is a top 6 team. So to me, that shows that like they can have a absolutely terrible group stage and then still recover. That they're not this. If they're doing poorly in a tournament, like they're just done. Like their steam is gone. Like they can get it back. But maybe it does take a few days. Maybe it does take a break for them.
Yeah, I think they definitely proved a lot on the last tournament there as well, because normally the old BB team be like, oh, they're tilted, they're done. They're done, right? But they didn't get to like top 2 or anything, but they still exceeded my expectation after having such a bad start on how they were able to manage that and recover it as a team.
All right, well, all of our players in the lobby, that is what I really enjoy seeing. So hopefully we'll be getting that draft. I might have just honestly cast a curse to it. No, good. Okay.
No, we're good.
Draft did come up. It was like trying to connect there. I thought for a minute we might have had another issue, but draft will be coming up very soon. And I want to see if the bans are going to be the same. We've talked about these picks. I think there's a lot of potential picks. We've talked about the viability of so many different heroes as long as you have the right concoction for yourself. But bans is, I think, the more interesting part. Is everyone on the same page as to what is seen as OP, as things that they don't have answers to yet? And right now, that Naga and that Timber are consistent across what we saw previously. Also across the board of all series earlier today, everyone banned out Naga. So
OP hero.
OP hero is what I've really heard there.
I'm actually curious how you guys feel about Timbersaw, because I would not have been able to predict this.
Yeah,
I think it's the facet, the splinter, the timber chain.
The splinter is great.
It's really, really good in the early mid-game fights where sometimes you just needed something to set up for your team to come in to get a spell off, and it just gives you that.
Right, it sets up his own spells, which is really nice.
It applies to slow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and now the slow is longer duration. And the thing is, I also think Timber, okay, maybe I'm convincing myself here. I'm just trying to understand why it's like this, because I remember even at like 3 weeks ago, Timber was not very good. Like Winter mentioned, they did buff the facet where you get the splinters. But I also think because of the whole Pipe Greaves meta, pure damage is very valuable. It's one of the few heroes that can actually burst a hero through any sort of defensive Solar Crest or Pipe. Speaking of another hero that can burst heroes through anything, essentially. Like, I think that's a lot of the meta is like you have heroes that can burst through the damage reduction, and then you have heroes who are just going to buy the damage reduction.
BB team with their 4 bans, 3 of them were actually supports. I feel like normally when you have the 4, it's an even mix. Normally it's 2 cores, 2 supports, but they felt that a lot of those supports were more of an issue, and that does leave that Sand King.
I feel like they banned the Shadow Demon, and they're like, I guess we have to ban Omni now.
Yeah.
Because they are not first pick, right? So they kind of put themselves.
Fly has been playing a lot of Shadow Demon and Omni the last week, though. So maybe that also kind of helps them decide they needed to remove it. Those heroes are very annoying to play against.
We haven't seen a Tinker yet. That hero's been like wildly popular in pubs.
Yeah, but he got nerfed a lot. Like the cast range nerf. I think the recent one, the
That's what
cast
I've
range,
heard.
kind of made it. I still think the hero could be playable, but it's just a lot harder now.
Not the same way it was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure.
I still personally think it's like A tier.
Yeah, because you collect the garbage farm easily. You get all the team items.
He's the
you
ultimate
come to the
trash
team
man.
fight.
He's got the fastest
It is
truck.
so nice having this guy in your team, because it's like, oh, thank God I don't have to buy any auras. He's just going to get all of them.
And in a fairly timely manner for a support as well, because that's the other thing that goes hand in hand with it.
We did see SD in the last series, and SD completely hard counters Tinker. You just purge all of the stuff that he does. So I think that also plays into it. Like, we may actually see him here just because the SD is out.
Yeah, I also think this Dragonite pick covers one hero that is perma-banned on Nouns, and that's the Meepo. Like, they felt like they don't have a ban for it. Yumo loves the hero. He's still playing it in pubs to this day. We don't see it a lot, but I think once you get the Dragonite, you guarantee you get that splash damage, a way to deal with it. I don't think it really answers necessarily.
Yeah, but what do you guys think about the trade, the Sand King Dragonite trade? Do you prefer to be on the Sand King side or the DK?
Absolutely the Sand King side, any day. This is the #1 rated mid and offlaner on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It has the highest win rate in most picks on both roles, not just one. Like, I've literally never even seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, the hero's definitely strong, but the one big difference I will say between pubs and actual like tournament play is you have to pick blind most all the time in these pubs, especially as an offlaner, right? And it's good in most all situations. But there are some matchups for Sand King that are really bad. Like, Morphling comes to mind as a hero that is very good versus the Sand King as well. So. And if you can get on top of the Sand King at level 1, it can potentially really ruin his laning stage. But at very least, Sand King is very good. I do agree with you. But I'm not so convinced that he's just completely broken in competitive play, but I could be wrong.
I do like the Snapfire against the Sand King, because sometimes in the early game team fights, you just lack that damage, like some nuke, to reach the Sand King, and with the Mortimer's Kiss, I feel like Snapfire is kind of like a really, really good way of killing off the Sand King before he snowballs too hard in the fights.
I will say it's less good now that people are going for the Dust Devil facet, because the Sandstorm will follow you, so you don't have to like stand in the circle and get hit by all the Snapfire abilities. Okay, there's the Tinker. Yeah, I would be surprised to not like to see this hero completely fall off. At the very least, I think it's B tier, and it's great at defending towers against, you know, DK, drop down the March. Sand King will stand in the March as well, like in his Sandstorm. Like, I don't see
it's very annoying
how you kill a Sand King with the Bloodstone and all of the Tinker spells on him.
Do you guys want to touch on the Tinker changes? Because I'm also thinking about people who haven't seen this hero in a while, because it wasn't even picked up at the last
range
major
nerf,
LAN.
the cost range
No,
nerf.
she means long term.
Long term.
Tinker's a completely different hero.
compared to when it was played in mid to now, where we'll probably see it and why it sits.
The summary is like you can't rearm items anymore. So the flip side to this is that you now get built-in cooldown reduction to items, which is why people are building pipe greaves, these healing type items, because the cooldown reduction on them is pretty nasty. And then there's a facet that makes your March of the Machines, which is now back, heal as well as do damage. So he's a healer.
And
He
you
also
also have
gets-
the shield, right?
Yeah, he has a shield, which gives status resist, and then
He's just a support now. Like
he's a
he's kind
support.
of like an Omni Knight. You can look at him that way. You sit behind your cores and you keep them alive
an Omni that can TP to Fountain and fill bottles for free.
and farm.
Yeah, I've seen
But Omni's
people,
still
I've seen
broken,
people do that in my games.
It's good. It is good.
I mean,
Genuinely.
I was looking at Fly before coming here and just some of the heroes he'd played, and Naga was played a lot by him, Omni Knight was played a lot, Tinker was played a lot, Shadow Demon. So these are all like heroes that don't surprise me, that even if they get nerfed, once you have that many games, and Beastmaster is a hero I've been wanting to see for a long time, to see if it's going to get back into the meta, but not the Ags build, but going more in for the Helm Dom type of build and playing with auras, getting the pipe after the Helm Dom. And I think you 100% need a pipe this game. If you're Sand King Tinker, if you don't have a pipe, then it's going to be very difficult to take the early fights.
It's very good against Tinker in a way where I feel like when you're playing against Tinker, you need a hero that has like a low cooldown spell that can solo kill him, so you take care of the waves being shoved at you. And I think Beastmaster is like perfect for that.
Yeah, you can use the hawk so you can see the Tinker that's
Yeah,
blinking in
you
the
see
trees.
him and you
No,
hunt
I'm
him, you
joking,
solo
that's
kill him.
Is he still a Ags rusher or
Beast?
Yeah.
On Beast?
No, I don't even think you go Ags. It's
Okay.
Helm Dom 2. I think people were looking for ways to make that item work in general because they buffed it so many times. Like the stats on it are pretty ridiculous on Universal Heroes. It's just a really high value item in terms of stats and how much it costs because of all the buffs. But summons were just not good for a long time, and the Beast Ags was just way too strong.
You did
so-
say this team, BB team, like the summons offlane.
Yeah, they do. I pretty much think every game they're gonna have one of these heroes because all of Muro's hero pool is viable with summons.
Yeah, and they buffed the Wild Hunt facet from the Beastmaster too, which makes it even better, where it gives more attack speed for more units under his control.
Yeah, and remember the birds will crash more the more attack speed you have.
Yeah.
So the birds are rooting and dealing damage a lot faster. Like this hero is a spellcaster now.
I mean, playing against CK, does that change your build? Do you want Axe or you still don't care and you just go for your Helm?
That's a very good question. Maybe you're fine with it because DK will build into the Red Dragon facet, and so
For
he's
sure.
gonna do the AoE clear.
I'm starting to believe that that's the only facet for DK
I
right
think
now.
so. It does
I don't.
seem
I
that
think
way.
the other ones are just they don't exist.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we've seen it twice now. We're like offlane DK versus Morph, he might get the Frost, and it's like mid DK versus NP, he's gonna get the poison and just take the tower. Nah, both of them want the fire carry DK
The
facet.
first one could have been maybe still plausible.
He did lose, yeah, they-
Because he lost with the red, you know.
I don't know. I think just the other
Wouldn't have
ones.
changed the outcome.
The poison's been nerfed too many times, and the Frost is just
It's never good.
just not good enough.
It's not been
Unfortunately.
buffed enough times.
Yeah, not yet.
BB team actually thinking that this Sand King will be their offlane. It won't be going in the mid. Because actually, no, they 50-50'd it, right? No, the thing is going offlane because they banned Monkey King and Storm Spirit, which are two mid heroes and not two offlane heroes.
I mean, I think it's good in both, but
Well, do you think that that's an issue that BB team doubled down on that? Just assuming
Esports
that it's going to go there and you don't try and hedge your bets on bets?
I mean, they have the Aura last pick. I feel like if it's wrong, they still have like a way to deal with it when it comes out.
I feel like they banned two heroes that could be good for them as well. Because I feel like the Monkey King.
that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
Monkey King is very good for Sand King mid, if that's the case, and so I think Storm is also fine versus Sand King mid.
I mean, I will say BB team is like.
And they need a mid.
BB is one of the few teams that will play the DK mid, and now I feel like you're more incentivized to do it. The double bracer.
Yeah.
Playing against Queen of Pain, you're not.
But you also want like the carry DK versus the CK as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I do remember the last replay I watched of
Ricky mid?
BB team playing the DK. They played it with the green facet, but it's
How long ago was that?
a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
I think in the Fissure tournament.
This is a pretty cool Ricky mid game if they want to do that. I know it's pretty good versus Quab. Smokescreen versus CK is pretty amazing as well. Maybe, but DK is also good. But like, what are they going to take as a carry then if that's the case? Some Gyrocopter? I mean, Sven? I mean, you still want ideally a carry that can deal with CK.
I mean, I kind of feel like DK with the carry is probably better. And
What's better mid though? That's the question.
Yeah, you can. What's remaining?
Tiny is pretty decent against Quap, but playing Tiny into like pipe mech builder like Tinker feels really bad.
I mean, is Lena in the pool if you want to go that route?
Where is Lena though?
Oh wow, Lena's actually in the pool.
Yeah.
I feel like they just need a hero to like play around the beast. They push towers with the Ench beast. You can lane against Quap.
How's Windrunner? She's
banned? Okay. Is it? No?
Yeah,
it's banned.
That's how she is. Those are my only options for now. Maybe there's something else.
I honestly, I don't mind the idea of Gyro. I feel like it plays
fine.
really well with the Ench in lane, and it's good against Sand King. I would worry for the Sven. Like if I'm Sand King, I love playing into some melee guy that I can just keep stingering every time he walks up to get a last hit.
Sure.
Ursa.
Choose your hero.
Huh.
I didn't expect that one. I'm
No,
not
I didn't
entirely
either.
sure what.
It's probably just entirely for the lane. I think Ursa against Sand King. Ursa Enchantress against Sand King.
I'm not. I mean, I would.
Did Nightfall change his name?
Yes.
I see. Okay, that's why I was really confused. Like, who is that?
It is still Nightfall, but in the player registration, he has changed his name. So
okay.
for this event, he technically is not Nightfall.
All right, anyway, Ursa, this is a hero that surprises me a little bit that he picked up. One thing I do want to see, though, is potentially the CK changing up his build. Because, like, going for the second facet that either silences or disarms or breaks you is a pretty cool, like, facet, as opposed to having, you know, strong illusions. It gives you like 20% extra HP on them, which is nice. But in games like this where you can break, disarm, or silence an Ursa,
those are all good
they're
against
all
Ursa.
good
Actually,
against Ursa, right?
Yeah.
Enchantress, you can break an Enchantress. You can break the DK. You can also break the Beastmaster passives too, which can be really good. I don't know if he'll change it up, but we'll see. But I think it's worth considering in this game. Why they picked Ursa? I mean, my only guess is they're hoping to get on top of the Sand King in the laning stage and just like 100 to 0 him, and every time he comes back, he gets just bullied out. But if they don't do that, it's not the best Ursa game of all time. CK, you buy Orchid on this hero most games. Ursa doesn't like buying things that dispel it other than BKB, and so that can be a little bit rough. And you also have different silences as well, so I don't know. Not my favorite last pick here from Nightfall.
I do want to point out the Dragon Knight facet as well is not the red one. There's not a red dragon.
They lost them.
They lost. All right, well, look, either way, let's head on into our game number 1 and see what's going to play out with our casters, MLP and John.
Thank you so much, Nat. We do get into it. Game 1 between BBT and, of course, Nouns. Jonathan, you've seen the drafts. What are you thinking, though? Who's got the better draft, in your opinion?
Draft-wise, it's hard to say. I will lean towards Nouns a little bit. I think this can be a little bit of a tricky game for Saika as it goes on. I'm very curious to see how much the Ursa can get out of lane. Feels like that's the most pivotal part here. And we do finally get voice lines. That was, very missing in the last time. I'm not sure if it was nerves for like Talon or if Tundra were all serious mode. First series of the day, they just kind of wake up mode for our esports players. We've got the voice lines all warmed up here, which is good to see. It's very quiet, Mike. Still, outside of the draft, historically, this matchup has been pretty lopsided as well. In the past year, these two teams have faced off against each other twice, and one ended up in a draw in Dasha Dubai, and the other one was a 2-0 in favor of BB team. So that was a very recent one as well, maybe a month back at most. So BBT has had a good figure into what Nouns likes to do. Maybe they can... Because of that, maybe they understand how to ruin Gunner's lane with Saika's Ursa and just run down early on.
Is that how we're pronouncing it, John? Saika? That is Nightfall, by the way, in case anyone wasn't listening to the panel. Saika? Is that how we pronounce it? Is there a joke there? Miero? He's going to cop a fair bit of damage here on this way out. It looks like they'll go for the boar instead. They don't care about the actual hero. It's fine. It'll be a 3-for-1 trade on the bounty runes in favor of BBT, so already a decent start here for the Radiant end of things. And well, of course, we do always like to start with the mid lane, John, but you do have a very boring mid lane here between the DK and the Queen of Pain. How do you feel about this one?
Outstanding mid lane matchup. Something that we haven't seen in a while. Never changes, no matter how many things in the game changes, right? You've got facets now. You've got some interesting interactions. This matchup, as long as it's DK, it's almost always just kind of the same. Copy is going to be able to just farm up, try to clear out with Scream of Pain. GPK is always going to be able to hold back with Breathe Fire. Copy's not going to be able to fully shove out GPK either. I'm really curious what Copy does go for the build. Whether or not he just kind of skips out in Shadow Strike or goes more Shadow Strike and spamming it on GPK to make it comfy. kind of open. I've seen a few quad players go either or in what they prioritize here. Rune control, it's a bigger part for Copy for sure. GPK is going to be free to just completely ignore it if he wants. Denial from the supports is going to be pretty big, and they do have really strong support rotations to kind of complement that for GPK as well. So you can take a look at those other lanes. Over up top, you've got Miero and Save up against Yuma and Fly. And this one's a little bit interesting because you do have a lot of long-range poke coming out from Save. He did go for full bore. They nerfed the hell out of the little Shredder, so you're not going to be seeing anyone going for Ricochet 2 nowadays. But the reach is going to be massive. You've got some good connections with the board down the line. And, you know, you've got the Hawk that can kind of chain control as well. So there's a lot of burst potential up top from BBT. And for Yuma, it's going to be a bit of slow ride into that level 3. Maybe even level 4 is when you start to be comfy. And before that point, Miero and Save are just going to have a fun time up top for sure.
And of course, bottom lane, Jonathan, you do have Saika, and Toronto Tokyo. Oh, hold on a minute. Jump is there. Lilith. I mean, they're going to try here for the Tinker. Gunner's going to jump in and intervene as well. Saika, still going. Lilith should be dead here. Finally gets the march off. Somehow is still alive, but will finally die. Toronto Tokyo able to secure first blood, as Saika did not want to risk his own life for that. But they have left him on quite low HP in fairness, but it looks like he'll have a shared tango provided to him by Toronto.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too rough to kind of just recover. You are seeing just some of the nuisances that can come out down bot here for Saika. The mischance from laser is going to be annoying, although it's not so spammable in lane anymore. There's a lot of AoE control, a lot of ways to try to kite around the Ursa. You have to be a little bit cautious when they do try to play aggressive, but that burst damage is always there. Get a couple of right clicks off, Saika can just run you down no matter what, as long as Gunner isn't able to play off the threat of a Stinger turnaround. As long as it's away from the creeps, you should be relatively happy, and that's why that action takes place by the small camp. You're not going to make that same move right next to your creep wave for sure. Gunner does have counterplay once he does have that Stinger up. So until that point, you're not going to be too concerned about sticking around, but it's going to be a little bit rough, right? Like, Tinker is going to be able to shove out, like the panel said, there's a lot of AoE effects that try to just hold her ground, heal up, get some damage going. But in the lane, Saika, as long as he isolates away the Tinker, it's going to be easy food here.
Remember when Tinker got changed and they brought March of the Machines back, and everyone was convinced that I was wrong about this being the most busted hero in the game?
I remember.
You remember, don't you, John? They were calling me stupid. They said I had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Now look at him, Jonathan. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look at this stupid hero.
And the sad thing was, this was even worse when we were seeing Yoa play it mid. That's the worst part. It had like one moment in the qualifiers, and then it just got completely deleted. I saw like Wikram tweet about Tinker. The next thing I know, the next patch just deletes mid Tinker. So it was crazy. At the last Pro, now we have it on support. Are you happy about that, Mike? No, you don't have to deal with mid Tinker. Now it's support.
I never even said it was going to be mid Tinker. I just said Tinker was bad, and everyone just assumed I was wrong. I wasn't, Jonathan. I was right for once. I feel very proud of that.
Very good, Mike. A broken clock is correct twice a day.
Thank you, John. I'll take it. Fly, taking a bit of damage on his way out here. Save just trading. But a pretty quiet game so far. 1-0, 4 minutes in. Both sides more than happy to farm. It's like the bottom lane going pretty even between Saika and Gunner. Both CS just very, very even between the two. Could make the same argument up at top lane, but Miero is really starting to dominate though on this Beastmaster. I suppose it's very hard though against Beast, even in this meta. Even for the CK. Just not a very easy time.
No, certainly not. I did like the ideas coming out there from Jenkins. I wish we got the other facet with the dive bombing Hawks, the attack speed, the Dominator. It's just going to be the standard Ags. This is what I've been seeing in a few of the third-party turns as well. It's still pretty much old Beastmaster. Occasionally you would get Dominator, but they would always still stick on Beast mode anyhow. So I don't think the facet, at least in what I've watched in pro games, it hasn't switched over yet. And you do have a smooth ride here into your Ags from Yara so far. Already has the arcs up to keep that Axis spam going. Although, save.
in. I mean, they want flying. They've just got so much damage between these two. Cookie will land as well, so Miero having the time of his life right now as Fly still trying to run, but save right on his tail. And Miero does secure the kill anyway with the axes, as now Yuma also being chased down. They do have a scatter blast available. They just want some vision, and they'll find it. Miero is still on the chase, and it looks like it's going to be another kill here for the Beastmaster. Hell, even Gunner going down to bottom lane while all this was happening.
Everything working out for BBT. That was Nouns kind of trying to initiate onto save as well. Not quite panning out, not respecting that reach and turnaround potential from Miero with Wild Axis. Down bot, Gunner's step was once again away from creep wave. He keeps getting dragged away from where he could try to play with Stinger. In fact, he doesn't even have Stinger. He's gone Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, so maybe looking for more initiation.
Oh.
Still?
It's just so much damage coming out from Psycho already. Like, Gunner just got back to the lane, lost 3/4 of his HP, and now he just has to go back to his tier 1 tower. Like, it's just a very rough affair at this stage for the offlane Sand King. There's mid lane, Lelis being hunted down by Toronto. With the Scatter Blast to slow him up, there's not really much of a way of getting out of this, so Lelis will go down. They can apply a bit of pressure. They've still got the Siege Creep alive here in this mid tier 1 tower, and with the Enchanted Creep, they'll just tank through this tier 1. Nice and easy. 6.5 minutes in, it's already gone.
That's the power of the Corrosive Dragon. We haven't seen it in a while. We've been seeing a lot more red today, of course. In the last series, it was all Red Dragon. But Corrosive does have that push potential. GPK with the amp damage doesn't take too long to clear that out. Seeing Nouns trying to contest BBT's Wisdom Rune, but not going to go all in there with a scan coming through. And for Nouns, I mean, a 5-0 start is rough. You're 4K behind, 7 minutes in. You lost your mid-tier 1. This ward out from BBT is going to allow them to invade the triangle nice and easy. They can look for rotations up top as well. I'm not sure if Cycle will want to necessarily go through the gate as we've seen in the last series. Certainly some potential there as well. Of course, the Battle Fury timing for Saika isn't too far now either, already having at least a cornucopia up. And if this keeps snowballing their way, I mean... Oh.
Yeah, bottom lane, Wildring Ripper dragging him back, and Lelis just has no chance of survival's Toronto. Picking up his 3rd kill of the game already, and this is starting to look like a real kind of avalanche kind of game here, John. I mean, it's just the perfect start for BBT.
And it is. It's going to take a while for Nouns to kind of kick into gear here as well. And you've got Coffee still working into the power treads. Top network for his team, but that's not really saying much. He's at least 800 behind the next core from BBT on GPK. And this quap with the burst damage you do have with Masochist is great, but...
Gunner in trouble again. Psych is not backing off either. He wants the kill. Hands up, and there goes Gunner. No chance surviving. The Ursa having the time of his life, and I mean, this is going to be a very fast Battle Fury at this rate for Psycho. Like, he's already halfway there.
Yeah. Not going to take too long, and again, that leads up to the Ursa rushing his farm, maybe looking for some movement across the map if there's an opportunity into Roshan. There's a lot of play coming out from BBT right before the 10-minute mark as well. 7-0. Camp Gunner again.
Oh, Gunner. Burrow striking to the high ground. He's okay. Oh, save. Surely they know. Surely they know he's still there. And they're going to check, and they're going to find him. What a trap by BBT. I don't think the camera caught that. But there was just casually 3 heroes standing by the tier 1 tower waiting for him to TP back.
Yeah, they knew he was just going to head back down bot, get punished. He is buying some space at the least. I guess that's the one silver lining that we could maybe point out. Yuma's got room to breed up top. You've got Copy jungling. Yeah.
How much space could you possibly provide at 9 minutes in?
Look, I'm trying to find a silver lining, Mike. He doesn't have a TP. You know, and I appreciate Gunner going for this Burrow Strike, Sandstorm-centric build, but up again, I suppose the melee matchup of Ursa is not the comfiest where you can leverage Stinger, and this will allow him to recover in the jungle, but he's gonna need to, they need to find space for him. Yeah, he's trying to rush into the blink, at least he's 1,000 gold in, so it's not too bad, but they already have this forward ward set up right between the tier 2, tier 3 on the ramp of the triangle. Saika saying sun into eyes.
Oh, you know, sun's good for you sometimes, Psycho, you know? Just, these players, John, they see sunlight once and they get all upset. Every time.
Oh, I've seen this firsthand, yeah. I think Hey, what was it?
Wait till they hear about grass, John. Mid lane, fly. He'll be alright. Copy is there to try and help out, but Copy's pretty far behind in the net worth department. He'll be forced to blink north. And even with the spells you do have available, it just doesn't really feel like the Quap can get involved and set a tempo for her team. It does feel like now they're just stuck kind of sitting back and trying to secure some comeback farm here, but it is a very kind of secure position, I want to say, for BB team at the moment.
Yeah, the big issue for now is just there's no one for these supports to connect with, really. Yuma's not ready, Gunnar is far from ready, of course, and these supports can't really do much outside of, I guess, Lul is shoving away a wave with March. Doesn't even have 6 just yet for rearm, but is close to that point, so the stall game can come in. Unfortunately, it does look like you're going to lose all your tier 1 towers very early on, and I was having a conversation with, who was it? We were watching Wallachia Season 2 qualifiers with JL from Execration, and he was trying to give his post-mortem about what went wrong with our own Tinker games. If you can't hold these tier 1s, Tinker doesn't really have a very safe spot. You don't want to really be holding tier 2s, you want to try to keep your tier 1s alive, stall the game from that point. With all these tier 1s gone, Lullis is maybe not going to have the comfiest game in trying to just find some free, safe farm for himself that his team will be willing to back him up if he is committed on.
It certainly does feel like a pretty awkward position if you are the support Tinker in this kind of game, that's for sure. I mean, it's just, there's going to be no space to get any kind of farm for yourself, that's for sure. And well, here we go. 3-man smoke up from Downs. They want to try something. If you could find the Ursa, that'd be an amazing kill. Speaking of that Ursa, by the way, in case we didn't have the update, Psyker did get his Battle Fury, so he's kind of farmed out of control already. They are going to spot him out, though. Keep in mind, he does have Enrage available. It's not the easiest kill. They're going to try. Static Storm drop, but they do not get him in the kinetic still. The Glimpse Back is going to be there, but the Enrage was already popped, and Psyker knows he can't die. That's just kind of the thing. He can't die. There goes Lelis on top. And I mean, it's wishful thinking, but even that's a bit too positive, I think, for that kind of play, John. Because where was the damage going to come from?
Yeah, I mean, a rotation from Disruptor Tinker is not amazing. Yuma?
Yeah, Yuma's just...
Yeah,
Yuma's dead.
All right.
That was a Dragon Talon to Kisses. Good, we're looking at the Hellbear Smasher, Jonathan. That's something.
Hey, it's important. Those creeps, you know, they put a lot of work in, Mike. You know?
Cameraman trying to save the NA fans. We appreciate that, cameraman.
Yes, yes. We do. No need to look, our friends from America. No need. Cover your eyes, Jenkins. You know, cover your eyes and wait for the comeback.
Glimpse away on GPK. He'll say thank you very much for that.
So 11-0. We haven't had one of these games in quite a while, Mike. It's been so long that I actually don't know how to inhale copium right now. To be fair, Yuma can split. You know, Yuma could farm with Phantasm, right? You hit this.
Copium, John.
I don't know what Copy's going for. I don't know if he knows either, because normally you go Kaya, and I legit don't think it's gonna be enough. It feels like a lot of this game is maybe down to Gunnar. He's got the blink up. He's got level 1 epicenter. He's got the maxed out Sandstorm. There is some damage play here. If he can frontline, we'll probably need 1 durability item up before then. That's going to be the pipe. Still needs more time. And by that time, you're going to be giving out a lot. You know, Saika took Roshan, of course, as we were talking about earlier, going for the blink into BKB. A 12k lead at 13 minutes in, 11-0. If Nauens finds a kill, that's a 100% increase for their kills.
There's a two-man smoke that Miero just casually runs into, as now a Static Storm has been dropped onto, but there's no follow-up, and Copy is dead. I repeat, Copy is dead.
Save's alive.
Save is alive. Gunnar is gone to boot. GPK, yeah, he's gonna find another. I mean, 14-0. It's a tough game. It's a tough game.
It kind of reminds me of some of those PGL Wallachia qualifiers I was watching, actually. This exact same thing happened to the Tinker Sport draft in one of the games. I don't know, there was a lot of Tinker Sport, man. One of the games went this bad. I think the big issue was in this game, the big issue is in this game, is that Gunnar really didn't have a lane. Lelis was just, he died twice in lane. Gunnar ends up dying like twice, 3 times in a row with no TP at some point. And it just becomes untenable at that point. You have a mid who needs items, who can't really connect with Disruptor Tinker in a wider fight for pickoffs, because you didn't snowball mid either here. You have a CK that also needs farm, and you have all the farm in the world for BBT. Like, we've been talking a lot about Saika. You got the Ags timing very early on from Miero. He's going for his own full pipe into the blink. He's got a lot of damage. And once the pipe's up, that's most of your damage here from now. And so you're not going physical at all. Like, Yuma is not ready to apply some physical output here. So just this pipe timing from Miero might just keep this at 0 kills for quite a while here for Nouns.
Just look at the way they're choking out Nouns from the map as well. Like, Gunner's just trying to farm by his tier 2 tower in a dire jungle camp, and it's just like, no, you don't get that chance. You get no farm, sir. Back to the tier 2 tower for you. And speaking of that tier 2 tower, John, it may cease to exist in just a moment, because BBT, they are posturing quite aggressively. In fact, mid tier 2 tower is just casually being taken out by Toronto Tokyo's Dark Troll Summoner. Meanwhile, top, Lelis will be able to TP away just in the nick of time. But you now just don't protect this tier 2 tower. The mid tier 2 tower, I mean, a gentle breeze would blow that over. It's just looking very, very tough here for Nouns. Props to the boys. They are trying to find some net worth here to try and give themselves a decent chance at forcing a fight. It's just not coming quick enough. It's still at a 14k disadvantage here for Nouns.
That it is. Toronto Tokyo is right in line with Gunner's net worth almost. Just a stone throws away. 300 gold difference. There's that pipe we were talking about from Miero. So all of the magical bursts you're looking for from your Quap and from your Sand Kings kind of nullify down. Along with, say, this mech timing coming out for save to have some sustain on top. I'm really not sure what you do right now in Nouns. I'll be frank. This is 14-0 at 16 minutes. I swear to goodness, Mike, this is... we have not seen this in at least 2-3 years in our own games. Maybe in NADP. I stand corrected. Maybe so. Never mind.
Well, why are you gonna do that, John? Why do you have to do that?
Like Div 2 NADPC, you know, when Wildcard would go up and down Div 2, right?
What? So now Sammy's copping shots. Well, why did Sammy do, John?
Well, no, Sammy would get the 14-0. In Div 2, when they get promoted into Div 2 sometimes.
Well, now I know you're lying, John. Why are you saying that?
We've seen that from Wildcard.
You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all in the past. No one can verify this.
Shout out to Sam. We love you, Sam.
I miss good old Sammy boy. I miss me some NA Dota, and you know, for the NA Dota fans, this is painful. But again, there's a timing here. The Dagon's already up for copy.
There was that one guy. Yeah. That was a mega Arteezy fan. I think PPD retweeted it, so he's probably very happy right now. Shout out to anyone that knows about that situation. Shout out to that guy as well.
I have no.
You can look it up, John. It's on Twitter. It's on X, John. Whatever it's called.
I
there.
can't read. Mike, you know this. I can't read. I can barely decipher what's on the game. I'm working off pure memory. You know, so don't tell me to read something. I have no patience for that. As I say, as I start a new manga. Still, 14-0, 18k.
I'm not gonna ask.
16.
I'm not gonna ask.
There's a really good manga. If I say the title though, I think it's I'm not gonna mention it. The concept is really good.
We're casting TI, John, for the love of God. I mean, even we have our limits to how low we go. Gunner, top player, he's getting some farm here on the Sand King. It's still a 16k deficit though, sadly, here for Nouns. I mean, BBT are just in absolute control. BKB about to come up on Saika. I mean, I know you've told me you're not really sure how Nouns are going to make a comeback here, Jonathan. I tend to agree with you in that sentiment.
I think Yuma.
Bottom lane, looks like they have found out Yuma. Oh,
cancelled his TP.
TP cancelled. Yeah, I mean, that you know, he's going to die. He's going to die anyway. Yeah, he could have forced out a Raw, you know? Maybe they didn't even need it. Who knows? Toronto?
You know,
mid lane. Fly, destroy.
Okay. Gunner?
You want to start doing play-by-play too, John? He's caught out.
I mean...
And he's dead.
I'll be frank with you, Mike. What analysis do you want from me? It's 17-0, 17k. They just need one kill on Nouns. They're not able to find it right now.
I was about to say there's nothing to play-by-play either. There's nothing to cast here, John.
What a lovely game of Dota 2. This is Dota 2. This is a match that you'd go into Overwatch and you'd find it. Then you realize it's a TI replay.
Told to be taken.
Final match na lang tayo. One-sided game. Panoorin.
The fight. BBT. I mean, they're waiting for it. They're ready for the fight whenever. They'll hold the high ground. GPK on the low ground, but that's not really the target you want. Like, he's a very tanky boy at the moment. GPK pops the Dragon Form, looking to move in. Epicenter out from Gunner. They'll try for the DK, but he's got the Mage Slayer. He's just not dropping quick enough. They'll even drop a Static Storm on top, but Gunner's gone. Yuma, he will die to boot. They'll finally get GPK, but it's cost them 3 heroes. It's definitely not worth it at all. And in fact, GPK, he'll get tipped for being the first one to die. As is tradition.
Could have had a game with no one dying on BBT's side. Gives them a kill. Big kill for Nouns. That one kill gave them 790 gold. Half of what BBT gets for 3 kills. So, somewhat worthwhile. I mean, silver linings. It's their first kill. They've done it. They just need to do that 20 more times without dying.
Yeah. This is still better than Raygun's performance, by the way, at the Olympics, in case you saw that, Jonathan. You heard of Raygun?
I was so curious when you'd actually bring that Olympic performance up.
Oh, I've been very embarrassed the past month, Jonathan. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to bring it up, but you know, this is probably the perfect moment.
Oh yeah, this is. I wouldn't disagree. I think it's still better. I think you know, Nouns they had a draft idea. It's just the lanes didn't go as they'd expect. I think this Ursa last pick from BBT for Psycha worked out really damn well. The idea that Gunner had for his lane, just going for Burrow Strike Sandstorm, not going for the Stinger for a melee matchup, which is again understandable. There's an idea behind it that you don't really want to be within range of Psycha anyhow, within range of an Ursa in a melee range matchup. But it also takes away your early presence start for Gunner. Your other lanes don't really get that running start either. Roshan number 2 to be taken for free by BBT, as Nouns are probably in no position to come in. 20k lead at 22 minutes, 20-1. Another Aegis. In fact, Cycle leaves the Aegis for GPK. I thought they were just going to leave it at this point, you know?
They could have. I mean, he could have just taken it, but he didn't want to drop the 1. That's all right. In fairness, Psycho just doesn't need it. They gave it to GPK because he's the only one that's actually died in this game. Amazing. They're just trolling GPK.
Yeah. They literally just to prevent another death. You know, you don't want another increase, 100% increase here for Nouns under kill board. So GPK is covered now at the very least. Do we have any major item timings here? No, not quite yet. Yuma going for the Sanjin Yasha. Looks like he has Echo Saber almost done. Perhaps a smoke out from BBT. And, I mean, it feels like they're 1 or 2 team fights away from just clearing out high ground at this point. You do have more auras out from Nouns. You've got the full Holy Locket plus the mech ready on Lullis. So there is some sustain true along with that fresh pipe on Gunner. So they can maybe sustain through some of the onslaught. Well, we'll have to see if it's enough. BBT, at least for their part, aren't finding anything with the smoke. They are playing on the right side of the map here now and hugging the fully controlled top area on the Radiant side, but high ground does begin in earnest now for BBT.
Here we go. Can they stop the push? It's not looking good, but GPK is looking to back off. So as much as they are leading right now, BBT are certainly still paying their respect towards Nouns. It is still high ground you are attempting. They'll try again in the mid lane. Gunner gonna remove himself from that scenario. In goes the Roshan banner, and that's going to make life a lot easier for the side of BBD to just get rid of these this mid barracks. Tier 3 tower almost already gone. I mean, it's Nouns that have to make the jump in. There's no two ways about it. The question is it even going to matter? Like, there's just a couple BKBs up now. Everyone's too tanky. It took them a very long time to even just find GPK on the DK last fight around. Nice deny from Gunner. That's a win. We got it. Very nice deny.
That will change the course of this game. He gets it again.
Oh, it's a double deny. It's a double deny. That might be TI history. We've never seen that before.
We've also never seen 20-1. You know, I feel like that's a bigger point there, Mike. But no, that is fair.
I could have sworn we have. You and I definitely have. I can guarantee.
In TI?
John, we're the SEA casters, John. We've definitely seen those score lines. Guaranteed.
Yeah, we get them all.
Mid lane.
Smoke out here.
Oh boy. It's really that easy, John. It really is that easy.
What's the BKB for? What was that, Miro? Okay.
It's to send a message.
He was in smoke. They couldn't even see it pop.
He's sending a message, John. They'll see the replay. Miro jumps in. Who is he roaring? Apparently nobody. Yuma. He's the one who jumped in, and he is the one just getting destroyed. Miro, I mean, he's just tanking through all the damage that the Gunner's providing. Like, the Axe is just healing him up. In they go for more. GPK finds a stun onto Fly. That's Fly dead. Gunner's trying to burrow strike out. He's going to die to boot. Buyback from Fly, and the GG is called. They've seen it. I appreciate it. I mean, you know, it's... At some point, you've just got to call it. This game was over the 10-minute mark.
It really did feel that way. Again, the lanes here for Nouns just did not work out in any feasible form. Miero and Save just doing a lot of work with all of the reach they had, with cookie combinations, just getting aggressive early on. Then you had Saika in his lane as well, just running down Gunner and Lelis, and there was just no recovery. It feels like this Tinker, if you lose your tier 1 towers very early on, you're not going to be able to hit this faster timing to stall out the game, to stop the push, start to shove out yourself, and start to get work done. Again, historically, BBT has managed to take out Nouns consistently in this past year. Game 1 certainly showing the results of that research. We'll have to see if they can bounce back in Game 2 here.
We certainly will, Don. We'll head back to our panel and see what they have to say about this Game 1.
We're going to try our best. I mean, Jenkins, you as a Noun supporter, quite obviously, any silver linings for them?
I think the one kill that they got was excellent. They did a good job with that. The double deny from Gunner also was kind of showing that, yeah, you can take you can kind of take the game and win the game, and you can also have 25 kill advantage on us and a 25k gold lead. But hey,
at the end of the day,
you can't take our buildings.
Only we can take our buildings.
They were very defiant. They stood by that one. We were wondering where Tinker might sit in this event. TI, how is he? Because 2 weeks ago, in a couple of other events leading up to this, massive priority in the support role there. Finally, we see it. I mean, it didn't take too long for us to see it, but I would say paired with the Disruptor, it just didn't really do much. This support combo for me was very lackluster, Winter.
I mean, it's not really fair this game, I felt, because they lost the lanes so hard. Disruptor plus Tinker, maybe the idea is Tinker is not a hero that provides you with catch, so they wanted a partner that has catch with Glimpse, but Disruptor is not the greatest in the lane.
Yeah.
And I feel like Tinker as a position 4 kind of feels like a 5, because you are buying all the team items, you're not really like doing damage, you're just mitigating a lot of damage.
But I feel like even Disruptor isn't guaranteed either. I think there were better 5s that could have guaranteed better lockdown or better catch that could have maybe paired more. So I think it's just the mix of the two in my mind.
They need a more stable laner, I felt like.
Okay.
Like Disruptor is not a stable laner.
We honestly just didn't see much of anything from Nouns this game,
yeah,
unfortunately. And I think it really comes down to play more than anything. They didn't pass the BB team test. For me, it's just like, this team is so good at laning stage.
I agree.
And if you lose all 3 lanes to this team, this is just how it's going to look. Heroes could be part of it, but it's mainly going to be play. They just kind of got outplayed this game. They did have the heroes to deal with it in some capacity. I feel like the Tinker against maybe this is why they picked the Ursa I talked about. Like, he wants to get on top of the Sand King, burst him before that damage comes out. Tinker doesn't help too much against that as compared to having like a stun. So you lose that lane. You're obviously going to lose versus the DK versus Quap matchup. The Quap isn't going to win there. I thought they'd do a little bit better with the CK Disruptor lane, because that lane is honestly pretty strong. It should be in theory, but unfortunately no luck there either. They just lost all 3 lanes, and against BB team, that's the one thing you don't want to happen, because they're just so good at snowballing games.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I thought then there's still could have been a possibility of coming together as a 5 and trying to get a pick off. It's not like, you know, BB team, sure, they're really good at lanes, but we've also seen them time and time again kind of fall back into still wanting to farm up. They don't always necessarily just push and invade your part. They're not a team that's just like, okay, we win lanes now, let's take over triangle, move along over to their safe lane, and then to the racks. They're a team that does still like to eventually fall back and have some farm. And I think as Nouns, you could try and find something, but maybe that's also hopeful because of how bad the
They had one chance when the Disruptor smoked and he missed the combo
True.
into the Ursa.
I don't know. That was already, the game was like so over.
Yeah, but that was like the only chance.
I was thinking along the same lines as you, maybe not necessarily when it comes to like grouping up and 5-manning, but like switching the lanes, switching the supports. Like maybe putting the Disruptor against the Ursa would look a lot better, but then you're playing a Disruptor into Enchantress, who is going to destroy you with creeps and right clicks, and you're this slow harass hero who's playing into a hero that's going to heal through it, especially with this overprotective Wisps facet. So because of the Ench, they couldn't swap the Disruptor to the lane. So because of that, there's a Tinker now in the lane protecting a Sand King with a dispellable shield that Enchantress can dispel. Right. So both supports are countered by Ench, and then Sand King is countered by Ursa. That's why they last picked it. You just run them down a lane, especially with the Dust Devil facet, if there's no invis to
and they also swapped the DK mid, and they got a good matchup there, so they basically kind of just
did
all favorable lanes.
This is classic BB team.
Really
I totally agree with Fear. This is just the classic BB team. They win all 3 lanes. They just look like the superior team. The draft almost doesn't matter. Like, Nouns just has to... I mean, they can draft for better lanes, but they also just have to lane better. They have to make some move that is giving them some advantage against BB team.
Maybe Copium here, want to chalk it up to first game, maybe a little nerves. It just felt like timid gameplay all around. You're timid in lane and you lose them. Then you're not even really trying to make anything on the map for yourself, despite how difficult it is. I just want to see them come together with a little bit more aggression, something that I think has found very good success for them in the past.
They did come together in this game once with, we actually have a highlight here, replay.
Really?
We're going to go ahead and pull up. Computer, roll the clip. This is going to be the
17-0 right now, right?
Yeah, it's 17-0. Not looking so good, and this is how much they have to commit to just kill GPK here. He almost doesn't even go down, and Queen of Pain has to suicide in order to get that ult off to take him down through all of that. So that's just the position that they were in.
Yeah.
I mean...
Nobody 22-0s America.
No. That's right. We get an American flag on the screen production.
We might need a little bit of time. Maybe if Nouns take game number 2, we can get that one going for you there, Jenkins. And it's a best of 2 for group stage, so they're going to have another chance here to at least be able to tie it up for themselves. We saw the previous series between Talon and Tundra. It was really rough for Talon in that first game, but they made great adjustments in their draft to be able to take some picks for themselves that Tundra had just done well on, and they were able to get that. Could we see similar for Nouns? Do you see any of those heroes having to be placed now in the ban phase, or even you go, okay, maybe we take that one for ourselves. Maybe Enchantress is going to be our support that we need to pick up first.
Maybe. I want to go back to like the talk we had before the game started on the Sand King. I said Sand King definitely has some flaws as a hero, especially in competitive, whereas like ranked, it's a little bit different. And I feel like BB Team really exploited the Sand King. I think you really need to look at that Sand King again and be like, that really did not work out, and make some changes. Whether you change the Tinker support, maybe you put it mid, whatever it might be. But like, I think they need to start there. That was their first pick of the game. It went horribly. Gunnar had a really bad game. The Ursa just got too far ahead, and I feel like there's more heroes that can do that to the Sand King. So I would start there if you are Nouns. lanes. And you do have to start on the laning stage because that's BB team. If you lose all 3 lanes to this team looks like the best team in the world. And this is why a lot of teams, a lot of people put them in their top 3 every single tournament because they see games like this, like who's going to beat this team? And it just comes down to their superior individual skill.
They put them in the top 3, but not the top 2.
Yeah. That's reserved.
Yeah.
I mean, they are definitely one of the best laning teams, and like Fear mentioned, I think I would try to prioritize supports that are better in the lane. Like if I'm going to open with the Sand King again, I really have to pair it up with something like maybe just get the Snapfire, you know, just make sure the lane's stable.
There's also an argument for comfort. Maybe if not necessarily better in the lane, but you just know the little tricks,
the details, but you're going to be limited by the matchup if you're opening a draft and with a hero. I think you need to make sure like the core has a lane no matter what, because you're already picking it as your opening pick.
Yeah.
So that has to be the top.
Maybe a mix of both, because I don't see Gunnar as a huge, like, oh, Gunnar Sand King. This is like, you know, I'm gushing over this. Like his, you know, off lane, I would say like Tusk, Wyvern, Earth Spirit. These are the mids that when he was a mid player for so long, he would play that were kind of
he also just
primal as well.
He also just stand. I feel like you're going really like Gunnar specific offlaners. You can't forget, like, he still does play the standards of like the Centaurs, potentially even the Slaughters, the Marses. Like, these are things that he can also play as well. Like, I do also see them fall in his comfort. So they don't have to go too crazy with the draft and the adjustments.
Yeah, you never want to over adjust.
Yeah.
For sure. Like if you can,
you don't have to all of a sudden be like, oh, Earth Spirit Wyvern, guys, look it in for me.
But I would argue that like Gunnar on Centaur to me is a very similar thing to Gunnar on Sand King. He's like fine at both of these heroes. Whereas if I saw Gunnar on Tusk or Wyvern, it's like he invented this hero. You know, like he was playing this stuff on mid before anybody else was. I would love to see him on that just because I'm a Gunnar fan. If it wasn't obvious, but I do think like a mix of better laning and comfort would probably be ideal. And it probably comes from the supports, to be honest.
Well, let's talk about lane stabilizers and supports then. What comes to mind when during this meta as well that you want to be able to see?
I mean, I think in general for Sand King, like his biggest weakness is his level 1 to 2. It's better than it was in the past, but I feel like you need to pair Sand King with the hero like a Hoodwink or something that can really just carry him through that first couple levels, right? And then if you do get free farm or you don't get punished in the first couple levels on Sand King, then you just kind of take over the lane, you farm everything, they can't really go into your Sandstorm, and you become a really strong hero. Tinker doesn't really do that. Like, you have one laser and you can drop the March machines, but Ursa doesn't care about that too much. He's going to keep chasing you down. Tinker can't do anything. So maybe pick a Pos 4 that can either punish you if you overcommit with like some Shadowy and Poison Stags, or a Hoodwink with a Bushwhack and Acorn. Like, those things could help.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned the Dark Willow as well. I wouldn't mind seeing her.
That's good too.
The last time we saw her in... Oh, I'm not going to say competitive. I'm just going to say when we saw her last TI, at TI 12, she was actually in the carry position. So we weren't really seeing her picked up as a support. So I'd like to see her have
I mean, that was like to counter Muerta, right?
Yes. It was very hit and miss. Some people looked great on it. Other people, unfortunately, got knocked out of the tournament from it. So it's rough. Either way, would like to see her come back as a support. That's one that I would like to see is Dark Willow. But you obviously have your more standard ones, the Hoodwink that you have.
I think Dark Willow is very similar to Snapfire. Like, you're strong in the first few levels, and you're really good in the team fights. I mean, they nerfed the ulti, so you can't use it on your teammate. But overall, I feel like she still provides a lot of value in the team fights if you get a good terrorize off.
Yeah.
I just think it fits the same role as Hoodwink in terms of...
You would rather Hoodwink?
Very, I think...
I mean, Hoodwink's different because Hoodwink is like greedier. You want to try to play...
No, I'm saying in terms of what they would want from it, which is just a hero that will carry through level 1 through 3. Like, Willow and Hoodwink are, to me, like equivalent in terms of very few like 5s and carries can trade with a Hoodwink. Like, you can play into a complete counter and the Dark will just sit there, keep hitting you. You ever commit, she throws some brambles down. It does more damage at level 1 than like any other spell. If you run through the brambles, and you can play on top of them, so they have to run through them to kill you. It's a similar concept, just not a good hero. Like I think Hoodwink's also.
That was a lot of words to say. She's worse than Hoodwink.
But I think that's why.
I think the playstyle's just changed for Pos 4s. Like, is Hoodwink and Willows, they don't really build a lot of items for the team. Like we're seeing more and more of. Or Hoodwink is, I'm just going to play for myself, be a bit more greedy. I feel like that style is fading out a little bit. Not entirely sure. I'm going to keep an eye on the position 4 hero pool. I think they're in a strange spot right now.
It's funny to say that, and then we see people picking up Sniper Pos 4, which I think is very
Well, he can build auras.
But people are building auras on him.
True.
Yeah.
But
It's like
that's
he
not to say-
transitions from lane
Right.
winning to...
But that's not to say you can't do that in Hood. It's just traditionally you don't because...
That's the hero then. They didn't pick Sniper with Sand.
I mean, Snapfire...
But then we don't have that lockdown that we... in the
Snapfire's
test that we just
good. I
talked
feel
about.
like Snapfire's
I mean, he has the
great.
damage though. Like you need one of two things. You either
Right.
need
That's true.
if they go onto the Sand King with your Ursa, the Ursa needs to die before the Sand King, and maybe Sniper can achieve that, right? Because he has the high burst damage.
Or something to make the trade not worth it, which
Yeah.
requires some like really strong early game nuke, which I think Snapfire is great for.
That's good too. Yeah.
And she actually does.
The BB
build,
team had that hero.
She does build the team items. Yeah, and also the Enchantress we've seen win 3 games in a row on the mainstream.
We have,
Like,
yes.
This hero just seems to be, despite having the enchant just nerfed, where you're gaining less XP every time you take a creep, it still seems.
It doesn't matter, right? Because like she fits all the criteria of what you want from a support right now. Like strong in lane, builds
Buys
auras,
team items.
right? Not too greedy.
Does damage.
Does damage.
Scales, yeah.
So like, and then, like that's kind of where like the Hoodwink we just haven't seen right now. I gave Hoodwink because that's just like my automatic
Of course,
response
yeah,
of
we
how
are
to
doubling
win.
down on Hoodwink specifically, but you're
Yeah.
talking more broadly as well.
Yeah, because I think the meta has shifted and people aren't really looking at these type of Hoodwink heroes and Dark Willow position 4s that, yeah, strong in lane, but later on in the game, that's not the type of hero that you want on POS 4 in this particular meta.
I think a really strong offlane that would be like very this meta, at least today, we'll see how this changes in the next few days, is like SD Centaur. These are 2 very strong heroes. Currently, SD's
classic.
One of the, yeah, it's a classic like lane winner. And then SD plays into
I
the
mean, is
healing
this
meta
still a lane
incredibly
winner
well.
right now? I feel like SD Centaur is not as strong as before.
Yeah, that's a giga lane winner, dude. I would love to see what sort of safe lane.
I mean, SD, in my opinion, is stronger in the safe lane than as a POS 4, but still really good. Because like, it's just ridiculous. Like your right clicks
because you're really good at trading.
Yeah, you just like you really win any side like jungle type of trading.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You can't go over there. You can't block the small camp because you're just gonna die if you do. Whereas a POS 4, you can stack more. That's like definitely good, but it's not as good for like just trading with the other.
But wouldn't you say that he works better with the offlane heroes right now, since they're all range heroes on the carry?
I mean, I personally am not entirely sure, but what I see in Shadow Demons, they're just trading with the other supports, and eventually he solo kills them.
Yeah,
and that's generally like
that's what I'm
most
seeing
of
as
the.
well.
So he like kind of isolates it into a 1v1 versus 1v1 type of matchups, because like I think in general like he doesn't add a lot to the actual laning stage itself.
Oh, look, we're finally going to be seeing
yeah.
a Naga let through. I mean, this time round with BB Team having first pick, Nouns decide for themselves that even though they just lost on Sand King, they don't really have the answers for it. They think maybe BB Team is going to be able to do more with it. They take it out. Naga let through, picked up, and then in a response, it's going to be
This
tough.
is definitely not a trade I feel good about. Getting a
You know what's
touch
really
over Naga.
annoying about this Naga support right now? The most
No, I don't.
annoying part about it is you don't know if it's a support. So you still have to counter it, right? You still have to pick like a lot of AoE, which the support Naga doesn't really care about that much. So you're in a situation where it's a flex. It can be technically a carry, but at the same time, it's a support. So you have to eventually pick like some gyrocopter carry or some Ember. And then if it's a support, all of a sudden this Naga's countering your Ember because he's going to sleep you and net you and root you.
Yeah.
It's just very bizarre. It's very hard to draft against. I
How
feel.
do you play support Naga differently to a core Naga for people who might
It's
not have seen it
mostly
yet?
the early game.
10
Like
seconds
you're securing your lane for your carry, and on top of that, you're giving your team
5
like
seconds
huge team
remaining.
fight with the song. You heal. You have a reliable catch with song into and snare setup, and later you can shove out all the lanes, with your illusions and deluge. So you're gonna be fat no matter what.
Yeah, I also just got word that across all the streams, all the games that have been played, Naga has been banned in all of them. So this is the very first time that she's been let through. So I guess
Yeah.
that 100% contest rate's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I have
But
like a 25% win rate in my pubs, but
He's not. She's
I'm
not good in top.
overall. But like when I played Naga, I went 10-0. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. I thought you meant just on Naga. And I'm like,
No,
you're
no,
not
no.
building her up at all.
I have not lost a game on this hero, and I played 10 games to support with it. It's
Wow.
incredibly broken. Maybe I lost one. Maybe I'm 9-1. Who knows?
Yeah,
but it wasn't my
you just
fault.
like give your team like too much in the
10
early game. Your
seconds
early
remaining.
game plus the first couple of team fights with a song. Like I always feel like I can never lose the
5
team fight
seconds remaining.
when I have Naga.
Yeah, because you just leave the fight if it's bad. You just press song and everybody TP's out.
Yeah, it's insane now. The song heals you for your mana and max HP. So if everyone's in trouble, you pop it, they're getting healed. The Shard makes it twice as good, which is also really cool. And on top of that, like you're gonna have Greaves, so it kind of fits the meta of like healing type of synergy. And then on top of it, just the Deluge. It's a unique mechanic that only one hero in the game has, where it reduces status resistance. And that can apply to a lot of different things. Like the net will be longer, blood grenades in the laning stage will be longer, which is very strong as well. And you can pair it with a lot of different heroes. Alina stun will be longer, whatever it might be. Like no other hero can reduce your status resistance like that.
I mean, the real in also finally has been buffed.
And not to mention
enough times that it's good.
But the 40 mana that it costs at level 1, 45 mana.
Next to nothing. I really like, by the way, this progression for heroes. I remember when Marcy first came out and she just felt so busted because she had this repositioning sort of mobility toolkit that no one else really had. And over the time since we've had her added into the game, everyone else, every other hero is slowly getting either like a repositioning or a mobility way in their toolkit, whether that's through Ags or Shard or a Facet or something like that. And I really enjoyed seeing now how you can place priority differently based on what exactly is needed to either counteract or improve your mobility and displacement.
I mean, she has 2 unique mechanics, right? Like, even Deluge caps your max move speed, so if you hit a Weaver or something, Isakuchi's just gonna slowly walk away.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, impacting mobility in a very unique and different way. It's good. It's nice to see just how different it is. Snapfire, though, being picked up yet again within this series, but swapping sides here because Nouns thought it was way too difficult to deal with and something they want for themselves.
And that's what we wanted to see as well, right? Like, these 2 heroes are
a support duo, like
a
more stable support duo, like Tusk plus Snapfire.
I mean, I personally don't think that Disruptor CK is a weak lane. I feel like that lane should be strong. I feel like they just got outplayed up there. They'll just have to tighten up some gameplay a little bit for Nouns, because I feel like a lot of it is, yes, of course, BB Team's really good in strong laning stage, but I feel like Nouns didn't play up to their potential as well in that game number 1. So having better heroes is definitely going to help, but they're also going to have to step up their individual gameplay.
Yeah, that lane is definitely not supposed to lose.
Yeah.
Disruptor CK is like some of the highest kill threat you can imagine. Do you think all 3 of these heroes the BB Team has picked can be flexed to many roles?
Every role.
This isn't a very annoying draft to draft against.
It's like we could potentially be seeing 3 cores here, you know?
These could be 3 cores, yeah.
We're not going to. That would be quite insane. But
So I know Toronto Tokyo does play Naga and Bat a lot.
Yes, he plays both.
I'm not sure if... I don't know. Do you think they have any potential to play Naga 4? I have a feeling that Monkey will just be a core here.
I was thinking it's going to be a Monkey core.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I think if you're putting Bat in support...
Save is really good at Bat
Exactly.
support, yeah.
You want to put it on someone who has shown time and time
there are only
again to
few
play with it.
people that actually play Bat mid. I think Thompson is one of them, like with the Arsonist
Okay.
facet. You kill the buildings. I remember seeing him doing that.
It's underrated. That's actually good. It has a higher win rate than the other facet.
Yeah.
As a core, right?
Yeah.
Not as a support.
Not as a support. Good lord.
Could you imagine a support doing that?
How are you going
Just backdoor the buildings.
Scuff to Leshrac?
Yeah, I think
Or
it's either
NP.
going to go mid for Bat, and then if you put it on support, it would be 4, which would put the Naga on 5. And
Yeah, I think Naga is, unless you drop 0 AoE for Nouns, because it could still be a carry. Naga's going to be 5 or 1.
yeah.
Monkey King is going to be either 4 or mid, I think.
Honestly,
Maybe 1.
a monkey plus Naga lane doesn't sound that bad. Like the real in with Monkey getting a bunch of
Yeah.
Jingu stacks, that sounds
I mean,
very
the
good.
large plus the
Jenkins, how have you
slow.
not caught on with Ench being picked up for Nouns? Where do you think the Tusk is going?
Could still be a mid Snapfire there.
Of course, but don't you want to hype it up at the potential?
It's gonna be an offlane Tusk. I feel like Gunnar is he's making this call. He's like, just pick me the Tusk. I'll carry the team with it.
No. He's gonna say it's a carry monkey. I want to be Snapfire. I don't want to be a melee hero.
I think he doesn't care after that first game. That was a 20-0 scenario.
Yeah, it was really rough.
I mean,
There's what I'm saying is there is more flexibility on Nouns than we might have let on when we only first saw the 2 picks. And then with Ench and Reza coming out, we're like, okay, the flexibility is also there for Nouns on where they could move things. Snap as a support, as a mid, Tusk as an off lane, or as a support.
they failed the Naga test here. Like, you just put Naga carry now. What do you do?
You don't think there's a last pick that could...
I don't think so.
I also think Naga carry.
I think you can just put Naga carry now. Not a single one of these heroes is good. Maybe
ganito yung sinasabi ko sa'yo. Papaintindi ko sa'yo. Basahin mo.
Ala, wala akong time. Basahin mo.
Payouts are released on 21st of every month for earnings made in the previous month. It may 2 to 3 working days to receive your payout in the US and 7 to 10 days to receive your payouts outside of the US. If you can see your payouts in your account within the time frame, contact your bank directly. To find your product's payout cycle date, click learn more. So, ibig sabihin...
Pero pagkakagets ko, monthly pa din, parang Google. Tapos meron lang, bibigyan ka ng ilang days para check nila yung mga report, ganyan. Tapos,
basta yung kinita mo ngayon, next month mo.
Oo nga. Parang yung sa bonus mo, ganun. Dapat ganun. Wala pang...
Ewan ko. Mas nagugulan ako sa explanation mo kaysa kay Facebook.
Sino pagkakaintindi ko sa sinabi ng
Gumamit ka ng Shopee! Gumamit ka ng Shopee! Gusto Impress VIP!
Tingnan mo ba yan?
Oo. Tingnan mo.
Yan.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Pasok?
Kasi, yung pangalan nito. Nakalimutan ko na siya. Basta yung ka-PTA niya.
May uniform pa yan mga yan, no?
Siyempre, ibang kulay pa yan. Tapos labi ni Zumba.
I rush to defend. I give no quarter.
Prepare for battle.
Look to the foe.
I think all of us can agree. This one
is...
Bakit? Shoutout! Shoutout kay Alicia! Mag-comment ka! Parang di anak eh!
Not yet.
Let's just skip 30 seconds and get started.
To the fight. Patrolling. Onward. Slither.
Okay, make with the killer.
After them. Keep a lookout.
It was inevitable.
The deep ones return to duty. No delay. Yes. Guard well. Well. Yes. Digs up. Deep ones guide me. to the... Slither. Unfired. To the fight. No stopping me. Onward. Deep ones guide me. Scaling up. Look to the foe. Guard well. Slither. Onward. Vigilance. To the fight.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
I rush to defend. Keep a lookout. No delay. Yes. My strength increases to the deeps with you. Guard well. Look to the foe. Deep ones guide me. Patrolling. Cowards.
That was unreal.
No stopping me. No delay. Yes. Deep ones guide me. To the fight. Keep a lookout. I go. Attack. In overflow. Onward. Guard well. defend. The scales. I rush to defend.
So, what are your feelings around having a
Toil and trouble takes the lives of two.
Deep ones guide me. Total. Torn to the black sea. Torn from blood and infinity.
Hey, take a look at your bottom tower. Why does that
Yes. Slither. Reveal. Face me. Vigilance. No delay.
This one walks towards
Look to the foe. Look to the foe. You won't escape. Patrolling. I'm on to Look there. Under attack. No mercy.
You know that all-important little tower of yours? Yeah, it's
Keep a lookout. We see you. Yes. I rush to defend. I give no quarter. No stopping me. Deep ones guide me.
fortified. You realize that
Once
towers
guide me.
You're right, Jax. They really should do something about that.
No delay.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Destroy enemy's top tower? Check. Defend your middle tower. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Keep a lookout.
Defend your bottom tower.
Look to the foe. I rush to defend. The scales slither. Not yet. You're in much water.
Wanders our wood.
You think Dire's fortification will work this? The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
You're in deep water.
Toil and trouble takes the lives of
No mercy. I give no quarter.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To the fight. In over your head.
Radiant just fortified.
Armor melts away. Patrolling.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
This one walks towards the dark.
I go. Face me. Slither.
Defend your top tower. I hope you're getting something out of this.
To the fight. Vigilance. But I'm not ready. Look to the foe.
The woods will always want the dead.
On their tail. No delay. increases. I rush to defend. Illusion!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Look out! Look out!
Let's go. I'm ready ult, bro.
I rush to defend. I'm not ready.
Just push, bro, just push.
Yes.
Late.
Double damage!
Your top tower is under attack.
No delay. Deep guides me. Patrolling. Look to the foe. Guard well. Onward. To the fight. The scales. Deep waters guide me. I go.
Radiant's courier is dead. Just following orders. Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Look to the foe.
Your top tower has fallen. Was that a plan?
To defend. Illusion. Yes.
The moon sings its mad song.
No delay. To the fight. Look to the foe. I rush to defend. Treasure for the deeps. On their tail, a soldier's fortune. Keep a lookout. Patrolling. Deep ones guide me. Slither.
What, bro?
No delay.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Guard well.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, your middle tower was an important one. Enemy's middle tower is down. Tell me when it's on. Defend your middle tower. Generally, the other way around is better.
Okay.
Giant courier has been killed. Oh, I love a good courier. You realize the middle tower is under attack?
Not yet. From the core of the universe, a treasure. I rush to defend.
Courier Slayer.
To the fight. Yes. Deep ones guide me. Onward. Look to the foe.
Those with honor might
Keep
pause.
a lookout. Go to the dead zone with you. Patrolling. No delay.
See? They came back.
Guard well. Slither. It's not time yet. Yes. I rush. I go to the fight. Yes. Guard well. Slither. Look to the foe.
Take a look at your bottom tower.
You won't escape.
Buset, buset. Tolol anjing dah kom. Ngentot.
Keep a lookout. Deep ones guide me. Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack. Where are the reinforcements? Your middle tower is under attack. You know, Jax could take care of that. If the price is right.
Yes. Keep a lookout. In over the head.
Defend your bottom tower. Bottom tower is weak.
A soldier's fortune. I rush to defend. No delay. After them. Slither. Deep ones guide me.
Malah ada creep anjing. Look to the foe. Invisibility. I came a long way to die. Yes. On their tails, a pearl beyond price. I'm on
Your top tower is
blood and bone.
Your middle tower. Yes, Jax, I know you could have done better. Defend your middle tower. Dire structures are fortified.
Have been dead.
In your timeline. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Middle barracks are just a memory now.
To march to death. Wonders our world.
Defend your top tower. Yes, Jax, I know top tower was your favorite. They don't seem to care. Your top tower is under attack. Dire just fortified. Your top tower is under attack. You just lost your top tower. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Hey, so, top barracks? Your top barracks has fallen. We have revenged him. You realize looks like the end.
Strange eons. This is the work of the man. A story torn. Torn from limbs. Meat hangs from the earth. No delay.
Defend your middle tower.
To the fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yet. It's not time yet. I rush to defend. It's not time yet. It's not time yet. Onward. Keep a lookout. Look to the
Your bottom
foe.
tower is under attack. I hope you protect your base more faithfully than your bottom tower.
Deep wild skies.
Your middle tower is under attack. Hey, take a look at them. I hope they protect your base more faithfully than your bottom tower. Pay a little attention to your bottom barracks is full. Ooh, no. Bottom barracks. The enemy now have mega creeps. Call it an opportunity? Your middle tower is full. Highway robber. Your ancient nation. Radiant victory.
Ay, nako. Hirap. Pagbobo carry. Huwag muna tayo na. Kakainin ng bed bomb ng buhay yan. Lamang sa player talaga bed bomb. Road 2. May hindi ka pa na-edit dun sa ginawa ni Lian? Tatlo lang yung nasa akin.
Oo, sa phone mo. Dalawa na sa phone ko. Lahat naka-upload sa Google Drive.
Okay. May isa pa yata akong di na-upload. Pero lahat yung nabago na, no? Ha? Sab mo ako? Patay. Ano kaya? Sasabihin. Maganda kay Jessie. Sasabihin kaya? Abangan.
Train, we'll have a short training round. So make sure you always look at the documents.
Can you fall out of count?
5 seconds.
come lock, stock, and barrel.
This is where you prove yourself. Well, not me. Already made up my mind, and it isn't good.
My spotter directs. Spotted.
Let's just skip the 30 seconds and get started.
A new trajectory. Quick draw. Aha.
That was unreal. I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
Line of sight.
I have a pretty good idea how this will turn out. You'll have to wait and see.
She'll be soaked to the root.
Yes. Uh-huh. Eat lead. No. Gun. Target practice. Enough. My spotter guides me. Snipe hunt. Yeah. Uh-huh. Trick shot. Spotted. Full bore. As you say. Spot on. Into the breach. I'm under attack. Let's have a go at it.
Well played. Well played.
Quick draw. Sure is shooting. Of course. Sniping. Gunpowder just. Quick draw. Wait for it. Wait for it. Think of
You
it
realize
as a
you didn't
new
know it's on that?
beginning.
Dire's courier is so dead. Impressive efficiency, though.
Eat lead. Snipe hunt. Aha. Shoot 'em up. Let's have a go at it. Denied. Aha. It's rifle. Aha. Uh-huh. Quick draw. Yes. Mm-hmm. Spotted. I'm under attack. Mm-hmm. Spotted. My spotter direct. Oh!
This one walks towards the
My spotter guides. Into the breach. Shrapnel. Full bore. Of course. A new trajectory. Line of sight. Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Lead. Sure is shooting.
torn meat, torn from blood and bone.
Defend your top tower.
Attack! Sure is shooting. Tricks! Into the breach. Shrapnel.
So, what are your feelings around the top tower?
Going ballistic. Uh-huh. A new trajectory.
You destroyed the enemy's top tower. But don't get too carried away.
Shrapnel. Uh-huh.
Your bottom
My
tower is under
spotter
attack.
guides me. Quick draw. Oh, ha-ha. Trick shot. Quick draw. Yes. Yeah. Shrapnel, I'm under attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
Long enough.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll stick to my guns.
Defend your top tower. Why does that tower even try?
Spotted. Quick draw.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant just fortified. Dire's courier has been killed.
Run and gun.
Defend your bottom tower.
Shrapnel. Going ballistic.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Of course.
Hey, take a look at your bottom tower. Your eye checks, they really should do something about that.
I spotted directly.
Defend your bottom tower. Where are the reinforcements? You know that all-important middle tower of yours? Yeah, it's
Attack! My spotter guides me. You got it. Yes.
This one walks towards the dark.
As you say. Uh-huh. Eat lead. Mark for death.
defend your top tower.
Uh-huh.
Your top tower has fallen.
The woods will always want the dead.
Ooh, more snipe hunt. Gunpowder.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Die.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Spotted. This'll hurt. Take this.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Defend your bottom tower. Generally, the other way around is better.
Uh-huh.
This one walks the marches to death. Wanders our road.
My demon staff.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Another shot at victory. Of course. Oh, ha-ha. Yes. Full bore. Higher caliber. Yes?
Defend your middle tower. You know, Jax could take care of that. If the price is right. You realize our middle tower is under attack? Your middle tower has fallen. Towers crumble, empires fall. Suckers born. Defend your middle tower.
As you say. Run and gun. Uh-huh. Yes. My spotter directs. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Shrapnel. Gunpowder.
Dire structures are fortified.
Of course. Sure is shooting. Uh-huh. My spotter directs.
Go for my master. Ritual.
Aha. Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quick draw. Spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Torn. Meat torn from blood and bone.
Sure is shooting.
This one walks towards the dark.
Shot to hell. Let's have a go at it. Oh, a few bullets more. Yes. Breathe your last. Center of mass. Of course. Oh, ha, ha. Uh-huh. Take hunt. Into the breach. A new trajectory.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant just fortified.
Yeah.
Defend your middle
He's a bouncy Nice spotter. Take hunt.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Of course. Spot on. Spotted. Sure is shooting. Quick draw. Take this.
The enemy's bottom tower was stopped again.
Of course. Full bore. ballistic. Oh, ha-ha!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shrapnel! Yes? Spotted. My spotter guides me. Aha. Quick draw. As you say. Of course. Snipe hunt.
The enemy's top tower is full. Just like my father's observatory. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower is fallen.
My spotter direct.
Where's the enemy's top tower? I know, Jax. I was just. You've destroyed the enemy's middle barracks. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Ooh, hopes crashed, I'm sure.
Yes? Sure is shooting. Snipe hunt. Full bore.
Dire structures are fortified.
Sings its mad song.
Destroy enemy's top tower? Check. The enemy
Someone scored that Johnson.
Your enemy will miss that, Talon. Your enemy will miss that.
Yun, Aurora Liquid, guys.
I know we're just 11 minutes in, but I feel what you're saying. He's top of the net worth, and it's a lead that is extending quite a bit. And compare him to Nisha, who's kind of there with the Kunkka, right? Not exactly looking too good.
Not. He tried to make a couple of rotations. They didn't work out. He didn't die, but he didn't farm during that. Let's see bot lane. Let's see.
Real good read of the map there. Real good read of the map there. Real good read of that situation. Read of that situation. TPing away from a lot of these Liquid heroes who don't get their hands on the Windrunner. They will get their hands onto the tier 1 tower, though. At least they get a little consolation prize.
Can we talk about one item? I didn't hear the panel mention too much, but these are Cane Boots, man. Like, who was it? I think it was Jenkins that talked about items that are good in the meta and Greaves and stuff, and how they make the heroes broken, not necessarily the heroes themselves. Like, Arcanes are built by Lina, by Windrunner, by almost any popular carry at the moment. And they just make your lane so much easier. You get them so damn fast after a couple of waves, and then suddenly your position 5 or 4, whatever, can just dominate, because he has infinite mana. This item is definitely something that needs to be looked into.
I definitely agree with that, because you see a lot of supports too also get Arcane Boots, and then you're just never like just the core alone getting the Arcane Boots, like you said, is enough.
I'm fine with supports. It was always a support or maybe offlane item, but the carry buying it, that's something is sus there. leave Arcane Boots to us at least, you know.
That makes me feel good to give mana, but when I'm receiving mana, this is like, even better. My carry does care. Ooh. Big stacks being taken from both teams. McKay's got this blade mail. He activated that to try and take this stack a little bit quicker. Meanwhile, 23 Savage over here with jabs to try and get the stacks themselves. Lornoff even shows up to take a couple of last hits.
It's a pretty good blade mail game, right? Like, you are playing this Razor who isn't necessarily always the tankiest, but you pick up the blade mail, you have something to deal with 23 Savage, with Sniper's damage as well. And basically, this is the name of the game for Liquid. What you want is, you want these armor items that deal with snipers, with Wind Rangers. So you're gonna get armor or some damage blocking, right? Like, you're gonna get blade mail on Razor and Doom. Yeah, of course, Crimson Guard queued up by 33.
33 wanting that Crimson. We'll see how quickly he gets it. Meanwhile, Lornoff finishing off a pretty early Hurricane Pike. He's got 21 charges as well. This kind of feels like a time maybe Aurora want to smoke and do just that. They kind of grouped up. They've got that Hurricane Pike ready for the sniper if he needs to kind of get out of some harm's way, out of some bad positioning. And wonder if we see them maybe get a catch onto McKay, but he's deep inside the dire side in their jungle. Not really much to really look at here in terms of getting a kill with this smoke just yet. The only one who's potentially showing is 33 down bottom, but he's not an easy kill either.
Yeah, he's not super tanky at the moment, but he's still probably the tankiest on Liquid. And this is the kind of an issue that they've got. Like, this smoke, if you're smoking with Wind Ranger, I think it's easier to invade the enemy jungle, the enemy side. If you smoke with this sniper, he's a honeypot. Like, he has so much gold and net worth, you don't really want to go behind enemy lines with the jabs.
All Lightning, they're going for jabs. Ghost Ship coming through. He does not have any help at the moment, and let's see. All Lightning's away. Now the Tusk there to help. Has that Snowball, pulled him in with Drinking Buddies. Snowball's away, Jab's trying to get out, hit by the Terrorize, ends up falling, so they will get one, but there's Lornoff getting a kill, and there's your prime target for the Doom. They'll get it on Lornoff. Now they've got the Electric Vortex to pull him in. The Overgrowth from Insania locking in 3 more of these heroes. They should be able to get Lornoff. They will. They'll find themselves Q as a third, and they'll chase after 23 Savage, who will win run and try to get away from this, but Nisha with his last bit of mana, Ball Lightning forward. They've got the vision. The Chakra Shot's not going to be enough, and 4 heroes are dead on the side of Aurora Gaming. Just like that, Liquid, they open the game up and they take advantage of a big move over bottom.
Damn, like, even if they had some sort of an advantage, it's definitely gone right now. Like Team Liquid are in a comfortable place in this game, and it all comes down to being stretched out too thin. Like they went all the way to that Twin Gate, and not everyone was there. Like Windrunner was missing. Like your sniper has to go too deep. Like there are so many sides from which you can get attacked there. Let's say they take that fight in their triangle where they can set it up properly. It never looks like that, never. But if your Doom can get on top of Sniper even without Blink, like you're probably in a bad position to start it off with.
Liquid, just like that, they get themselves a little bit of a lead, 3,000 net worth ahead. Lornoff, he felt confident. He's got that farm. He felt himself doing good damage throughout the first 15 minutes of the game, but Aurora just, they ran out of steam.
You're still a sniper. You want to keep your high ground. You want to use your facet like this ghillie suit. You want to keep distance from the enemy heroes. I think what baited them the most is the fact that they committed on Kunkka, right? Like they committed on jabs a lot. So you see that, you're thinking, okay, if they
Gusto kong pag-aralan mami yung ano, yung mga image na nilalagay ng TikTok ng Shopee link. Ano to? Paul Abuan. Tayo magbo-work. 11, work na.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Ooh, who should they pick, Jax? Ten seconds. 5 seconds.
position of power.
This is where you prove yourself.
Very good.
Well, not to me. Already made up my mind, and it isn't good.
Yes.
Amateur.
Sound advice. To battle. Your prayer answered.
There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity.
I ordain it.
30 seconds to battle. Now for some reset.
Yes. Mine by right, as well as by might. Forward. Very good. Sound
At last,
advice.
Jax, the final battle begins.
Time to play God. A position of power. I ordain it. Your prayer answered. Onward. Divine invasion. To battle. Yes. Very good. Beware. Reach for the sky. Onward. I ordain it. God give it. A position of power. My whiskers, that's sound advice. Forward. Sound, that's all it takes to kill you? God help me. I don't see any wine, so this will have to do. Your prayer answered. Very good. I'll save this for yes. Four. I ordain it. To battle. You wish you were never small. A position of power. Bye, mister. Onward. A picket. Sound advice. Attack! Your blade. Death and good are linked. To battle. Nature abhors an empty body. Yes. I ordain it. Don't bottle up your feelings. Very good. Onward. God help you now.
Torn from blood.
Not so fast. A position of power. I ordain. Onward. Your prayers, the heavens seem closer now. Very good. Yes. For God's sound advice. 4. I don't see any wine, so this will have to do. To battle. Beware. A position of power. I ordain it. Double damage. Enough is as good, yes. A position of power.
And here's a fortification from Radiant.
To battle. Utterly denied. Your prayer answered. Heaven help you. 4. God taketh away. Bye bye, mister. Onward. Sound advice. Divine invasion. Yes, nature abhors an empty body. A position of power. Illusion. Never small. Oh, ye of little faith.
Wonders.
Thunderous applause.
Where's the enemy's middle tower? No, I know, Jax. I was just... Never mind.
Sound. Two have been killed. To battle. I'll save this for later. Bounty. Attack. You wish you were never spawned. Onward. I ordain it. Your prayer answered. Forward. Don't bobble. Even I like a good bobble. A position of power. I don't see any wine, so this will have to do. Onward. Let me. Forward. I'm not ready. Towards the dark. Your prayer answered. Sound advice.
Radiant's courier is dead. Just following orders.
Your prayer answered. Onward. Sound.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The splinters of the moon sing their I take my honor. To battle.
Defend your middle tower. You're right, Jackson. Say something about that.
Very good.
You know that all-important middle tower of yours?
Give it to
Yeah, it's
a position of power. It's not time yet. Yes.
Enemy's bottom tower is down. Call me when it's next.
God. Very good.
Toil and trouble takes the lives of two.
Your prayer answered. A divine infusion. Sound advice. You wish you were never spawned. For God's sake. Forward. I ordain it. To battle. Onward. Sound advice.
I will sing
Your
this
prayer answered.
mad song.
Position of power.
Mad song.
Position of power.
Torn from ligaments, stomach over passion from bone.
God.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. You realize our middle tower is under attack? Your bottom tower is under attack. You think Dire's fortification will work?
Very good. Don't bottle up your haste. To battle. I'll save this for when planting a tribute. Beware. Your prayer answered. Sound advice. Just you wait.
Oh.
Moon sings its mad song.
Wait for it. I ordain it. Just you wait. Forward. Just you wait. Sound advice. Your prayer answered. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Where are the reinforcements?
Bye-bye. Forward. A position of power. Out of mind. I ordain it. Very good. To battle. A position of power.
Hey, take a look at this.
Torn. Our wood.
Yes. Very good. I ordain it. Onward. Attack. Reach for the sky. Forward. Your prayer answered. Reach for the sky. Battle. To battle. Lucky scepter to know the touch of a god.
Death wanders.
God give it. A position of power. Your
You
prayer
realize our middle
answered.
tower's under attack?
Heaven help me. Divine invasion. Wait for it. Forward. Nature, I can do with more of that. Very good. God help you now. Attack!
Radiant just fortified.
Don't bottle up your feelings. Sound advice. Onward. Your prayer answered. Forward. To battle. I ordain it. A position of power. Sound.
Minus to the power of
Retribution. Very good. I'm under attack. Yes.
The enemy's top
Sound
tower is falling.
advice.
I love when that happens.
Oh,
Your
God.
middle tower is under attack. Generally, the other way around.
Finished. Onward. Never spawn. I ordain it. I'll say a fitting bounty. To battle.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Beware. Divine invasion. Wait for it. Forward. Very good. God give it. Your prayer answered. 4. I'll save this for later. Bye-bye, Whisker. Illusion. A position of power. Onward. And I'm saying, well, that would be a tribute. Nature abhors an empty box. Bounty. Your
So,
prayer
what are your feelings around having a top tower?
Very good. Sound advice. Just you wait. To battle. You will never spawn.
Dire just fortified. The enemy's bottom tower just got condemned. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Very good. Onward. Your prayer answered.
Amateur.
A position of power. Don't bow on your feet.
This one walks towards the dark.
Sound advice. To battle. Forward. Yes. Very good. I don't see any wine, so this will have to do. Be 4. The heavens seem closer now. Your prayer answered. Got my ear to the ground. To battle. I ordain it. Nature abhors an empty mind. Sound advice. Yes. Very good. Reach for the sky.
Radiant just for the new tower.
Sound advice. Position of power. To battle. Your prayer answered.
The work of the mad moon. Behold my beauty.
Dire structures are fortified.
God's gift to the world. Me. Just I ordain it. Position of power.
At least I have you, Jack. Oi, pick up you.
Your prayer answered. Onward. Very good. You can't run. Yes. Four. A position of power.
The enemy's bottom tower is full. It's only a matter of time. Hey, take a look at this.
battle. Your prayer answered. Very good. Very good. Your prayer answered. Onward. Beware. To battle. Forward. Yes. Even I like a good brawl. A position of power. Sound.
You just lost your tower. Your top tower is under attack.
Into the dark.
I'm not ready.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I ordain it. Yes.
The enemy's middle tower is
Your
fallen.
prayer answered.
Oh, hey! Good job.
Many a grave is hidden in these woods.
Coin for me. position of power. Your prayer answered.
Your middle tower is under attack. Looks like the end. You realize your middle tower is under attack? Your middle tower is
Oh, ye of little. Yes. Very good.
defend your middle tower.
A position of power. Sound advice. Yes. Onward. Up this. 4. Your prayer answered. Your prayer answered.
It's encouraging.
A position of power. I'll save this for later. Very good.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Sound advice. Your prayer answered.
Oh, Dyer's courier is so good.
It's not time yet. Sound advice. It's not time yet.
The sun has fallen to the ground.
Mortality! God give it to me.
I'm open all night.
Very good. Not yet. Refresh. 4. Wait for it. A position of power.
This couldn't have ended any other way. Sure.
To battle. Oh, this can be good. Yes. Very good. To battle. A position of power. Onward. To battle. Very good. Yes. Sound advice. It's not hard. Position of power. I ordain it. Onward. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under
Your
attack.
prayer answered. Sound advice. Forward. Very good.
Hey, take a look at your bottom tower. Why does that tower dire structures are fortified?
To battle.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Man proposes. God disposes. A position of power.
Your top tower is under attack.
Sound
Go with them, silent.
very good. Forward. Your prayer answered. A position of power. I ordain. To battle. Sound advice. Your prayer answered. For God. I ordain it. Onward. Heaven help you.
You were
Your
too
middle tower
noisy
is
to
under
live,
attack.
amateur.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Next time, remember, your top barracks is fallen. I'd like to help the enemy's bottom barracks. Gamble like their dreams of victory.
My heroes died.
Defend your ancient, but die trying. The dire ancient is destroyed.
Get some levels. Like, your problem is Oli didn't even have level 6, you know, up to this point.
They've got the scan. Oh boy. 23 spotted, totem, and a fissure with a soul assumption. The drinking buddies to the familiar, and that will allow them to get to Walrus Punch out and get that kill. They also get his courier.
They are smoked. They want to fight this, maybe.
Not having 23, and Echo wasn't even used in that situation. A little bit rough there. Repel going to be placed on Anisha. Anisha might be looking for his opportunity to jump back in and go to the Echo Slam. It lands on a 2. There's the fissure. The Walrus Punch on a Warnoff. They get the kill on the puck. They look over at his Hoodwink. Sharpshooter to get away from the side of Team Liquid. They get the kill on the Boxy. They'll end up trading 1 for 1, at least in this engagement. But here comes Mickey. Here's the waveform over the Timber changes. He morphs into the Timber Zone. They get the kill on Anisha. They'll take out a second, but they've got the adaptive strike. They've got the morphling into a Timber that will take out the Timber with the help of 33. And they end up getting a couple, but it looked okay for Aurora.
Yeah, it looked all right, considering they didn't even have 23. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No Windrunner, they still took a decent fight. But that fight was almost perfect for Timbersaw. Like, he goes in, he manages to bring that all the heroes around him, together with all the trees that were around him, dishing out. And how much damage did he even deal? He dealt 2.5k damage that fight. So
yeah.
Quite a lot.
Couple of whirling deaths, especially in that situation, and you're gonna really do a lot there, so. Be able to take out this vision if they can get to it up in this jungle, as they've been playing aggressive for quite some time, but 23 comes over. Protecting the information that they've got, at least for now. Just keeping an eye as Jab's hoping to get into this Crimson Guard. He's got Arcane Boots, the Kaya ready. You look over at Lorinov, he's going for a Blink Dagger. The fight went well. They definitely would have wished they had 23, but I could see the possibilities. You know, I was questioning it before that fight, but there was something shown there that is shining some light.
No, definitely. I do think that they have what it takes to take these fights if they can somehow initiate on the right targets. Like, if you can silence, maybe blow up this Omni Knight from 100 to 0, your fight, of course, will be much easier.
Right.
And of course, Timber is there to, you know, just dish out all the damage needed. At the moment, he's the main one.
So again, the tier 2 just being attacked by these familiars. And maybe Aurora will look for an opportunity to fight. Once, I would say, 23 gets this Gleipnir, but he wants Gleipnir BKB to feel more comfortable within these fights. It ain't that easy for him at the moment.
It's so difficult to defend versus this combo. Like, the main hero on Liquid right now is a bird. It's not even Visage, it's one of the birds. He's fine. Nice. He's gonna get away. Like, who you have to look out for is this little 33 bird familiar that's flying around him. Like this dead pigeon, whatever you want to call it, a gargoyle. Because it gets solar crested, and it also gets drinking buddies. And then it hits real damn hard. That's the main objective taker for them at the moment.
Now, earlier in the game, you were saying you'd like to see Hoodwink maybe get a Maelstrom, clears out that familiars, but for right now, for the Hoodwink, it's Arcane Boots Aetherlands. So, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, he's going a bit more into, you know, the caster kind of a Hoodwink. Like you see some players, they tend to go for Gleipnir every game. Some other players, they go for the Aetherlands route. I'm not sure I like it as much in this game versus Visage, but we'll see.
Ollie. Seeing 33 has that overgrowth available. That actually lands on a Boxy. Now they've got themselves the Hoodwink help, and they'll get the kill into 33. Insania's here. They'll go to the snowball. Nisha coming over. He's looking for that blink into the Echo Slam. He's going to throw it down. Looking over at Warnoff. Power shot. Not enough damage just yet to get the kill to Warnoff. Insania trying to help keep alive Nisha, but he jumped in between four heroes, hoping to land a good Echo Slam to get these kills. A Fissure down on a 2. They'll lose this Earthshaker there as well. And a Dream Coil going to be dropped by Lornoff to go after. Insania's going to be pulled over towards Boxy with the Drinking Buddies, towards Mickey as well. They'll run, and maybe they'll look to react. Shards thrown over, 23 Savage in the face of Mickey. Jabs looking to be the tank in front. But they aren't committing just yet.
That's the Crimson Guard difference right there. Just completely changes the way the game's fight. The fight is fought.
And it starts with that Bushwhack grabs 2. They get the kill in the 33. Echo Slam not as good as they would have hoped it would have been. Drinking Buddies on a Mickey. 33 back into this one. They'll go to the Walrus Punch. They've got themselves the silence on to Puck, and Warnoff's dead. Oh, there's the Ags now coming through from Nisha. The Fisher's going to be on a 2 of these heroes. 23 and Jabs are going to be in a little bit of trouble. They go to the Whirling Death as well as the Timber Chain away. But here's the Sharpshooter right to the face of Boxy. Drinking Buddies on a Mickey just once more. As it's a Timber Chaining. Gleipnir for 23 Savage. But do they have the damage to finish off these heroes? They're low but not dead. Jabs is gone to the Walrus Punch as well as the damage coming up from 33. The Adaptive Strike thrown on to 23 Savage. He's running. But Nisha's got that Fissure. He'll jump in with the Totem thanks to that Ags. And Mickey's got the kill on the Windrunner again.
Yeah,
So
this
it's a long, drawn-out fight.
It's a long, drawn-out fight in which they're not assessing this Omni Knight problem. Like, he's just healing one hero after another. The gold change, of course, for Visage is amazing because he's just sitting there hitting soul assumptions one after another, getting a ton of gold from all the kills. And 33 almost died a couple of times. Timbersaw played that well, like Jabs was on top of him. However, it's like without Insania dying, probably no one else will as well. So you have to deal with him first.
It felt like Aurora, they wanted that tier 1. They really wanted to get something out of those kills. And it caused them to just stay a little bit too long, right? And Lornoff dies, yeah, you want to retreat on that, but the reaction's too instant from Liquid off that kill. Nisha jumps in.
Yeah, Nisha, he had the Aghanims before as well. Before that fight, in that fight, he managed to actually use it. It was a really good initiation from him, from like cutting off the backlines. But for Aurora, the position wasn't that bad. Like you were holding the high ground, you see everything. Your Timbersaw is jumping in, your Hoodwink can keep distance. It wasn't terrible, but it just wasn't enough for the Omni Knight heals. Gotta deal with it.
Tormentor. The next objective taken here by Team Liquid. That'll be a shard for Boxy. They're up 9,000 net worth, but again, this game more so than the last 9,000 net worth, it does feel like Aurora still have a puncher's chance. And the fights have been close, but when they're on Liquid's terms, it feels so much more one-sided.
Yeah, they definitely have the chance. All comes down to how they execute these team fights. Like you mentioned, the Shaker and the Aghanim's, well, the BKBs are slowly but surely going to be there. No, not surely. Most likely, they will be there for Aurora 23 Savage's pathway to his, where it's going to become a little bit easier for him to just pop his ulti and go in front.
Right. And without having this BKB for 23, they kind of have to concede this Roche. Fighting into it, it just seems like it'll put you too far behind if you lose that fight. And it'll delay the BKB even longer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, most likely one of those that you don't want to take. It's like this stock standard game where you're playing into Omni or Visage. If they have a good start, which they usually do, you are probably letting them take that first rush. Just can't contest it. One objective after another just builds up that net worth lead.
Speaking about net worth, Warnoff, bottom of the course at the moment. Not exactly getting much out of this game.
Yep. Puck, as a hero, had some love for top lane. They're hunting 23.
TP attempt, but the fissure's on the money. They've got these shards, they have the fissure, there's nowhere to go for 23. The snowball, making sure they take no damage. And they will get this kill onto the Windrunner.
Secured.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 33 secures it with the bird stone form. But yeah, it's so easy for them right now. Without that BKB, like, as a Windrunner, you can't really take any engagements. And apparently you can't escape as well.
Yeah, the shard's in the fissure there with the trees off to the side. He was unable to run anywhere.
Yeah, the Tusk fissure, not fissure, sorry, the Tusk ice shard with the shard, Aghanim's shard that is a problem for Windranger because you have to run away all around to get out. It just steals a couple of seconds that are so necessary for you. Kanda, by the way, on Morphling already for quite some time. BKB next for him as well. He's got 3 more minutes to work with on the Aegis. First game, it looked like Aurora just didn't have a chance. The second one, they do have one, but they need to make a play very soon.
They'll try to make a play once they have this BKB, which was what 23 was trying to do up top. But he has to farm a little bit safer, a little bit further back, and hope that he doesn't get caught. With that being said, though, Nisha's kind of crawling his way up towards top, and so is Boxy again.
Why the Aghanim's on Hoodwink, by the way? What do you think? Like, I'm trying to... Like, this is the standard, right? Like, some Aetherlands top lane, Dream Coil. That's just... Will he even survive? That's the question now.
He just has to avoid where Nisha jumps next, and yeah, he's fine. Yeah, I'm a little stumped on the Ags, because I kind of still agree. I would have liked to see that Maelstrom for Hoodwink. They're lacking damage, and we've seen Hoodwinks in the past throw it out when they finally get that Maelstrom. Is 23. He goes from top to bottom, running from heroes, but still on the run.
Radiant.
Yeah, maybe there's something about Omni Knight as well, and having some extra burst into him is always nice. Like, if you can think about it that way, like Puck jumps in and you just blow everything that you can into the Omni, and then you fight the fight afterwards.
Dire's bottom tower is
Then
under
it
attack.
might make sense. They do have a BKB now. It's completed on 23, flying out. Let's see if it's gonna be some instant smoke or not.
Fortunately, the same timing has been hit for Mickey, but it's not at the same net worths. That's for sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They both get their BKBs, and they're gonna go. Nisha, though, hit by this Gleipnir Drinking Buddy sharpshooter, thrown off into the distance, and now they won't have that for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, bot lane though. Morphling and Visage.
Shackle thrown out. Waveform all the way in. Mickey's gonna go through. They're gonna look over at Jabs, who's soaking a lot of this damage. They've got that ult coming out from this Omni Knight. They get the kill in a box. They're taking this Tusk. But with BKB pop by 23 Savage, he's on the run. Not really using that to engage, not using it offensively, and this bushwhack as well as the acorn shot hits the familiars. All they get right now is this Tusk build.
Yeah, let's see. Aegis, 30 seconds until it's reclaimed. It looks like Liquid will fall back. Aurora demonstrated how difficult it is to take that fight against them if you don't have the right initiation, and they definitely didn't this time around. They went on jabs. Like, that's probably one hero you're very unlikely to kill. Like, he's got Crimson, he's got Eternal Shroud. He's a Timber Saw after all, and killing him is unlikely.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to defend these buildings. Bushwhack, Sharpshooter coming through. Now they're in, but Mickey's here. Wait for him forward, looking over at jabs again. Timber Chain all the way back. Wait near. It connects on the Mickey, but is he the one you want?
He lost the bird, and he lost the second one. Keep in mind, he doesn't have ulti anymore. He already resummoned them once. This will probably be an opportunity for Aurora. Okay, you lost the range racks, but maybe this is a smoke. Maybe this is a good time to smoke.
With the vision that they had and the info that was there for them on Nisha, I thought they were going to go that direction, but they kind of just walk out for free. They do have some good deep wards. The vision and info is there for Aurora, at least in some ways, which when you're locked into your base like this is usually not the case, right? Like, they've got 4 wards that are in some pretty decent positions.
Yeah,
they're gonna run out soon.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're very old wards that are like back from the past when they actually had a say in this game and they were on the map.
Yeah.
Even though it's honestly not that bad right now, only top lane.
Isha?
Yeah.
Might be in some trouble. Shackle connects. Gotta try and get this kill. Sharpshooter is there. They've got the root. The fissure lands, and now he's gonna be able to get the overgrowth out. They were waiting for that BKB. The Echo Slam's gonna be committed the damage on Ollie, and now they've got the help from Insania, who comes through. Silence up thanks to the Waning Rift, but do they have the damage to get the kill on Anisha as well as Insania on this Omni Knight? They're still chasing Nisha. The only one really chasing is Ollie. They get the kill on Insania. They'll at least get themselves the Omni Knight. They'll look over at Boxy, who's gonna drinking buddies over to the Familiar, but not gonna get himself far enough away from the side of Aurora. And they've got 2. But the one that they really wanted slips out of their hands.
So I think you're still very happy with this. Like, he popped his BKB, you killed the 2 supports. I really think you're happy with what just happened. He also demonstrated how strong your Timber Saw is. Jabs, of course, he got that double damage. He dealt the most. He got the double kill and he dealt the most damage in the fight. I question now the ability of Liquid to actually take down Jabs once he gets the Shivas. He's not too far from it. Like, the birds... Yeah, the birds aren't touching him. It has to be Earthshaker and Morphling that control him.
So, Gem now on Lornoff. And they're down here again. Ollie, he's the one who provided that vision to get that engagement started. Again, they didn't get Nisha, but I kind of agree. It's something. They're starting to look pretty good here and confident. They're only down 5,000 net worth.
Yeah, I think this Treant is probably one of the best heroes for competitive scene and one of the worst heroes for pubs. Like, you can set up so many things with Blink Shard if your team can understand how to play around you, which isn't really that easy to recreate. Just to be in the right position where you know someone is going to farm and then your teammates also connect. When you're behind, it's really difficult to do.
Oh, he's got this Blink Dagger, so he's able to position himself well for the overgrowth.
What we got on Shaker? Octarine as well? I think so, right?
Yeah. I think so as well. Yeah. So he's got that Octarine. He's also holding onto a gem. And they're going to go bot side as Roche potentially up, but as we know, because we could see it, 40 seconds.
yeah, it's important for them to take the area first. You have the gem, you know it's not worth it, and then you can just wait out until Treant maybe, you know, like tries to sneak in. He's a good pick-off as well.
They're trying to force the hand of Aurora because they've got 23 up here top. They were pushing with the familiars.
And it's not that simple for him to connect. He needs to TP on top lane, and then use the Twin Gate.
Going to the outpost.
Okay. The fight isn't around Rosh Pit yet, so he has time.
This is a big change from the last Rosh as well, right? Because in the last Rosh, Aurora weren't really willing to engage. They didn't have BKB on 23. They were behind about 9,000 net worth. Now it's a little bit more of a tighter game. You've got the BKB. You feel that Jabs is unkillable at this point. He's very tanky. And you've taken a couple of fights where they feel confident in going in. Yeah, they've got that Daedalus. They have that damage, but they're going to lose Q in a heartbeat. Late near used, but there's the drinking buddy. The Echo Time out of the back lines. It's going to be on a Lord. They've got the Fisher to follow it up with the BKB being used. They get the kill on Boxy, but now the Whirlwind. It's on Anisha. They get that kill on the Earthshaker, and they're still looking to get this kill on the Jabs. But he's just too tanky. Walrus Punch is there. They find themselves Ollie. They'll get the cut of the Tree Protector. That's going to be a second one dead on the side of Aurora with the buyback being committed here by Boxy. They want more. Shards onto this Timber, but he's able to Timber Chain out of them. And now they've got the Shackle Shot. They'll jump in, but the Hex. Oh, they'll get the kill to Lord off. They blow him up. They're going to buy back up on the Hoodwink as well as the Tree Protector. They're going to try and get the damage out here. The Guardian Angel's going to be onto the Morphling. They get the kill to Insanio. They got the Omni Knight. Down goes 33. And now it's just Mickey against the world. Looking over at 23 Savage. They get the kill to the Windrunner. It's going to be an Ultra kill here for this Morphling. It's Jabs, Ollie, as well as Q. All here to get this kill on a Mickey. They'll full team wipe Team Liquid, and Aurora coming roaring back into this game.
3 buybacks, including 1 dieback on Liquid. That's the task. Afterwards, what do they do? Like, do they go Rosh? Do they take the tier 2? They don't have Windrunner, they don't have Puck, so not a ton of damage. Can happen, but man, that fight started actually very poorly for Liquid. Because Shaker, like Nisha, he's zoned in on the puck, and it was a good attempt. Like, he jumps the puck, he catches him, but the problem is Windranger popped the BKB and was just running in that. Look where Windrunner is going. She's just running in that direction. She wasn't running for the Shaker, but he appears next to her, and because of that, he just gets soloed by a 23. Very difficult fight for Team Liquid, the way it started at least. They still managed to at least get an Ultra kill on Morphling, but in the end it's Aurora that came out on top.
Yeah. And you talk about how he happens to be there with the Whirlwind, and we talked about the Daedalus just before that fight happens, and he has that damage to get that kill on Anisha. And you can just see the output that 23 Savage has in a fight like this. 33 melts like paper there.
Yeah, and that's the difference between the last game and this one when it comes to Windranger. In last game, you have to buy this Manta and BKB, like you have so many defensive items. Here, you just go Daedalus, and then this hero really shines, and you can see what Windranger can do and why she's banned or picked all the time.
Yeah. Now, all that being said, that win for Aurora, Roche is still Liquids.
Yeah, this is something that, yeah, they didn't... I'm not sure why not contest this at all. I guess because of the Hoodwink. Like, you lost the Hoodwink, you lost your position 4, and you aren't willing to take this engagement. Was she one of the heroes? She did buyback as well, right? Yeah. So it was a really long death timer for Q.
Yeah, Hoodwink bought back, and so did the Treant. So Ollie and Q both buying back in that.
By the way, the Hoodwink queuing up a Nullifier. They just recognized that, okay, we can't kill this Omni Knight, we need ways of dealing with his spells. And Nullifier is one of those, but I have a feeling usually as Hoodwink, you don't get to use it very well. Not like some other heroes that get on top of you very easily, right? Like some melee cores or even these heroes with high mobility.
Now the thing is, they're going for the high ground. They've got this Aegis. Ooh, good spot for Boxy. He's trying to make a move. Drinking buddies all the way through the trees and will give up that positioning. Late near, Shackle coming in, but only hits the familiars. Are smoked up. They've got this Hex now onto Jabs. Had a Hex on 33. Fisher comes in. Jab's going to be stuck for the moment. Shackle flying out. And let's see. Can they make a move? The Aegis is still there. They've lost the tier 3. They've lost the range racks. It's not the worst thing in the world, but they're unable to react.
Yeah, they managed to kill the banner, and like, it was... You could see what Jabs was thinking. I'm gonna use this Hex and just blow this Morphling up. Just go straight through him with a Timber Chain, with Whirling Death, but the Fissure instantly blocks that from happening. And this is Liquid. Like, this is a team that really struggled at taking high ground long time ago. But they're doing it so damn well right now, and they have been for a year or two now. The positioning is just flawless. You saw Boxy in the trees on the north side. You have Shaker not committing, not doing anything, but just chilling and waiting for the Fissure to break any aggression.
And, you know, the Tusk not too afraid of being on top of the steps and in those trees, knowing that they've got Drinking Buddies, knowing that they've got Snowball and Blink Dagger. Like, there are a lot of options for this Tusk.
Mm-hmm.
And Drinking Buddies is a pretty neat spell. Hex onto the Morphling. They're going to go for the Shackle. They've got themselves the Bushwhack. They'll get the kill with the Sharpshooter. They'll take out Mickey. But now can they get the second? Nisha waiting for his moment to blink in an Echo Slam. These heroes aren't exactly converging together, though, on the side of Aurora. And now Lorinoff throwing another Illusory Orb out there, but these Familiars will drop down, heal up, and escape with the rest of Team Liquid.
Yeah,
They
just as I praise them how good they are at taking high ground, they instantly get the Morphling blown up the way they wanted to blow him up the first time. Unfortunately, no saves in time from Liquid. But yeah, Aurora holding strong. They are still in this game. Like 2k difference is not really any sort of a lead at this point. Aghanim's completely done on Wind Ranger. We have this also on Puck, by the way. The good old Aeon Disc recipe. He's keeping it in case he gets hexed. Can save himself.
Everybody gets one, so he'll have that one pass with the Aeon Disc.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Farming up in a pretty aggressive spot, and Lorinoff just trying to survive and feel a touch more relevant than he has in the past in this game.
He doesn't have a gem though. Even though he does have the Aeon Disc, he doesn't have a gem, and he's playing versus a Visage with an Aghanims.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. They lost it in that last fight, right? And I think it's sitting in the, sitting in the well.
Shaker, Tusk, they know.
Yeah, this is a problem. He does have that Aeon Disc, though. Whether or not he puts it together or needs to is the question, and he's keeping it locked. So Lorinoff just gonna Illusory Orb and get away. Yeah, getting closer and closer to 25, too, with that Dream Coil Pierce's debuff immunity.
Yeah, he doesn't need to use the Aeon Disc unless they commit completely on him. So they didn't catch him. It was fine. He got away. Also, he used so many orbs. Like, this Octarine Core is very annoying. He's just constantly using orbs to scout. Like, you can see him farming with it, but also sending it in directions where he's at least thinks there's a chance that they come from.
Interesting. Look at Lorinoff and the deep dive into his mind, but now Echo committed, still just keeping the Aeon Disc, not combined just yet. But there's the Hex, there's the Aeon Disc. It's gonna be combined, but they still kill him.
Yeah, like they had enough. It was literally all heroes hunting that poor Puck. Like, he was farming in very, very aggressive positions for way too long.
Yeah.
Got punished for it.
Dire are
But that's something that you have to do as Puck at this point in the game, at this stage, and that's the way you buy time for your teammates.
We'll see. Unfortunately, that kill comes close to the base, and it might force the buyback of the Puck, but Aeon Disc is used there, and that you purchase that item specifically for a moment like that, and it doesn't work out.
It's always difficult when the lanes are pushing in and you die like that. Like, do you buy back now? Because these are megas. You're gonna have to.
Yeah, are you willing to go up against megas, or are you willing to wait? 40 seconds, though, and they're gonna TP back. 23 who will power shot. They're going to have to try and clean up. They don't have Echo Slam. They are going to buy back here. They'll go to the Drinking Buddies. They've got themselves Nisha with the BKB popping that fissure onto both Q as well as Ollie. They jump in. They've got the Hex. Look at this. Do it again. A ward off. His buyback symbol's not even gone yet. Totem forward. They go to the Guardian Angel. They've got the break onto the Morphling, but it's not going to matter. Jabs onto the low ground. Now they're going to focus their attention onto this Timber. They go to the Echo Slam. They're going to have the Refresher. They've got the Walrus Punch on a Jabs. They'll get the kill. He's got buyback. Dead for 90 seconds. He's going to be forced to use it. That's what he'll do. Ollie's got his as well. Man, this is a huge issue for the side of Aurora, who had brought the game all the way back from 9,000 down to 2,000, and it's back on up as they're looking to get Mega Creeps. They do not have Ward Off. They're going to go in. They've got the Whirlwind, but now they've got the jump forward with this Snowball. They get the kill to make it. They'll take the Morphling. He's going to buy back. The Sharpshooter lands on a 33. They've got the Sharps as well as the Soul Assumption. There's the Shackle. The Totem. The Echo Slam's going to be a whip. Oh, no. Is it Nisha in trouble, or is it the side of Aurora? Because they lose 23. They'll lose Ollie. And this is looking like a full team wipe in the making for the side of Team Liquid, and a 2-0 victory if they could just clean up the rest. They don't have buyback. They get the kill to Q. They'll look over at Jabs, who gets back into the base. And the side of Liquid just clean up. There is nothing that the side of Aurora can do. GG is called. Liquid take the 2-0 as they fight on back, take the high ground, complete the team wipe. Yep, they do. And Liquid close it up.
Yeah, it's a rough one. You know, like, you're playing this puck, you're having a rough game maybe at the beginning, but you claw the game back into your hands, and then you start farming this aggressively, this behind enemy lines, which was good. Like, he did it so well, and then bam, you die twice in 1 minute, and the game is basically over off of that. Like,
yeah,
he didn't have Aeon Disc, and I don't think he tracked all the stuns, all the hexes. Visage, Silent as Grave, gets on top of him, deletes him. Game is basically over from then.
Yeah, it was a great showing there from Liquid towards the end. They were able to blow up that puck. His buyback symbol's not even gone at that moment, and it's a 2-0 for them over Aurora. So we'll send it back over to the panel, hear their thoughts. Take it away.
We have a lot of thoughts about that second game we just watched. Also want to clarify that Boxy did not stand up while playing, so we'll have to wait for our first TA competitor that plays Dota 2 while standing. But it was an outstanding performance from Team Liquid. A little bit of a mishap maybe a little bit later on in the game. Aurora made it spicy, Lacoste, but at the end of the day, it was Liquid that takes it.
Yeah, it looked like Aurora might turn this one around, but in the end, it did not happen. Liquid, you know, they came in prepared. I liked their drafts. I did also like Aurora's draft slightly more than I did in the first game, because the first one, after first 3 picks, it did go downhill pretty heavily. And this one, you could see what they were going for, and you could see the power of their lineup in some of these like mid-game engagements.
Yeah, this is a case in both games of Aurora playing Liquid's game. Even in this game too, where they looked like they could have turned around and it was slightly stronger, it just felt like Liquid was setting the pace. They were making the moves. They were the ones barreling down lanes, and Aurora were on the defense, because they did have a few good fights in that game, especially that one like around minute 15 where they got some kills near the tier 2. But even after that fight, Liquid reset and just went back, and they were constantly pushing them down, constantly forcing Aurora to, you know, put out some fires all over the map, and they never really got a grip of the game too.
Yeah, they didn't. And I feel like for Aurora, like this win on a pick, we've seen it successful from first phase once with Extreme in tournament so far in the first series that we saw, and since then no team whose first phase has actually won with the Windrunner. And it's like, I think for Windrunner to do good, you need to push from your lane, get early Gleipnir, and then go take fights to your opponent. But when you're playing into an instant response Omni Knight that then can Guardian Angel against you, you have an offlane Visage going for Solar Crest, Greaves, Crimson, like your big statement moments on Windrunner are always just nullified by your opponent just out itemizing you and having heroes that deal with it. And I kind of feel like probably Windrunner was my big key kind of dislike throughout this entire series for Aurora, where if they didn't force themselves into this very small box straight away in both drafts, we could have maybe seen a different story from them. But yeah, I wasn't too much of a fan of this.
But they did wipe them.
Sure, didn't win the
game. We
game.
saw the strength of their lineup eventually.
But that's the thing. I think right now in Dota, if you eventually need to get one fight, by the time you win that one fight, you realistically need to do that 3 more times in a row to get back into the game. Like, the journey to getting to this point was so painful because they drafted themselves into this position, where for Liquid, it's like, you Earthshaker hits some multi-hero mid-slam, Omni Knight comes in, you repel, you dive, get a kill, if the Visage goes, takes top, you follow him, take tower. Like, everything you do in Dota at the moment needs to be strong lanes, dictate the game. You don't need to crush your opponent, but you just need to, you know, set the narrative. with Aurora getting like Windrunner carry, they're trying to do it a little bit with a Timbersaw, but the Hoodwink's going for Aether Lens, not really statement item picks. It's a big disparity between the two teams.
That was a big question mark for me, Hoodwink's items. If you want to go for Aether Lens, why not pick the other facet instead, so you have it immediately instead of, you know, having to buy 2,000 plus gold item. And I also want to say that this Windranger also could have been flexed until the end. We didn't have many options left for position 4. Hoodwink in this one did look slightly underwhelming, especially in terms of damage being brought to the table with this type of a build. And I think Windranger is a very strong position 4 hero as well. Very elusive, difficult to kill. You have, you know, the scaling later on where you can get your items up with the Whirlwind, but also pick a different carry maybe, because I'm not saying Windranger anything is wrong with the hero. I'm just thinking that they could have, you know, chose maybe a different carry in this one, considering what he was playing into.
Yeah, I don't want to harp on the Windranger train right now because perhaps the game could have gone differently if Puck had a better game. Because in this game, when I look at it, Puck was the key factor for countering the early game pace of Liquid before they got to the point where they were grouping up behind the Visage and taking every tower. They needed the Puck to do as much as he could, but there were definitely some slip-ups with that ball that they wanted to do Puck plus the supports. There was that like 1 Echo mid into Windranger getting ganked top with Puck not responding, Puck maybe diving a little bit too deep, dying under the tower when Morphling replicated into him, silenced him, and they killed him. I think that the Puck, had he had a different game, the whole draft would have looked different. So I don't want to over-focus on the Windranger. I want to kind of focus more on Lorenoff's performance here, because it wasn't the Aurora that we're used to seeing with Lorenoff dominating the early game.
I will say he is a first-timer. He's the only one on this team that has not been to an international yet, and I don't like to make that be a reason why, you know, day one might be a little rocky, but it might be why day one is a little rocky, T.
Yeah, potentially. I'd like to think that Lorenoff has been with the team and kind of traveled to events at this point. That it's not like it's his first TI and first LAN, so I'd like to think that this should be relatively okay. And again, it's like if we look at the previous one, like he's playing Puck. Effie wants to see him make big plays, but he's trying to lane into an Earthshaker that can out-deny him. He's trying to gank an Omni Knight that can repel and mitigate his early pressure. So it's like he's also not got the best hero for the game to do the 1v9 that we often like to see from Lorenoff. Like we like him on these last pick TAs, Timbersaw type heroes that can go, hey, this is my game, and behind me I have the rest of SEA, you know, demolishing the game. Like that just didn't happen today in this first series. Of course, they have many more series to try and fix this, but. Yeah, again, I don't like it's a cheap answer, but I think draft-wise, Aurora just shot themselves in the foot and made it so much harder than it needed to be.
Well, it was already hard from the get-go because there was one lane on the side of Team Liquid. Actually, there were several lanes on the side of Team Liquid that worked out really well. One of them was the Omni Knight lane, and lane together with a Morphling, and Purge is going to talk to us more about that.
And Omni-Knight lane was really interesting to me because Morphling is a hero who leverages his really high damage with his HP. When he takes damage, he basically increases his HP but decreases his damage. So to make the hero better, what you do is you pair it with heals. That way you can keep your HP really low and your damage really high. So pairing the Omni-Knight with the Morphling is super, super effective. If we take a look at some of the clips here that have been going on, they started off doing lots of damage to jabs, and then they do the waveform into Purify. Purify is normally hard as an Omni-Knight to leverage into damage, but it's perfect with Morphling because he benefits from the heal because it keeps his damage high, and then it also is paired with the waveform to do damage. Insania also got a really nice pull-off here at the 4-minute mark, which allowed him to pull some creeps in. They basically did a better job on the Liquid side pulling, and part of that is because of the waveform. Because with waveform, they are constantly pushing the lane, and they're also harassing their opponents, and they're getting last hits, and look how much damage they're doing to the Hoodwink here. So here's the Purify, the waveform. Q loses almost all of his HP at the start of the laning stage, or as the laning stage is developing, and this continues against jabs as well. So because Mickey never has to worry about dying, and he's doing damage to this waveform, and he's getting Purify in, it's harder for jabs to get last hits. Morphling basically gets to do whatever he wants, and then later on, the support just leaves the lane because Mickey is completely safe here. So he's going to waveform out waves, AFK jungle in the neutrals. Then he's going to go to the next creep wave and waveform that again, and then he's going to go back in jungle. And that allowed him to get really far ahead. And the other benefit, jabs got really far behind. He had to farm for basically the next 20 or 30 minutes to even catch up in this game. So the laning stage was very cool, but for Liquid here, a little bit of a pivot on the Omni Knight, but very effective this game.
Thank you, Purge. That is incredibly effective. And normally I'd say, okay, but why doesn't someone help him to help Jabs to come to the lane? But Lacoste, that wasn't possible because all lanes were struggling a little bit.
Pretty much, and the reason why lanes are struggling, I want to point out the Visage with his Death Toll, the new facet. It gives him insane amount of gold, and he can snowball out of control relatively easy. It gives him up to 210 gold per each soul assumption kill. If you have the max charges, you also get 15% of the creeps that you kill, which you're not going to use early on. But every single time you use that, you get a kill. He gets like half a bracer pretty much from it, and then he starts to snow. That's the extra gold.
Yeah.
And the gold that he gets from the kills. So pretty difficult to kill, and I think this hero is going to be highly contested, especially coming into our next series as well.
More gold for auras.
Yay!
I also think final words on Team Liquid here for now. 33 both games that we saw him. I feel like he's in top form, Effie.
He is. I mean, this meta really does cater to offlane players who like to farm for a little bit until they get those couple of key items, whether it be auras or initiation with the blink, and then you just group up, and that is 3-3's bread and butter. So I expect Liquid to go very far this tournament. And I just want to piggyback a little bit off of what Lacoste said really quick, because it's true. Visage was top of net worth with 20 CS under the Wind Ranger because he was getting those soul assumption kills.
And which two heroes did he play? The heroes that can create gold pretty much out of nothing.
Yeah.
Doom and Visage, yeah. Watch out for those. Watch out for 33. For Team Liquid, though, you're going to have to go on one of the other streams because they will not be featured today on this stream anymore. We are going to shift over to our next series. We're going to watch Extreme Gaming versus Gaimin Gladiators. And before we are going to talk about it, you're first going to listen to what Ace has to say about his team.
Gaimin Gladiators, last year's runners-up, are back again to try and claim the Aegis, and doing so they've already taken EWC on their path here, and I'm now joined by Ace. Obviously, TI, and especially big for you as is in your hometown. I mean, you're literally 10 minutes away. What's it like to play here?
It's something that I honestly never thought would happen, because like Dota has not been that popular in Denmark for quite a while now, but like it's like so amazing. Like it's been so chill. We've also been boot camping here. Like, it's just so chill for me. I just came here like 20 minutes ago. My brother just drove me.
Amazing. So, you know, are you going to be able to have all like your family and everything and your friends at the arena for the finals?
Yeah, I think like a lot of my family will come, and like most of my friends also, I think.
So obviously last year, you know, you had a phenomenal run last year, you know, Gaimin were the team to beat. And this year, I think kind of people started to maybe doubt you or count you out, but then you just come back, you know, prove them all wrong with a phenomenal past few tournaments. You know, how does that happen? How did you do that? Was that like the game? Was it you guys? Was it, you know, your opponents? You know, how did this come about?
Kind of a mix, I would say. Like when you win a lot, the game definitely keeps like nerfing your strategies and your heroes. There's so many frequent patches, and whoever wins what they play the most will always get nerfed.
Yeah.
And this just kept happening and happening and happening. And after every tournament, you have to like find new stuff. You really have to try it again and again and again. And you keep doing this for so long, it gets pretty hard to like keep it going.
Yeah.
So I think people got a bit exhausted by like tryharding after every tournament and getting the motivation all the time.
Yeah.
So I think that was like the main problem. But now also after not winning so much for a while, I think we just kind of got a lot of the drive back again. And now then it just worked out for Saudi.
How do you think about last TI and especially those grand finals?
There's been so many tournaments, but like we had a pretty crazy lower bracket run.
Yeah, and the grand finals versus Team Spirit and everything.
Yeah, that year was just like pretty crazy because feel like we were pretty bad, and like.
Oh really?
Yeah, like we went pretty much like straight to lower bracket. I think almost like didn't we have like full lower bracket run almost? But somehow we just managed like to claw through games and then make it all the way to the final against Spirit. In that final, we did not play what we usually play, like in the semifinal, every games before that. That's also something we had talked a lot about and like worked on. That like why did that happen? Like what happened in that final particularly? And I do think it's something to do with some players. They do set TI, they regard it as like way above everything else.
Yeah.
That can easily create like this bit of pressure.
Yeah.
That can go to like choky mindset and this kind of just happened for us. So hopefully. Like we talked a lot about it, but hopefully it's not really something that's going to happen when we're going to play in this final.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it didn't happen or did it happen at EWC and you learned to kind of beat it, you know, what was the...
Yeah, I mean, again, like we've been in a lot of finals. I think we have a pretty good final win radio. But again, like EVC, it's not really a TI. TI is just a bit special and can create more pressure somehow because people really want to be part of the I have one TI club.
Yeah.
Get the rings or whatever you get, you know, all the stuff.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, what would it mean for you personally, you know, on home soil nonetheless, to be able to win it, to hold that Aegis, you know, what would that be like for you?
As soon as I knew that TI was going to be in Denmark, then I instantly thought, oh shit, man, like, if I'm ever going to win a TI, I definitely want to win this one.
Yeah, in front of your friends and family as well.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible.
So it means a lot.
Who do you think your biggest supporter is going to be in the crowd? Who's going to be screaming the loudest for you when you do get on that stage?
Usually it's the people who's like sitting with the GG boys, like the org, and then they usually have like the Giga fans around, and then like they usually have some drinks and stuff.
Those guys will be the loudest.
Those guys you can usually hear, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Ace, and thank you so much, and best of luck, obviously, TI.
Thank you for having me.
They came so close last year, but maybe it was the Copenhagen TI that Ace was meant to win. We'll see how their tournament goes this time around. They have had a great start, though. So has Extreme Gaming. Those are the two teams we're about to watch go head-to-head, and both of the teams have come off a 2-0 victory earlier today. Both are looking strong. Both are considered to be the favorites of the group, so this could be potentially the decider match for the position 1 slot in their group. And I'm going to ask you straight off the bat, T, because I feel this is a rare situation where both teams are that strong. Is there a favorite? Because I feel like there is not.
Yeah, I mean, using recent records, Extreme won a tournament, Gaimin just won a tournament, so based on Tier 1, they both just won pretty big tournaments, but I think you have to lean Gaimin just a little bit due to the big picture. Though it is TI, therefore I think that's when, you know, China does level up a little bit more. Of course, you know, how many grand finals have we had a Chinese team be there? Maybe not recently, at least, but yeah, very, very slightly Gaimin, but it's like within the 50%.
Yeah, both teams have been able to take a championship, as we see here. Their 2024 season, Effie, has looked very good. I would say Extreme Gaming, of course, fantastic for them, but I want to focus a bit more on gaming at the moment, because for them, this result, a little bit subpar compared to last year.
I mean, if you compare most teams to Gaimin of any year last year, I don't think there is a team, with the exception of Virtus.pro, that came close to that level of dominance that they showed us in 2023. But even though Gaimin didn't have the hottest start to the year, they hit their stride really, really well once the meta kind of shifted back to auras. I mean, this team does auras better than anybody else. That was Ace's staple, right? He's the offlane guy who just farms, buys the aura, everybody plays around him. We talked about 3-3 and Liquid doing the same thing exceptionally well. Ace is the other player. He's the one who really brought this into meta. So this meta definitely favors them entirely, but XG are a team that have players that perform really well in TI. So I wouldn't be surprised if XG actually have the upper hand in this group stage.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go the other way around because from what I've seen, Extreme Gaming, sometimes they do struggle in the first like 10 minutes of the game. There was a period of time 2-3 months ago where they were like not having a laning stage. This team, it feels like they want to play, you know, with the deficit of 5k net worth early on to see if they can. They like to challenge themselves. That's the vibes that I'm getting from the team, to see how good they actually are. And Gaimin Gladiators as a team with the auras that you mentioned, they like to speed things up. If you remember last TI, during the groups or road to the international, they were not playing this fast Dota. Then suddenly they start playing, bringing all this like tempo, the bristlebacks and stuff, and everybody started to copy. They didn't have the answer to what Gaimin Gladiators were doing, so they had to copy what they're doing and trying to, you know, hit back. Not as successful as you expect.
No, and the only one that was able to stop them in the end was Team Spirit. So it was second place for Gaimin in the previous international. Here is the top picked heroes from the previous couple of encounters we've had, T, where there is a little bit of overlap.
Yeah, a little bit. You've got obviously the Pangolier, the Chen. I think fundamentally what we are seeing, because these teams are within like the top 6 of the world, they all kind of use relatively the same logic of you want to take your lane, overwhelm your opponent with that constant pressure. You don't have to constantly, you know, kill them and do stuff, but just at least remind them that it's your game to control. That's why when you compare the two, I think Gaimin have shown a little bit more kind of discipline so far. Extreme against Heroic earlier today, they were down a little bit. They took one clutch high ground fight or triangle fight, and they run it down mid. So I think Extreme have shown some weaknesses in early game, whilst Gaimin consistently are if we hit our stride from lanes, we follow a script to the T, win the game straight away. It's like they are one of the most kind of pre-30-minute teams that there are. So if this is going to be a close series, Extreme just need to survive whatever Gaimin have prepared to make it like a bigger game than just the kind of autopilot aura push win type that we've seen.
And that was the story of these two teams facing each other this year. Every time XG and GG have faced each other, actually XG have the upper hand in all the series that they've played versus GG, just because they were able to hold out for long enough to take that one good Roche fight, that one good defense. Throughout the year, they did manage to create those situations, but it was always the same recipe where GG were barreling it down. XG were trying their best to survive, and if they could survive, they would manage to clutch the win. So this is going to be an exciting matchup for me.
And the reason why this series is always going to be spicy, remember when Ame was making a carry tier list where he put Dyrachyo, B-tier carry. So, you know, Dyrachyo, he has a lot to prove. Every single time they match against each other, I think, you know, the smirk on his face is going to say a lot.
Dyrachyo popped off today. In their earlier series, he carried his team as Dragon Knight. So Dyrachyo is bringing his A-game to show Ame he's an A-tier carry at the very least. But when I was mentioning that XG have TI players who really do well, I meant Ame and Zenkyu. I feel like these two players in TI reach their ultimate form. Zenkyu is being his most nuisance of a self that he can be with his heroes, but Ame plays into near perfectly. Or he tries to during these TIs. So if he can channel that form and bring XG into the game, you know, spirit style, then it'll be very cool.
10 seconds remaining.
I know, T, you wanted to say something.
Oh, that's right, the moment's passed.
Okay.
No, just say it.
We're all like expectantly looking at you.
Fine, don't worry. No, I was going to say, like, you know, blah, 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 let's rewind a little bit. Ame, haha, does well. He's only ranked 200, though, in Western Europe. You know, he's like 60 places away from GOG, so it's like, you know, he's ranking Dyrachyo rank B, but also, like, he's kind of close to, like, our, you know, Western European streamer level for rank on MMR. Like, got to be careful. These tier lists, they catch up to you when they're, you know...
They might. We'll see if today is the day, because as I said, it was Extreme Gaming that had a 2-0 against Heroic earlier. Gaimin had a 2-0 against 1W earlier today as well, so both teams coming hot off a 2-0. And we're in the draft, so we got Extreme on the Radiant side, Gaimin on the Dire side. First pick anytime now on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. And the T is there too, so everything's complete. A stress ball as well. Celery is prepared. I feel like we've talked a lot about the team as a whole, but I want to focus a little bit more about the players because we mentioned Ace and his playstyle. I want to mention XXS.
I love to talk about my boy XXS. This guy, I think he's been consistent in the last 2 years, pretty much being top 3 offlaner in the world, without a doubt, especially some of his specialty heroes that he likes to play. I know there's a lot of good Mars players out there, but he's definitely up there. Centaur, when there was a Dark Willow plus a Centaur combo, where Dark Willow could use ulti on a Centaur, they've been dominating his slaughter. But if we look at the heroes that he has been playing recently, you know, especially in the pub, something that he's been training is Visage. He has 80% win rate, Bristleback, something that he brought out as well, and of course Sanking. But this guy, I feel like he has one of the best overall team fight decisions. I feel like he sees every single hero, what's happening on the map.
I feel like this might be, I don't know if it is a hot take or not, but I think offlane used to be obviously a very difficult role. Nowadays, I think the entry level to be an offlaner is easier. Therefore, to shine, you actually really need to be good. And I think like offlaners like XSS, 33, Collapse, right? They showcase how far you can take the role. Whilst, you know, some other players, you know, they kind of, they're average. But I think, yeah, for example, XSS is one of those that he's taken what an offlane needs to be and just shown like the true heights you can take. It's more than just auras.
That is very true, actually, because I would say that XXS is an offlaner in the true sense of the word, when offlaner used to mean hard roll. You get no farm. You're suffering the entire game. I mean, when you're on a team with Zenkyu as your position 4 and Ame as your carry, and now XM on mid, and all of these people want to siphon all of the farm on a map, you have to find ways to create a game for yourself, to create farm on the map for yourself, and XXS does that so well, and that's probably one of the most impressive things about him, is that he does so much on the map with so little net worth sometimes.
Yeah, XM is another mid laner that has not attended an international yet, so this is his first performance on this grand of a stage.
And whenever we talk about XM, this might be his hero, this sniper.
Yes.
Something that has been, like, I think in the first 6 months of the year, I've seen the stats about his hero pool. Like, across all other teams, his hero was picked last across every other team. So they are giving him the priority, but overall sniper, this is his hero. I remember one of the Dream League Season 20X, because I can't remember which one, they were just banning out Sniper. He had 100% win rate out of 8 games, and he did not see Sniper after all.
I mean, it pairs well with the logic of having, like a melee carry paired with the Mars Beastmaster style offlane. Like, if you have that kind of recipe, then putting your mid laner on like the high damage, hard to gank hero, like it does make sense. And we are kind of following that formula just a little bit, right? Timbersaw down to your offlane. They have last pick overall in the draft, so I'd like to see them flex it. And if this is a sniper timber lane, we've seen how potent sniper can be. Like, all you need to do in that lane is you push it out once, get your offlane to like level 3, make some stacks, run around, secure runes, and like your game like begins. Like, it's a very kind of orchestrated hero for the 4 role.
5 seconds remaining.
It's also one of the few teams that you'll see Viper be banned out against every time, as XM also really likes that hero. We saw him play it earlier today as well.
So much respect towards the offlane. Like, one side was like quite offlane bans, right? You got Doom, Viper, Sanking, Flexes, and then on the other side extreme, they're respecting salary immensely, right? The Chen, the Enchantress, the play from your supports and open up the game.
Yeah, the thing about XM also that I just want to, before we talk about the draft a little bit more, is that, like Lacoste mentioned, he'll get last pick mid, but that's when his hero pool is taken out. When it's in a meta where XM's heroes can be first picked, they'll always be first picked, which gives the team a big draft advantage. Like, they'll easily first pick Sniper, and it's a flex hero now, which makes it even more valuable. They'll first pick the Viper if they need to, because that hero is on the rise in pro pubs recently. They'll first pick the SF a lot too, which will flex between mid and carry. So that's another first pick hero that teams have to be aware of when they're playing versus XG.
And something that we did mention, Gaimin Gladiators, what they like, speed. They like to speed things up. IO Razor, these are the heroes that come online super fast. They're also the team that likes to stack in the triangle with Shadow Demon and IO, so you can easily clear that. Right now, what they're lacking is some kind of a disable, some kind of a control, which they're going to get from either offlane or their mid lane. Because, I mean, Razor can still be flexed, to a mid lane, but most likely going to be in the safe lane.
Yeah, I'd like to see this just as like the safe lane pairing. Your IO Razor is self-sufficient. Your SD moving around the map. If you find a hero, you can disrupt one guy. You can then ultimately another guy, and you kind of have 2 heroes contained to enable the relocate to feel good. So in regards to like map play, these 3 are your foundation. And now, yeah, like Lacoste mentioning, just get an initiator from your mid or some tempo, get a stun from your offlane, and then that is kind of the recipe for quite a nice looking draft.
And not just that, the stack factor with having an SD on your team and then an IO pairing from the carry lane. Like, your Shadow Demon, not only is he going to make the stacks and rotate to mid and set up for kills, like T mentioned, with Disrupt and to relocate, but he's going to be making fat stacks that the IO Razor are going to take later, hit an earlier item timing, and try to run the map over. The one thing about IO, though, is that, Holy Locket did get nerfed. Mech did get nerfed, but are these nerfs enough to stop the power of IO? We'll have to see.
Nope.
It's DI time. IO is always going to be back.
IO's back.
When I read that, I'm like, it's a nerf, but it's like kind of the nerf where I see like in 3 patches time, like this was like the first domino to fall for us to really say auras were nerfed. And Extreme, they look at this, like the pace, like everything we just said, right? Gaming want to win like some 25-30 minute game where they might not kill the Ancient, but like you can feel that they built this lead. And now against Extreme, it's like, if they don't do that, how do they win the team fight going 30 minutes plus into the Chrono, if he goes for Chrono, of course he could still go for Time Zone, but into the ultimate of Void, whatever facet he goes for, the Egg, the Timbersaw with multiple auras and Hex, like there is a window where Extreme, of course, scale, but punishable, very punishable.
I have a question. T, from a coach perspective, you coached at TI before. We know this group stage is relatively short. There's only 4 teams in one group. Both teams so far in this draft have not, like they've played 2 games before, but they've not played any of these heroes that they pick now in any of their previous 2 games. How much value does it give in order to just, keep them guessing? Never let them know your next move.
It's kind of like your playbook will have, let's say, 4 or 5 openings, and then from there you kind of expand. So I feel like right now we still are in the comfort of the teams. I think if we were entertaining like the 7th, the 8th opening, they're often the teams that are coming in last place because they're panicking to find what they are. And I think right now we're still in kind of the comfort
This is still the 3rd opening.
Yeah, we're still we're in like realistic mode. Like when you look at any TI group stage, the people that have the most varied drafts are the ones that are often struggling. But this group stage is also quite small, so we might not see that too much. Like,
it's not a stun.
Struggle in
this is not a stun.
They have a root though.
Yeah, it's a root. It's a fear. It's a lot of control. It's a lot of tempo that's gonna come out. And what they want to do, they have 0 cooldown whatsoever on their abilities, so they want to run. If they can survive this Chronos here, they also picked Faceless Void into IO, which can be tricky sometimes. I'm not worried for their damage inside a Chrono by any means. It's just that if they're not getting the kills out of that one, or if you use the buyback, that's gonna get punished. You have Supernova. You have Faceless Void, Time Zone / Chronosphere, so you will always have these long cooldowns, which is very punishable.
This is a large issue for Extreme now because you won't shut down Lone Druid in lane. Like a Phoenix plus Void will not stop Lone Druid from farming and pressuring the map. IO Razor, the IO should keep the sustainability, so Shrapnel Nuisance isn't as annoying. Timber can't threaten that. So yeah, I think right now, the first 25 minutes of this game, it should be all the way gaming. Like Extreme to fix this, they need to get probably the mid lane to open up the game.
Yeah, I'm looking for 2 heroes. One of them is going to be Spicy. That's going to be for Gaimin Gladiators. Ricky, the other that is more stable, I would say, is Puck, because they have pretty much nothing, and they also have Shadow Demon plus the IO save, so the Chronosphere damage might be a little bit tricky, because what they want to do, if you have a leash mechanic or if you have Cloud against any of these heroes, they're going to really suffer.
I want Kunkka.
Kunkka's a cheap one.
Yeah, I like that. But I'm going to go for Storm. Storm is the hero that also you could argue Extreme could have got themselves, kill the IO, the SD, defeat the saves, and then you give Gaimin, like they take one bad tower fight and suddenly the game falls apart. But that's also a thing that Gaimin need to think about. Like if they try and take a tier 2 tower and fail, do it again, fail, that's suddenly when the BKB is online for the Void and the game becomes a lot more Extreme favored.
They needed the Storm to address the sniper flex, because you see XG, you see XM, you're like mid-sniper. Storm is typically his counter at level 6. Also, they didn't have a hero that necessarily started the fight for them on GG. They have a lot of run down a lane, barrel at you heroes with LD, IO Razor, but nothing that really goes in first. So they did that with the Storm. And the Visage comes out for Extreme Gaming. Lacoste waved his finger, so...
Not for that one. They do have the birds, not sure which bird Visage is. We have, what's his name, Moltens, the legendary Pokemon bird, the fire one. And we were missing Winter Wyvern, but the thing that I wanted to point out is that Jin Q is going to be playing Timbersaw position 4. This is the new tech. I don't know if you've seen it. It works really well. The hero still going to be buying these aura items, and you're trading really well in the lane. You have this explosive damage, which gives Visage Soul Assumption, so the charges are going to be there, and people are going to explode. These are the heroes that can trade against IO plus Razor.
I like the idea of the shift, because against Lone Druid or any siege, you want to mirror that siege. So rather than defending the objective in the early game, you're just trading objectives, which actually allows you to get to your timings to hit that one fight. So I think strategically, great idea to deal with the Lone Druid. They just need to execute on it, because late game, I like Extreme, but can they get there? That's kind of like they're going to be the looming question.
I like that conceptually as well, because when you look at Razor lanes, you want to be able to burst him through Static Link, and Visage with his Soul Assumption is just a ridiculous amount of damage. It's a way for them to be able to trade into Razor, which is going to be very important, because actually you need to get out of lanes with as much as they can. But the thing about GG's draft is I do feel like they've made it a bit one-dimensional with that Lone Druid pick from the offlane, not having that reliable initiation from the offlane. When it gets to late game, that can really bite you in the butt. Because you're looking for these fights. If you're only dependent on your Storm and your Lone Druid can't make the jump when he needs to, your enemies naturally have a better advantage when it comes to team fighting.
The story for this draft is pretty much GG, they win in 25, 30 minutes. If it goes late, Extreme Gaming, they take it.
Okay, and we know that GG generally is pretty good in the laning stage. Can they do it here in game 1 of this 2-game series against Extreme? We're finding out together with B-Cup and Lizard.
Thank you very much. Coming into a very big series here, Gaimin Gladiators against Extreme Lizard. It's Xingqiu on the Timber in the 4 position, something he played twice during the Snow Rui event, and it's a 4 position that he likes going Guardian Greaves on. Is it something that is going to be make or break here for Extreme?
I don't think it's make or break. It's just a high damage dealing position 4. Like, you can look at it that way. I think they have 2 heroes that do that on 4 and on 5. A lot of tips from the get-go. DY, of course, on his signature Phoenix. And we have a pretty stock standard draft if you replace Timbersaw with anything else on that position 4, right? Like, if you think of anything else on that position 4 that's like a task or something, you have a standard draft on Extreme Gaming, while on the other side, they're cooking something up. Like, this is Gaimin Gladiators with some... We want to go back to the days of Broodmother and just take over the map minute 20, right? Like, you have the Storm Spirit to jump the backlines, you have Lone Druid and Razor, usually lane dominators. We'll see if they succeed at that, because they also have a lot of saves. They have this pump from the Wisp to pump up the mana and heal the Storm Spirit, make him even more difficult to deal with. While there is one thing though, Timber and Visage is a scary combo because of Hurling Death and how it deals damage and how much damage, and also stat loss. Like, you get that stat loss, and then on top of that you get Soul Assumption when your stats are lost, like you have less HP. So it's a scary lane if that's how they decide to lane it.
So 2 bounty runes apiece, and we'll take a look at how the lanes end up being. And this is Ace on that Lone Druid, something he's pretty proficient with, something that I know there are some Lone Druid fans that are excited to see this hero, especially when he's on the big stage at TI.
No, for sure. Like, he's a micro player. Like, I still remember him a long time ago when he came into the scene and played for Fnatic. Like, he actually played some EPO back then as well. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. One thing that is definitely difficult for them is catch. Like, besides Storm Spirit, you don't really have any. You can't really rely on Lone Druid, so heroes such as Faceless Void love playing into that. Like, it's easy to maneuver, it's easy to get away. But then again, the other side, it's not like they have an abundance of the same thing. They have this Chrono and Stormform perhaps, and that's it.
Well, I actually took Time Zone on Name.
Time Zone, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a Time Zone player.
I'm down.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. Especially when you're a Phoenix, you know, you pop that egg into the time zone. Ooh. And like no hits are coming and you're like, yeah, that's nice, I'm living. And then time zone ends and all those hits collapse at the same time and you're just done. That's when you ping it. That's when you ping it and you're like, bro, come on.
This could have been Chrono, what the hell?
This could have been the best combo in the game, basically.
Speaking of offlaners, XXS top here was in queue on the Timbersaw Visage Timber combo. Not something we've seen so often, but you know, you talked about Ace starting his career with Fnatic, and XXS started his career just 16 years old with DK Scudiera, and he's only 25 now. He has been in the pro scene for what seems to be forever.
Yeah, blast from the past with B-Cop. Like, you definitely know all these Chinese teams and where exactly every player started. I remember XXS from Kiev Minor, I think, like, or Major. Was it Kiev Major? I think that's where he's like, that's where he came in, like, with 17 years old and dominated. What was it, like Legion and Centaur? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's like some moments in this game that just you can always remember them.
They do last forever. It just feels like some players will never be forgotten, whether or not they're retired or still active, that's for sure. And how they came into the scene. You think about MLG Columbus with Arteezy when he got his moment there. Like, that's a forever moment for sure.
You are my forever moment, Biko.
You're my forever moment.
By the way, this top lane is... okay, bot lane, they're fine. Kind of trading at Lone Druid doing well. Top lane is doing much better than I expected for GG. Like, if you remember the last game on Visage, like 33 just completely destroyed them in the first couple of minutes. This has been already 3-4 lanes, 3-4 waves, and Visage isn't really dominating that hard. And also keep in mind that raindrops are about to come in. Like, usually if you're playing this hero, you want to get a kill or two before the raindrops, and they didn't manage to do that.
So we'll see how much that affects the lane, how much that affects the game moving forward, especially for XXS. If we see raindrops come out and pressure being put on by Gaimin Gladiators, because, you know, the panel talked about it, it's usually the early game and that early mid-game that Gaimin Gladiators work well with, so it'll be interesting to see how these first 10 minutes or so, first 15 minutes especially for Gaimin Gladiators kind of come down, and if Extreme can bear with the pressure that'll be put on. But things very quiet.
Yeah, so far 0 kills, nothing really happening. I think you're happy with this if you're Gaimin Gladiators. Like, the lanes are looking a little bit rough when it starts, and then when you ramp up, when you get some items, you are the team that should be able to force some fights early on. However, at the moment, you're happy with the status quo.
Static Link out there, as this is a problem for XXS, who's trying to run, but finally, Dyrachyo gets first blood, and it's going to be through onto this Visage. So, you talked about it. Raindrops come in, they get that kill. Dyrachyo might die to Xingqiu, but they got a kill on a Tofu. DY gets that. Xingqiu tries to Timber Chain away. He doesn't have a lot of mana, but does have 2 mangoes, so he'll turn around looking over at the Razor once again. The Visage coming back into play, and they will lose this Timber, and they still don't get the kill on the Razor.
Yeah, he used the Soul Assumption way too fast. He just instantly casted it, but yeah, just not enough of stacks on it. Also, keep in mind, he didn't go for Grave Chill this lane. I feel like that could have been useful versus Dyrachyo earlier on. But this is a problem. Like, you got to the stage where they have raindrops. Yeah, sure, you can go on them. Maybe on Celery here, but he's just gonna tether away. So, another issue that you have is Visage here, too many heals. Like, the IO heals a lot, and because of that, like, you aren't able to zone Dyrachyo out. He just chills in the lane and keeps on farming.
Definitely troublesome for this top lane, and they aren't getting these kills and this aggression that they would have liked, so gotta think that maybe some of the idea is to just farm and maybe hope for, say, Ame to come over, because he is one of those carries that hits level 6 and he's ready to go.
Ace
he plays aggressive, and Ace almost giving up a lot of gold. They're actually turning around on Ame for a second. They've also got a DY in trouble, and he will fall to Ace thanks to that disruption thrown out by Tofu, so a little bit of revenge there for the side of Gaimin down bottom.
Yeah, they used the dive aggressively, and Tofu, he rotates back, catches the Phoenix. Nicely done by him. I love this Promulgate and Facet on Shadow Demon. It's pretty damn good. Like, overall, Shadow Demon for me is one of the stronger heroes at the moment, especially because he's very good versus some of these cores and supports that are being played. Like, you're good versus Wind Ranger, you're also pretty damn good versus Omni Knight. I'd like to see a bit more of SD. Plus his laning stage has just been buffed up.